Sorry. I'm having issues. There we go. Something happened. How about some Cantonese? Oh, man. You saying to like learn as a language? Sorry about that. Sorry, YouTube. I don't know if you guys are still in here. Analytics. Viewer activity. No. Damn. Sorry. Everyone disappeared on... That's annoying. Oh, yeah. Should we get some guests up in here? Claim XP. Ooh. Continue. Should we do another 1 day streak? I'm committed. Okay. Cool. I don't want to commit to a goal. Create my profile. How old am I? 72. Oh my god, have I ever made milk brioche rolls with garlic butter with my pasta before? No. But now I'm wondering why not. It sounds delicious. Granny Perez. Okay, cool. Sorry. I'm just setting up my Duolingo profile. There we go. I lost everyone. I had like 10 people on fucking YouTube for the first time ever, and then the whole thing went away. OBS crapped out on me. Oh, have they? Critical of what? I don't know. I've never used it. What have they been criticizing? Let me put my pasta in my water. Okay. Okay. Oh. Morpho. Oh, okay. I mean, that's possible. Well, everywhere, CC. Red Note. You should find me on Red Note. I just made my account on there. I'm learning Mandarin for it as well.
See?
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Doing your rounds on the cuckoos. 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 What's that? Yeah, who gives a shit, dude? We were happening a little bit earlier, but I had my stream fucking thing dropped. But also, who gives a shit? We're hanging out and making dinner. It's pretty cozy. I like it in here when we're chill. What's up, Riz? Wanna come up? Oh, you're getting excited because she smells pasta. That's all Ricky does. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. Hungry. I'm so hungry. I need somebody to give me food. Ooh, ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hi. What's up? You want to come up? Silly girl? Why are you looking at me like that? My dog is looking at me like, I smell something. Yeah, I do, Bonnie. That's why I am boiling pasta right now. It's the easiest thing. Pasta, jarred sauce, cheese. So easy. My dog is getting very excited. Rizzo, I know. I hear you. I see you. Chill. That's not for you, dude. That's for me. That's my dinner. You already have your dinner in your bowl. What makes you think that pasta is for you? Stop it. She's being very rude. She's being very rude. You can't find your hyper-focused food? Like a food that you're going to eat this, every day for like 6 months? Or do you just mean like a food that makes you hyper-focused, or a food that you hyper-focus on preparing? Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Hi. Oh, okay. Thank God I have a boy that like feeds me, and it's been really lovely to sort of let go of that part of like needing to think about it. You know what I mean? It is so nice. Oh, thank you, Jello. Thank you for finding me there. I'm going to miss everyone too. Genuinely. This is my community. It's making me really sad to think about. Also on YouTube and stuff, guys. Hey, what's up? Why are you being rude? You're being rude, Riz. Okay, my pasta's almost done. I'm gonna go plate it up. If anyone wants to hop up and, oh, thank you, Buses Beaver. Krog Life LLC advisor. I know. Trust me, Bonnie, I know. Okay, my pasta's ready. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Bunny. I feel ya. YouTube doesn't like me much either. It's gonna be rough out there for a while. I don't know. Not just for a while. Because also it's like, I don't know. It's gonna be scary. It's like, okay, like, I don't know. I feel like it's also gonna just like shake our trust in like any app that comes next. It's gonna be scary to like build community on there again, because it's like, okay, well, what if this is taken away? You know, on some level. But I don't know. Maybe this will make us stronger. Maybe we'll be like, we'll be so desperate to find each other, we'll just glom onto each other even harder. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the Lotus. Thank you for the finger hurt. Amazing. Hi in Brooklyn. Are you in Brooklyn? Thank you for subscribing on here, on YouTube. Me too. I too am in Brooklyn. I mean, I am Brenna. I am not in Brooklyn, as you are, but I'm in Brooklyn, you know? Spooky, why are you saying no? Why are you telling people not to go after their dreams? Because the U.S. makes up less than 15% of their user base. And to, like, stick it to America, obviously. If I was TikTok, I wouldn't fucking sell. I'd say, go fuck yourself. I was like, I would be like, seriously, like, good luck with your citizens after you take something. Yeah, it isn't that easy either. Like, the other thing is, like, no one can afford it, like, for what it's actually worth. Also, they have to get permission from China. And China has said they're not going to let them. Yeah, I mean, well, it's also like, people tend to like misunderstand that of like, oh, that, you know. But think of it this way. It's like, it's worth billions of dollars. That would be a multi-billion-dollar export, number one. But also, like, many countries, including the U.S., have laws that say you can't just like sell any sort of piece of software to foreign nations. Especially not if it's like insanely profitable. But ironically, also, even if they did find an American buyer who could somehow afford the several billions of dollars it's worth, and somehow China approved the export, it would very possibly, depending on, basically, if Trump made good on his promise to add a tariff to all imported Chinese goods, what was it, 25% tariff? He would be adding a 25% tariff onto the export/import of TikTok. So whatever billions of dollars it's worth, even if they found an American buyer under Trump, it could cost 25% more. But China still has to approve it, and China said that they won't. So am I the only one who doesn't really like chunky pasta sauce? I don't really like the big chunks of tomato in my pasta sauce. Like, give me just fucking sauce. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Bonnie. I agree in Brooklyn. I feel the same way. Empowered by the content, but also empowered by the community that I found. I found. I don't know. I'm going to keep posting anytime, all the apps that people say, whatever. I'm going to be there trying to post. But I don't know. TikTok has said that they will go dark on the 19th. It's going to be hard to rebuild, yeah. Exactly, pretentious. Hi, Mary. No, they said it just won't function. They will, TikTok itself will block content to users in America. You'll probably be able to, either you won't be able to open the app, or when you open it, there will be nothing will show up or whatever. Rizzo, stop. No. No, Riz. No. There you go. Sorry. I'm giving my dog one of the chunks of tomato. Good night in Brooklyn. Thank you for stopping by and for your comments. Appreciate it. I don't know what we should do tonight. Should we keep going live? What should we talk about? What's up, Riz? Come up. Girl. Oh, my goodness. Look at this whiny little girl. She's whining. She wants my dinner. All right. Good night, Bonnie. Yeah, doggo. Doggo is right. How's that, Riz? Riz, look, you got your fans. I will say, if she ever recognizes herself on the thing, she thinks that she doesn't recognize herself. She's like, oh, dog. She's staring at herself. She's like, who is that? Are they trying to get my... Oh, excuse you. Thank you for the finger hearts. Good girl, Riz. She's staring at herself on the big monitor. I think she's trying to figure out if she has to worry about, yeah. Riz, it's you. That's you, Riz. It's you. Oh, thank you, good girl. Oops. Say hi, Riz. This is Rizzo. This is Rizzo. Hi, Riz. Oh, thank you. Thank you. She's just looking at herself on the... I saw Spooky. I haven't looked into all the details. Rizzo from Greece. Yeah, she's a pink lady. I saw like a headline. Should we go see what's up with Neil? Vulture. That's the one I saw. Oh no, I don't have a subscription. I've reached my monthly article limit. The Rizzler. Damn. It was so disappointing. Oh my God. Multiple women have accused the Sandman and Coraline author Neil Gaiman of essay in a New York Magazine cover story, speaking on the record about their experiences. Let's open the New York Magazine one. Back in July, Tortoise Media broke the news that gay men had been accused of SA by 2 women and released a 6-part podcast master, which covered the allegations of 5 women. I heard about that. Hold on, I've got... Yes, we agree on that. Hold on. Riz, you got some tangles there. Will you let me trim those tangles? I guess I don't have any scissors, do I? How the fuck is that possible? I have so many scissors. Oh, here. All right, go girl. Let me see. Here. Girl, I just want to get this little tangle. Good girl. See? Thanks, Mark Twain. Don't want to bother trying to find me elsewhere? That's fine. No, but I think this Mark Twain, if I remember correctly. Okay. Back in July, Tortoise Media broke the news that gay men had been accused of SA by 2 women and released a 6-part podcast, quote, master, which covered the allegations of 5 women. However, several of the women had used only their first names or pseudonyms to protect their identities, and a major news organization had yet to corroborate the full extent of the reporting until now. In the New York Magazine piece titled "There Is No Safe Word," reporter Lila Shapiro spoke to 8 women who had similar experiences with gay men. You want to get down? All right. Oh boy. Four of which also participated in Tortoise's podcast. One of these women, Scarlett Pavlovich, was 22 when she first met Gaiman's ex-wife, Amanda Palmer, from what's her face? I got like dog hair somewhere. Oh, you did? Amanda Palmer is from that band. What is it called? Like Coin Operated Boy. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Anyway, apparently she's a real piece of work. Anyway. In New Zealand, they struck up a friendship before Palmer asked Pavlovich to help babysit her and Gaiman's 5-year-old child. Pavlovich said that the first time she met Gaiman, while waiting for the child to finish a playdate, he offered her a bath in a clawfoot tub in his garden. She alleges he then joined her in the tub, schmaked, asked for her to sit on his lap, and essayed her. Okay, I'm not going to include these details. The fuck? Neil Gaiman, man. It's bad, dude. Dress and dolls, thank you. Why you scooting, Riz? At another point, Gavin was staying with his son at a hotel in Auckland and asked Pavlovich to watch the child as he got a massage. She alleges he then proceeded to essay her while his son was in the room. He said that Gaiman has strenuously denied all allegations against him since the Tortoise podcast came out, asserting that all relations were consensual. In a statement in response to Pavlovich's allegation about the hotel room incident, his representatives called it false, not to mention deplorable. Gaiman's reps did not immediately respond to Variety's request for further comment on the New York Magazine piece. However, Pavlovich remained in contact with Gaiman after that point, even reassuring him at one point that their interactions had been consensual. This is where it gets rough. This is where it gets tough. She reassured him at one point that their interactions had been consensual. She reassured him that they had been consensual. That's fucking... That complicates things. Oh, really? Damn. What was it? Someone like online? Eventually, she agreed to sign an NDA and was paid, according to New York Mag, a total of $9,200 in 9 separate payments. In January 2023, she filed a police report accusing him of SA, but the matter has now been closed, a police spokesperson told NY Mag. Caroline, who opted to be identified just by her first name, also signed an NDA after her experience with Gaiman. She worked as a caretaker and sometimes babysitter on Gaiman's property in Woodstock, New York, and the two began a physical relationship after her husband left her in December 2017. According to New York Mag, Caroline once fell asleep reading stories to the child in Gaiman's bed. When he returned, he got into bed with his son in the middle, then reached across the child to grab Caroline's hand and put it on his... You know what? Oh, okay, the photos. Quote, he didn't have boundaries, Caroline told New York Mag. I remember thinking that there was something really wrong with him. In December 2021, Caroline claims Gaiman's business manager offered her $5,000 to sign an NDA and move off the property. She asked for a much higher sum, $300,000, to which Gaiman agreed. His representatives told New York Mag that Caroline initiated the encounters and denied that he engaged in any activity with her in the presence of his son. Another accuser is Kendra Stout. Okay, that doesn't... So in that, it doesn't seem there's any allegations of non-consent. Another accuser is Kendra Stout, who was 18 years old when she first met Gaiman at a book signing in Florida. The relationship turned physical around 3 years later. And in 2007, he alleges he R-worded her during a trip to the Cornish countryside after she repeatedly told him no due to having a bad UTI. There, okay. Catherine Kendall, she filed a police report in October, according to New York Mag. Catherine Kendall, who was 22 when she first met Gaiman in 2012, also spoke out, alleging that Gaiman attempted to assault her on his tour bus after she had told him she didn't want to have blank with him. New York Magazine reports that years later he gave her $60,000 for therapy to, as he put it in a recorded phone call, make up for the damage. As the New York Mag article states, since Tortoise Bombshell report in July, several of Gaiman's films and TV projects have been affected. Season 3 of Prime Video's Good Omens will now end with one 90-minute episode with Gaiman not part of the production. Disney paused production on its film adaptation of The Graveyard Book, and Netflix canceled Dead Boy Detectives, although it's unclear if it was related to the allegations. However, The Sandman Season 2 is still expected to release this year on Netflix. In addition to Prime Video's Anansi Boys series adaptation, Netflix and Prime Video did not immediately respond to Variety's request for comment on the status of these shows. Okay. Interesting. Damn. Okay, woman in France. Brad Pitt. Divorces millionaire husband, sent scammer thousands for cancer treatment. Oh, Lord. Lord. Oh no, scammer added he couldn't use his own money because of his ongoing divorce settlement with Angelina Jolie. And only learned she had been deceived after she saw photos of the real Pitt with his new girlfriend, Inez de Ramon. Yikes. God. $53, that's Gen X, right? That's not even boomer anymore. Shit. Dude. Shit. What? No, come on. Come on, Riz. Correct money. In fact, NDAs do not apply to crimes now. In theory. It's a relatively recent law. Passed in the last couple of years. Let me double check that it was actually passed. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, NDAs. No, they cannot prohibit someone from reporting a crime to the authorities. Attempt to cover up illegal activity or prevent whistleblowing are often unenforceable. Correct. What's your point? You know, federal law supersedes state law. You know that, right? Wasn't Hulk Hogan involved with something like that? Oh. Yeah. Pretty sure it's federal law. Let's look at it. I'm not saying like specific. I'm just saying like blanket. Yeah, NDAs can't. I don't know if it's specifically. I think in general it's illegal for. I mean, just any sort of. I don't think there's like maybe there might just not be a law that says like NDAs specifically don't cover up crime, but I think in most cases you can't. Like a contract is not enforceable. It is against public policy to prevent people from reporting crimes. Yeah, so it's against public policy. Basically, you can't prevent someone from reporting a crime. Point blank. You know. Done. I have zombie. Yeah, please find me on there. I was learning Mandarin earlier today. Ni hao, xiao hong shu. Ni hao, xiao hong shu. I know. It's great. I love it. We're fucking petty. I love how petty we are. I literally downloaded Duolingo to start learning Chinese, like on here while we're going. Also, let's see. 谢谢您的欢迎，欢迎。谢谢您的欢迎，欢迎。你好，小红书，谢谢您的欢迎。这很有趣。Yeah, right? Zombie, exactly. Or digital data. That would be a fun TikTok. I gotta do that. How could I set that up? Basically, like, like throwing the tea in the harbor, but it's our data. I imagine like one of the, like a wooden flute, like, and just have like, I need one of those fucking hats. You know, what is it, tri-point? No, those are the French ones though. Yeah. Tricorn, yeah. But did they weren't wearing tricorns. Revolutionary Soldier USA costume. I need one of those stupid fucking hats. DIY hat. Paper tricorn hat. Okay.
There is a template that you can print and cut out. You can use that to trace, to cut out. More. And Henry Knox was one of those people. So this is the story. Had little chance of beating the world's best soldiers.
Stupid. That's not a good tricorn hat. Colonial Crafts make a tricorn hat. Great. This looks more legit.
Here today. Now, to make your hat band, you're just going to put them together like so. Really, you could use glue or tape or a staple. Now, little folds, And there you have your curve. Take another end, staple it together. And your last end, staple that.
I need black paper.
So what you should have is a standing triangle. Yes, just like that. Very good. Now you're going to take your headband and place it into the center of your tricorn. And now we want to attach it. So we're just going to take our stapler.
Hi, T-Ball. Maybe we can make it out of, let's make it out of cardboard, shall we? It's going well. We're talking about making a silly little TikTok. Let me grab some cardboard. My God, this is perfect. This is actually like perfect. Do you wear it point first? Like point to the front? Okay. Let's do it. Fuck it, let's do it. All of New Mexico's money? How? What? Please. Oh. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I figured, like, part of me was like, when they kept going after him, you know, I had some friends who were like, it's ridiculous and stuff. It was ridiculous, but I was like, I mean, if they're going after him, I assume they have some sort of evidence where that, like, as a producer, he pushed for certain corners to be cut. But that never materialized. So did they wear them like this, or did they wear them like this? They wore them like this, right? I'm trying to look like a Revolutionary War person. Yeah, the armorer. Yeah. Well, I think the problem also was like based on, yeah, the armorer firstly, absolutely. But secondly, there was rumors that like above the line people, so like some producers and stuff were like on the lunch break taking the pew-pews and like playing with them. And that's when that started coming out, when those allegations started coming out, I was like, okay, well, like, was she like in any way, shape, or form like trying to prevent that, or like, you know what I mean, like was she overruled by people, by her bosses, because generally that's the producers and stuff. And that's when it was like, personally I was like, okay, well, if that was true, you know, yes, Baldwin was one of the producers. At what point, like how involved was he in those fucking choices? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. So how should we attach this? The points in the middle. Okay, cool. In the front. Do you know what that is? Hello. Well, tri-point hat. Not exactly a pirate hat, but sure, close enough. Revolutionary War hat. It's supposed to be American Revolution. So, okay, so this is how the video is going to go. You guys, I'm going to film it with you guys. I'm going to make it with you guys, maybe, if we get to that point. So, it's going to be something of like TikTok band, blah, 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 right? And then I'm going to have the piccolo or whatever. I'm going to find a version of that thing that's like, boo, 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 doo, 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 doo. And I'm going to grab this. I'm going to go, dun, and I'm going to grab a box, and I'm going to start tossing things in. And the things I'm going to toss in are going to be like passport, right? Bank stuff. This one has the, okay, it's the hole on the back. Okay. Toss in passport, social security thing. checkbook? Oh, really? Oh, shoot. That's crazy. That looks like a checkbook, right? It's like one of the, it is technically, or it's like a business wallet intro kit. It's like a fake checkbook. That looks like checkbook, right? We're making a silly little TikTok together. Social security number. Where do I have that? Like I have the card somewhere. Or maybe like that. I'll throw that in because that doesn't show any information. Do you like like little house keys or something? Photos? Or do you like photos? This is technically my sister, but whatever. Social security number. Oh boy. Um, I never really watched the X-Files. Hairbrush. Let's see. Do you? We're making a TikTok right now. We're working on one. Speak Spanish. Okay. So, the idea is be like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it actually while I'm live. And now I'm gonna like grab the stuff. This. No, you're thinking of. You will rule Spain one day? Do. Let me take. Huskies. Whatever. All that stuff. Tape it up. And then fucking drop it into the haba. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. Not tonight, but maybe tomorrow morning. Can't believe I don't know where my social security card is. Yeah, that's the point. That's what it's supposed to be. Oh, I could do my laptop as well. since the day. I can't believe. No, I'm just. Sorry. I'm not paying attention. I'm just realizing I think I don't know where whatchamacallit is. My Social Security card. I know, right? Seriously, though. Seriously. Damn. Now you made me, like, actually nervous. The problem is, I recently, of course, got a new desk. So I like, transferred everything. Like, I knew exactly where it was in my old desk. But apparently... Well, shit, now I'm gonna get deported. I'm gonna get motherfucking deported. Am I moving to Canada? No. I might get deported to Canada, though. The fuck? What happens when I... What if you... I'm not a nurse. News or social security card. Request a free replacement online. Oh, okay. It's crazy though. I have had the same one. I've managed to hold on to it through like a bunch of different moves and stuff. And I was able to find it like recently. It's really weird. I wonder if it maybe like fell out of my drawer and like, because I can't find my social security card. Ay, ay, ay. Let me see if it's like maybe fell behind my drawer or something. Should I just empty out my drawer? Ugh, found it. It's exactly where I thought it was, but it was like, it got tucked into like a fucking... Oh my God. Thank the Lord. You want to see my younger self? Like, how much younger? Oh, you mean like on my passports? Yeah. You mean those? Or what? What are you referring to? Yeah, and passports. Yeah. Let's see. Hi, Liquid Pine. That's not that young. Hi. No one ever thanks the Lord when they lose something. I mean, let's see. It's a little bit younger. What's up, God? I don't know, like, what numbers are... All right, here's one. Not that much younger. I think I'm a teenager there. When is that from? 2010? That's me in 2010. All right. But let's see if I have... I think I have some from when I was really young. Not that exciting. Oh, here we go. There you go. Blonde little girl. I can't bring it too close because it gets out of focus. There you go. Yeah. Mini me. Ugh. Call Sandy. I don't know what the fuck. Let me see if I can get. There you go. Whoops. Come on. It's so bright. There we go. There you go. How's that? It's a little bit at an angle, but it's very grumpy. I was. I was born with a full head of hair, which tracks with my hair now, I guess. All right. There you go. Happy? Yeah, no problem. At least we found my social security card. More, please? I don't have... Well, I have that photo of my dad. That's me and my dad in Morocco. I don't know if it's blurry. $327.91 Morocco. So I was like 6 months old. 6 months old Morocco. He's from Spain. He was born in Morocco, though. I mean, he's Spanish, born in Morocco. Yeah, I speak Spanish. I was born and raised there until I was 18. You too? Nice. Where? Tapas. Yeah. Oops. Transition. Sorry. Spain and Mexican. But you were born and raised in Spain, or you just happen to be Spanish or Hispanic? Ooh. Oh, nice. Spain is a good place to be born. Nice. Oh. The food's fucking baller, dude. Oh. It had more flavor than American food. More in the sense of like the ingredients. Here's the thing, like I feel like in the US you have to spice things a lot. You have to add a lot of spice because everything is fucking flavorless here. No offense, but in like whenever I go home, it's like even the simplest things, like a tomato in Spain just has like 100 times the flavor of a tomato in the US. You know what I mean? Same for everything. The eggs taste like eggs. The chicken tastes like chicken. The potatoes taste like potatoes. And so and the onions taste like onions. So it's just like really easy. When you make a simple dish there with like 3 or 4 ingredients, it has like just a lot more flavor inherently that if you make the same dish here in the US, it's like flavorless in my experience. So yeah, in the US, like I feel like you have to add a lot more to get like they add simple seasoning, dude. Cuz they don't need to. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like the ingredients there are just so much like packed with so much more flavor. Like it's the Mediterranean diet but like properly, right? You know what I mean? It's not like I mean, it's just, yeah, everything there, it has so much more flavor just off the bat. So you're not trying to like, the thing about like spices and stuff, and I love spicy food, okay? I love spicy food, but the problem is, I mean, it's not a problem. The reality is that like everything tastes like the spices, right? So then all you're doing like cook-wise, like when you're cooking other ingredients and stuff, a lot of what you're just doing is like texture stuff. Because if you're going to just drop in a bunch of spices, it's going to taste like the spices, and you're, you know, that's pretty much what you're getting. But in the Mediterranean, in the actual Mediterranean, a lot of just like simple recipes pack that flavor. You can taste the ingredients, and that's the point of it. Yeah, I love Indian food. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love Indian food. But like Indian food, a lot of times, like, you know, no matter what type of chicken or lamb you get, like the point is like the sauce. It's like the sauce, right? You're tasting the sauce, and you can basically you just swap out the sauce. You know what I mean? It's all just a vehicle for the sauce and for the spices and for whatever the ratio of those spices is makes that specific sauce. And that's like pretty much, you know, what it is. I don't mean that with disrespect. I love Indian food. I eat more Indian food than anything else, to be honest. But yeah, in Spain, it's like different. It's the ingredients themselves are like, they're really fucking good. Indian food is awesome. I agree. Yeah. It's quite multicultural. That too. Tapas, yeah. Cyst against you? What? Do a stream in Spanish? No one speaks Spanish. People come in here sometimes. I'll sometimes speak in Spanish, but no one speaks Spanish, so no, I don't stream in Spanish. Not no one, obviously, but no one who follows me, because all my content is in English. And then sometimes I will make fun of Hilaria Baldwin with her accent. You know? Hilaria. She speaks Spanish. My mom's American, and I went to an international school. Also, I live in the United States now. I've lived here since I was 18, so for a very long time, as you can imagine. Trying to see. There we go. There we go. I live in Baltimore, Massachusetts. Is that a place? Is there a Baltimore? You have? No. Well, I went to an international school growing up because my mom was American. So I grew up quite bilingual and like educated with, yeah, with like the American accent all around me. TikTok censored half your previous content about British being racist to Indians. Oh. I feel like, why is that not actually in focus? It is. It's in focus. Doom, 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 doom. All right. Am I checking on you? Always. Everyone's live right now. It's so funny. Shit, that reminds me, I gotta return those bullshit fucking things. I've been losing followers lately. I don't know what I did to piss off some people. Something's been going on. I've upset someone. Oh, thanks for the follow. LA Vato. La Vato. Hi. I know. You guys all find me on Red Note? Oh, where is that app? Now I can't find it. Oh, here we go. 57 followers. Oh, who cares? I mean, yeah, but it's not the thing I care most about. Stonks. God, you want to hop up? I don't know if you want to get... I told Philippe today, I was like, I'm trying to like get in every moment that I can with TikTok. I wasn't crying. But yeah, it is a fucking travesty. It's an absolute tragedy that that man won again. But I'm excited for you to get everything you voted for. Because you're going to fucking deserve it. And it's going to suck. And you don't get to complain anymore. Like, that's the amazing thing. We're going to fucking laugh while you and your family struggle. I mean, the left encompasses a lot of different people. Roberto. Okay, sounds good, God. Never thought the life would eat my face. No, never thought I never eat my face. I have read Note, yeah. I'm gonna go anywhere there are people. You should find me on there. I'm also on YouTube and stuff. And Blue Sky. Whatever. God, I'm gonna lose my whole platform, aren't I? Oh, that sucks. Fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, same across the board. I never thought that I would eat my face. I'm actually mutuals with the woman who wrote that song. We're friendly. She's super cool. Francesca Lee. She also works in the film industry. I feel like we're pals. Yeah. Yeah, I love her too. She's amazing.
What's up? What's shaking tonight? What's going on?
Oh, you missed out earlier. We were learning Mandarin on here together.
Oh, that's so much fun. I've been gonna learn Mandarin for years. It's it's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna. It's a complicated language, it turns out.
It is. But we did. Let's see. 你好，小红书，谢谢您的欢迎. That means hello, Little Red Book or Red Note, the app. Thank you for welcoming us. Yeah.
That was pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
From what I know or have heard.
It sounds
Mandarin
believable,
anyway.
right? Well, I recorded myself saying those things too, and then I sent them to my friend who's Chinese, and he told me what I was saying. Like, he confirmed that, and he was like, pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good.
I've spent a lot of years trying to learn how to speak Spanish, and I never did learn how, so I don't think I'm going to pick up Mandarin.
Yeah, Mandarin's difficult. It's all sorts of just different intonations and tone and stuff.
I did get that app though, the Red Note or Red Book,
yeah.
whatever they call it.
Yeah, Red Note.
But I hadn't been able to get my phone number to work because by the time they send me the code, the time has expired every time.
Yeah, it's happening to a lot of people. It's because they're like overloaded right now, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
They were overloaded.
Yeah. It's so
I should have
funny.
got it months ago when somebody else mentioned it to me.
Yeah. I got lucky because I got it yesterday, I think. I downloaded it yesterday or maybe, and I don't know, I set it up early this morning or late last night. I forget. And I think I just got it right on the cusp before everyone started like really flooding it. Because I had no problem.
Well, I had downloaded it like I did the whatever that other app was that I was supposed to get, Clapper or whatever it was, and I just never did finish up setting up an account.
Yeah.
Because that's what I do. I procrastinate until it's too late.
Yeah, me too. I feel you on that.
That's what happens.
I feel you on that.
So where's all the other peeps? Has anybody else stopped in tonight?
Straight Edge was in here very early on. I started very early. I mean, relatively. No, Red Note is a Chinese-owned app, Alicia, which is why everyone's flocking to it as sort of like an FU.
People
Nas
seem
was
so
in
friendly
here
over there.
for a while. They do seem so friendly, right? They seem so welcoming.
But
And
I
it's
thought the
like
same thing
75% female user base. Apparently.
whenever I first got TikTok. I thought everybody's so friendly.
Yeah. Yeah, about that. I mean, everyone on TikTok is friendly as long as you're only engaging in friendly content. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah,
I would've
enjoy,
been in-
Alicia.
Oh, hi, Alicia.
Just be aware it's taking, because everyone's like flocking to it, it's taking a little while for like the verification to happen for a lot of people's phone numbers and stuff. And also they're doing it quickly, but it's not happening overnight, like translating it into English. So it's a little bit difficult to navigate, but you got to kind of just use your intuition for some, figure
Yeah,
out.
when I downloaded that red note, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago or something, there was nothing in English on there. Now some of the stuff is, because I looked at it this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're getting there. They're so accommodating.
Yeah, they are. God, the one thing I hope though is like I hope they don't make any like crazy expensive changes, just for like if the ban doesn't go through, for people to just like abandon it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you taking other requests?
Yeah, we'll do it. Sup, Liquid Pine?
Howdy.
How's it going?
How y'all doing?
Ni hao, Liquid Pine. Good, we're
Ni hao.
good. Ni hao.
Konnichiwa.
That's Japanese.
That's the wrong one.
Wrong one. Ni hao. How's it going?
I think they just wanted to try out their little bit of Japanese and
Oh,
Mandarin.
that's it. All right.
Maybe.
I could also say hola.
Hola. There we go. Hola. Bonjour. Also.
Oh, snap. I thought of something after the fact. Earlier, I was trying to talk to people from, I don't remember where now, El Salvador, only speaking Spanish, and I needed to communicate with them and couldn't. It turned into a big ordeal. I should have got you on live to help out with that.
Damn. Yeah.
Because I don't speak the Spanish.
Don't speak the Spanish. Don't speak it. No,
No
speak
voy a
the
hablar
Spanish.
español. Yo no voy a hablar español, pero tienes bonitos ojos.
Muchísimas gracias. Oh. She said, I'm not going to speak in Spanish, but you have pretty eyes.
Mm.
These eyes? Wait, something was... Oh, I was gonna... You missed out... I gotta text Philippe. I gotta ask him if he wants to help me. Philippe, are you still in here? I'm gonna make a silly little TikTok. I was gonna maybe film it while live, but maybe not. Look, I made a little tricorn hat.
Nice hat.
Do I look
Thankfully.
like a revolutionary? Ni hao. Ni hao. Philippe, do you want to come over and help me film a silly little TikTok? I need someone to animate, to be some cardboard waves, ocean.
What do you mean cardboard waves?
Gonna be a silly little TikTok.
I can imagine it now. There's going to be waves made of cardboard painted blue on a stick.
Yeah. I guess I could also maybe put the stick on my knee.
But you gotta make sure you look like a wave, though.
No, I am the revolutionary soldier. Here, it's a joke about, it's so cold. Okay, so that's a no. basically, it's a Boston Tea Party joke about, wait, do you know what this song is called? I don't, actually, this is a different one than what I was singing before, but like, dude,
Did you bring some tea though?
no, that's fucking Yankee Doodle. What's the other one? What was I singing before? Like Piccolo, that like sounds like Revolutionary War, little something or other. It's like a patriotic song. Revolutionary War, Piccolo.
I know Mexico's.
You
Da
know,
da 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 da.
yeah. What was it? Man. Fucking hell. What's the song? What's the fucking song? I was singing it before.
I don't know. We need at least a hint of some of it, something.
I know, and I'm trying to think what it was because I was humming it before.
You can't wear that hat without knowing it.
I know. You're right. It was like some like American like patriotic song. It was not Pomp and Circumstance, which is. Oh yeah, bum bum ba da ba da ba da ba da dum. That. What was that? Ba ba ba.
Stars something Banyards?
Star Spangled Banner. Is that Star Spangled Banner? Bum bum ba da. Stars and Stripes Forever. Flute. Oh. This is not what I was singing, but this works as well.
Was it the Battle Hymn of the Republic?
Battle Hymn of the Republic.
I'm having a brain fart. You guys are making me laugh.
I don't think you would be humming Dixie.
I don't know if that's what it is. Now I lost it again. No, wait. Bum, 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 bum. No, that's Pomp and Circumstance. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Bum, bum, ba-da, ba-dum, ba-bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, 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 bum. Is that what we just heard? Okay. App ID songs from humming. Bum, ba-bum. Soundhound. Hum to search. Google app. Google app. Hum to. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum. Ba 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 ba. Four ruffles and flourishes. Hail to the chief.
Yep.
And I'm using Upwork to hire an LLM developer. Upwork provided a ton of
That's the one. Okay. So the TikTok, very silly little TikTok we're gonna make, Philippe, is gonna be somehow it's gonna be like I gotta show something about like TikTok ban. Still thinking of that. Am I gonna be someone like TikTok is officially banned? Right? And then it's gonna say like American TikTokers, and it's gonna start playing this. Box. And then I'm gonna start throwing in my like passport, IDs, bank stuff, photos, bank more checks. It's gonna be like house keys, even, and like hair, ID hair, and then on it I'm
Wait,
gonna
where's
write.
all that going
I'm
to?
gonna write
America?
data. Or maybe it'll say T and I'll cross out T and it'll say data. And then there's gonna be little cardboard waves that I think Philippe will help me with. And then I'm gonna drop these into the Boston Harbor, which is actually, but the waves are gonna say like, they're gonna have little either Chinese flags or just gonna say China on it. It's gonna be a Boston Tea Party joke.
A Boston Tea Party joke, but about the TikTok
but
thing.
about our data.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if that makes sense, but I saw someone else do something like simpler that was just like mailing stuff to China. But I want to make like a Boston Tea Party joke.
Are you gonna make one of those TikToks saying goodbye to your Chinese spy friend?
Yeah. Well, there's been so
Those-
many of those. I gotta
know,
do
but
it in like an.
They
like
make me laugh. They're funny.
They are fun. They're so
I
funny.
love those.
They're so
Yo,
funny.
like you should just send people a fold-out hat. You know that hat that you had? Just send it to them.
Send it to China.
Yeah.
My
To
track one?
everybody.
To everybody. Oh God.
Yeah.
I just made it out of a fucking box. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually pretty easy to make a tricorn hat at home.
I'm gonna send them all of my recipes.
Send them all your recipes. That's a good one. Recipes. I'll add that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus
Send them all of my
recipes.
recipes.
Recipe.
Recipe sharing is a big thing on this
Book.
app.
Yeah.
Food stuff and recipe sharing.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. So I need to make a little water out of the
My
cardboard.
dude,
Yeah.
resumes and recipes sounds like an amazing idea.
Resumes and recipes. An amazing idea for what?
To get somewhere.
To get somewhere. I'm gonna miss Dead Greg's. Oh yeah, Dead Greg's recipes. Those are amazing. Have you guys seen that? Have you seen that, God? Dead Greg's recipes.
Yes, I have. Good stuff. Gonna miss all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see
And
this.
that other woman, that's everybody's so creative. I don't remember her
What was
name.
that sounds familiar too.
Where she's
Everybody's like,
reacting to other people's cooking. Everybody's look how creative.
yeah, fuck. Oh, is she
When
the
they're
British
making,
one where she's like that? She's yeah, where she's like shit talking the recipes, basically.
I don't remember if she's British. I hadn't seen any of her
Is she
videos in a
British?
while.
Yeah, I haven't either.
But she just reacts to other people's like really bad cooking whenever they're
Yes,
putting
yeah,
weird things, and like, ugh,
yeah. We're talking about that.
look how creative we are.
Look how creative we are. There's one I like saw today. I think I'd seen it before, but it's like really old. And the reason I saw it is because she posted, she's like, all right, one last one before, we go dark. She's like, oh, you crazy. You crazy girl. Have you seen this one?
I have not.
Okay. So I was like, why? This sounds so familiar. Like I've heard this before because I've said, oh, you crazy. But I also feel like that comes from something else originally. This is my theory. Because I'm like, I feel like we used to say that back in the early aughts. But
Yeah, that used to be a thing that everybody said. I don't know where
yeah.
it came
Oh,
from.
you crazy. So on
crazy.
TikTok, at least, it was this woman had like a burrito. She's like, I don't know if this is gonna be good. She's like, okay, I'm gonna dip the burrito in the nacho cheese. I don't know if it's gonna be any good. Burrito into nacho cheese. And it was a stitch, and this woman was like laying in bed, and she just goes like, "Oh, you crazy girl! You're so crazy."
Estás
And it's like that.
loca, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's like, yeah. Oh, you crazy girl. Oh, you so crazy. From
Lawrence.
You So Crazy is originally from Martin Lawrence. From Martin Lawrence.
She's either crazy or loca.
Crazy or loca? Both. Both.
Oh, there's Pizza Steve now. Shh, shh. There he is. He just came in.
Shh, shh.
Hey, hey, Straight Edge. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, I get what we're doing. Shh, shh, shh,
Shh. There he is. There he is.
shh.
We thought you would be in bed by now.
Yeah.
Mr. Early Bird. Always early bird.
Dun, 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 dun.
You have a question. Should I change my name? Because everybody thinks that I'm a boy.
I mean, only if you want to. The app isn't going to be around much longer, girl.
I'm not a guy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to. If you want it to be.
Mm.
Oh, Straight Edge is ornery.
It says liquid pine, and how is that not more liquid as liquid needs to be? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I thought it's a pretty good username.
Yeah, I think so too. I like
Except for the first thing that come to mind whenever I saw your name was the pine saw furniture cleaner.
it.
Oh God, you're not the first person that
What
mentioned
is
that.
actually going on? You missed out, Straight Edge. We were learning Chinese earlier. Mandarin.
Yeah, we need to clean.
Ni hao.
With this
Xiao Hong
liquid
Shu.
pine saw.
You were on a date. Ooh. How'd it go? Do you want to hop up, Straight Edge? By the way, Philippe, Straight Edge is coming to New York City in February. Are y'all going to hang out? We all going to hang out? You going to introduce me to your buddy, Philippe? How was the date? Dead? Oh, wait, you requested. Sorry. Hello.
Yeah.
Wait,
No, it
first
was
things
good.
first. Are you going to find us on Red Note? Xiao Hong Shu.
What is that? What is Red Note?
It's the new Chinese app everyone's flocking to as a fuck you to the American government.
Yeah, sure. Just send me the deets.
Okay. It's called Red Note. Just look up Red Note.
Okay, I'll look it up when I'm not tired.
Okay.
Y'all think really TikTok's gonna go to shoes?
I think it might.
Basically.
I think it might.
Yeah. You guys think that?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think there's a good chance.
Yes, Philippe, we are going to get some good food. This is mandatory.
He's staying in Midtown, Philippe. He was asking me if Newark is an okay place to fly into instead of JFK. And
I think I
said it's
told my
fine
assistant
if
to
he's
switch it back to JFK. Just figure out a way.
Oh, really?
Because I'm just not comfortable flying. You know how it is when you get older. I'm just not comfortable flying into airports I'm not familiar with.
Newark is easy.
I also don't want to have to pay the Uber from Newark.
But it might be
Midtown.
cheap. But it might be cheaper from Newark than from JFK.
Okay, I'll
That's
double
why.
check.
That's why I was saying look up like the actual travel costs and stuff because it might actually be cheaper from.
This is what I get for having an assistant, Karma. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll
Look
figure it
up
out.
because the drive. I think it's not that different in terms of price and travel time. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the thing is with Newark, that's why I was saying like if you're in like Midtown or whatever. Like when I've never lived in Midtown, but when I lived in like Lower Manhattan and stuff, I just flew out of whatever was cheaper, and often that was like Newark was easier and was cheaper, and because it was like the same.
How far
from-
away is Midtown from Spanish Harlem?
It's not that far.
Okay, word. Because I got another homie that I might want to hang out with, but they live in Spanish Harlem.
It's not that far. Because yeah, just north of it.
Okay. No, the date went well. It went well. She's Vietnamese,
Nice.
and she's very sweet, and she's 36,
Nice.
and so age appropriate. Love
Age
that.
appropriate. We do love that. Yes. Yeah.
I can't date anybody under 30.
Well, I was gonna say I think age
No
appropriate. No, I was gonna say like age appropriate is less of a celebration thing, but age inappropriate is like you know what I mean. Like I feel like age appropriate is less of a thing you need a pat on the back for, and it's more just age
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to get a
inappropriate
pat on
that
the
deserves
back.
some shit. You know.
I was
When
trying to
they
get pat on the
turn
back. I'm just
18,
trying to be
high
funny.
five.
But she's very cool. She's very nice. She does work for the devil, so there's that.
Which one?
But I think it's Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So
How
she's
many devils are there?
she's many.
There's a few of them.
Yeah, she's actually the person who rejects claims. So I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Well, wait, hold on. Does she love what
She
she
hates
does?
it.
Oh, okay.
She hates it.
Okay. All right. See, well, okay. Everyone
She
needs to
literally
fucking
put food
on
says
the
she
table.
hates it and she wishes she could figure out something else.
Okay, well, there you go. Then that's fine. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I
know.
mean? If she loved it and was like,
Red
I have
flag.
no plans to move, I'd be a little bit careful.
Red flag on that there.
Yeah. But
she's
everyone
very
needs
cute.
to like work, you know?
Yeah, very cute, very very chill, very fun.
Oh,
A little
Alicia
awkward,
says,
but I mean,
I
I
have
am
it.
too, so it's all good.
I have that insurance and it's really good. Yeah, don't hold that against anyone. We're all awkward here.
Yeah, I don't. Trust me, I don't. I look at it as a plus.
Yeah.
Super sweet. I'm getting married next week.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Wow.
On the I'm staring at my calendar.
Where's God at?
21st
On the 21st. Wow,
What
nice.
y'all talking
in
about?
Vegas. Let's meet up.
In Vegas. Wow. Nice.
I just wanted to hear your voice, God.
Oh, well, I was going to ask you one thing. Simmer down. Whenever you go to New York, are you going to like really Texan it up with the shiniest
See,
alligator skin?
here's the
boots?
thing. Here's the thing.
The
And
hat.
as I start,
Yeah, bud.
as I start talking and my accent starts coming out. Here's the thing. When I go there, if they got a problem with my boots, they can catch me on the outside block. I ain't worried about it.
No one has a problem with your boots, dude. It's
You
fucking New York
gotta have
City.
the ostrich skins with the silver,
Man,
the
I work
sterling
for a
silver
living.
tips.
I don't do ostrich skin. I work for a living.
I mean, also though, there might be snow on the ground, so just you got to be careful with. You need snow friendly footwear.
Yeah, I'm going to wear my Dan Posts.
Your damn posts? What?
Yeah.
What's that?
See,
God, please
my
translate.
wife's never been.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Connecticut.
honestly.
They're the cheapos but goodos. They're the working boots.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't know about all that. I only wear Red Wings mostly.
But do they have
Red Wings are
treads
cool.
and stuff on them?
No,
Okay, babe.
they're cowboy boots. They're for cowboys.
Well, that's why I'm asking. You're gonna, dude. Like you might actually crack your skull open if you have shoes without any treads on, and it's like if it's still below freezing, which February usually is.
Well,
like
here's what you don't know. Here's
It's
what you
like a
don't
slip
know.
and slide.
Are you ready for this? I still have from my trip to Norway tire gripper spray, and I'm just gonna spray them suckers on the bottom of my shoes and just keep on trucking.
Hey, wear your Spanish spurs, the ones without the spinner, that way at least you'll have brakes.
I should wear I have a pair of Spanish Spurs. I should wear a pair of Spanish Spurs.
Yeah, that way at least you can walk on your heels and have some traction.
Seriously, dude, no one's gonna give a shit if you wear boots unless you're fucking slipping and sliding around like a crazy person. Like I was gonna say like a moron, but then people will laugh at you for wearing inappropriate footwear.
Y'all don't salt the sidewalks?
We do, but you
That's
can
right,
still,
Brenda.
dude. You still fucking eat shit really easily, dude. Really easy. Because not
Definitely, Brenda.
every part of the. Because also the problem with the salting is, firstly, not every part of the sidewalk. It's like entirely responsible for the like business in that thing. But there's like chunks of the sidewalks, especially in Midtown, where it's like a lot or something, or it's like a chunk of it. Like the business owners aren't actually whatever. There's like chunks of the sidewalk that don't get salted, that don't get shoveled. So my block, for example, same thing. Half my block never gets fucking shoveled, like at all, because the actual business owners, it's like either like a parking lot or it's like it's like a long kind of blank wall, and so whatever. That's number one. Number two, if it's really, really cold, even when they salt it, all that means is that the snow melts and then it refreezes. So you end up with ice on the sidewalk. You got to be really fucking careful. And I'll show you the boots I wear around when it's like snowy out and stuff.
Show me. I'm not gonna like this, am I?
100%, it's true.
No, you're not gonna like this.
Yep.
You could just get some of them spike things that you slip on to your
Man.
I wear winter hiking boots.
Hold your breath.
I wear winter hiking boots specifically because you need it just for the grip.
I'm gonna go buy me some more Red Wings.
Yeah.
Get you some Irish setter boots. They got good grips.
Yeah, man,
From
I've
Red
always
Wing
been
store.
a fashion over function type of guy. So
No one. That's the thing.
Oh,
It's
well,
like
I've always been
no
function
one.
over fashion.
Yeah. No one in New
Yeah, I
York
grew
City
up in
gives a shit if
Hollywood,
you wear cowboy boots like as a fashion statement. No one cares. But if you're wearing non-functional footwear, people will like think you're a fucking moron. And
is that like somebody
So
wearing sandals on the
Hollywood
ranch?
Yeah, so Hollywood went to shit.
What is
Hollywood-
going on?
Hollywood burned down.
There's a trick I used, Steve, or Straight Edge Stove.
Call me Steve. It's
One time in Colorado when I had to work
Yeah,
there,
exactly, Mike.
is I didn't have like winter boots, so I just took some short screws out of a cassette player back in the day and screwed them into the bottom.
I've
But
done
you
that.
will mess up some floors.
I've done that.
Careful with that.
But it works.
Yeah.
I did that when I had to deal with those stupid horses in Amarillo.
I don't like horses.
There's something about the Panhandle. Everything that grows there, breeds there, or is born there, something wrong with them.
Yeah.
The Panhandle.
Must be.
Panhandle.
It's rough country.
It is rough country. It's where Texas Tech is.
Texas Tech. Texas Tech.
Yep.
Who's laughing at me?
That's my daughter and niece in the other room.
Nice.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not laughing at you. They're just teenagers.
They're just teenagers.
If you're going to sit here and make fun of our daggum accents the whole time, I'll tell you what, we're going to get dead on your ass.
I'm not making fun of your accents. I think they're lovely. That's why I'm repeating the words. I think they're
I'm
lovely.
hamming it up a little bit.
I know you are.
Rootin' and
Rootin'
tootin' is
and
dirty. You
tootin'.
think give it its all?
Philippe literally has a shirt that says like rootin' tootin' something. Is that what else does it say?
I used to have-
Rootin' tootin' something.
I used to have a poster that said, this is a upper class or a classy place, no rootin' and no tootin'.
You guys get along. Philippe, I can now that I've said that, I feel like Philippe is gonna show up wearing his rootin' tootin' t-shirt when he sees you, dude.
Philippe's awesome.
Philippe is awesome. Yes. He's looking fit these days.
Here we go.
Philippe, you should show off your bod.
I don't know if
I
that's
have
necessary, but
I have a
Steve.
sticker.
Steve, take him a
Baby.
10-gallon hat and
Yeah,
mark
that's
down
what
the
it is.
5 so that
It's just it just says
There it is. There it
it
is.
just says rootin' tootin' and it has a cat with cowboy boots on it.
I'm going to bring my
Oh, it's
my old
cute.
Glory hat, or Glory Road hat, my Glory Road.
Glory Road.
Yeah.
I have a sticker that it's Baby Smiles that says, "Who has McDonald's?" For some reason.
Just says who has McDonald's?
Get it?
Yeah, it's
Biggie.
Baby Smiles. Who has McDonald's? It's quite interesting.
Everything's
My
interesting
name
these
is
days.
David. Give me strength for vibes that aren't rootin' or tootin'. And it's a frog. Give me
That's a good one.
strength for vibes that aren't rootin' or tootin'. I can't even begin to understand that.
There's another one that's kind of like that poster I had that said, this is a classy joint. There will be no he and no han.
Oh God.
This is slowly deteriorating. So I'm seeing, and I don't want to get into the weeds on this because I've seen so many TikToks about this in the last week that I'm about sick of it. But just for clarification, on the 19th, I've heard 2 separate different things of what's going to happen to the TikTok app. One is that it just will continue as it is. You just can't download it and will not update and it will not function. The second, or not do anything. The second one is it will go actually dark and like basically effectively turn off.
So what we know basically before, if it was just the U.S. government enforcing the law, it would be the former. But TikTok has itself come out and said, fine, if we're banned on the 19th, we're going dark on the 19th.
Got it.
So it is now going to be going dark specifically because they will be making it go dark in the United States.
And
I
where
think
will you be
somebody
doing
needs to
your-
buy it.
Where
And Jeff Bezos, since I work for Amazon, should jump into it.
it's not for sale. It's not for sale.
They've already said they're not going to divest.
Yeah, they said it's not for sale. China says that they won't allow a sale. It's not for sale. Yeah. And then
Where are
I
you
also,
going to be
I
doing
think,
your lives?
where am I going to be doing my, I'm on Twitch and I'm on YouTube, but I'm going to give it a couple of, tries, but no one really watches me on either of those anyway. So we'll,
I think, unfortunately, Instagram will be the fix for a while.
God,
know-
Instagram lives
I
fucking
know you hate it.
suck.
I know you hate it. I know.
Pobrecita, te voy a mandar by email. That way you can find me.
Very
Okay.
good.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm going to follow wherever anyone else goes. You know what I mean? I have accounts on all of the apps, but Yeah, I don't know. It just Instagram Live fucking sucks. Also, fuck Zuck. You know what I mean?
I mean, word.
I'd rather just go live on YouTube and Twitch and
Fuckity fucky
figure it out
fuckity
there.
fuck. We're all done, anyways.
YouTube will be good. I think.
Honestly.
I think YouTube.
Whoops. Category gaming.
Oh God, are you still there? I need help. Yes.
Yes.
YouTube, I think, will be very, very good as well.
I was hoping maybe you would do a YouTube like call-in show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I gotta
that'd be
figure out. I gotta
great.
a call-in show. Like how?
Like
Let's
the
figure
frog
that
guy.
out. Let's figure out. What do you mean, like the frog guy? What does that mean?
There's a guy that dresses up like a frog and he takes call-ins.
Okay.
Or any of those other. There's a lot of shows that do that. Like
There is a lot of shows. It's basically effectively a radio show just on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so let's see how we do that. How to have voice get? There's like an app for it. Guests
Yeah, you get a program for it.
live stream.
And then when you want to do the show, you just call me and I'll screen them and then I'll let them up. Because I'll obviously be your producer. I mean, this is obvious.
Okay, you're gonna be my producer. Great.
All right.
Video Ninja. How to
Philippe,
add
that's a
guests.
great idea. Philippe, that's a great idea.
Named Colin. Only talk to people named Colin.
Yep.
Put
A
it on the
Colin
board.
show. Colin.
Let's put it on the board.
Allow. Oh wait. How to have voice guests on live stream. How to add guests to OBS. So okay, I can do it through OBS apparently.
Yeah, OBS is kind of like the greatest thing ever invented when it comes to media stuff.
I use OBS.
Yeah.
But
There's a big lag when you do it that way.
is there?
Yeah. I forget the name.
Well, there should be a no. I think you're talking about a delay. There needs to be a delay.
Yeah, big delay. Well, not if it's too bad because then it turns into a pain. I
Because
forget the name of the
radio and TV has a delay in case somebody cusses.
yeah.
Live
but on
streaming
YouTube,
with
it's,
guests is a great
on
way
YouTube,
to
it's
add
okay if
some
they
variety
cuss.
to your life.
Yeah. But I said live streaming is hard. Okay. Tell my YouTube friends.
And if
Okay,
the
add guests.
lag behind or the delay is like
If it's
4 or
really
5
bad.
seconds, you wind up with people talking over each other too much accidentally.
Oh no, that's not a delay. No, a delay means it. So the system processes everything on time. It just is delayed sending out for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's all synced. It's just delayed sending out. So you can
I
catch stuff.
I had to ask a couple of people which ones they used on YouTube, but I can't remember the names of them. But I'll inquire again and let you know.
Yeah, please do. All right. Good night. Let us.
I wish I could remember the names
Thank
of
you,
them.
Echo.
I can't.
I'm gonna be right behind you. I'm tired as a peanut.
You must wake up super early in the morning to always be tired this
You know what's
early at night.
no? Do you know what? Here's what sucks is I have
You have
acute
sleep
chronic
apnea.
insomnia,
Oh.
and so I.
Good
What's
night,
going-
sweethearts.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I have chronic acute insomnia, and so I'll go to bed at like 11:30, 12, and then I won't actually get to sleep till like 3.
I do that also.
I have to start my process.
So I just stopped going to bed that early because I'm not going to go to sleep till like 3 or 4 in the morning anyway, if I go to sleep at all.
Yeah, and then I got to be up by 9 because responsible.
Yep. It's no fun.
But that's thankfully I run my own company, so I don't have to. That's why I intentionally set our opening hours at 10, so I didn't have to.
Yeah, it's a lot easier whenever you work for your own self. That's the reason why I pretty much do my own thing too. So I get to pick my own hours. But the cows will throw a fit if they're not fed by like 6 or 6:30. They'll be trying to get on the front porch. So
I forgot you own a dairy farm, don't you?
no, we just have cows about that I got to take care of,
Uh,
and chickens.
oh man, what part of Texas are you in again?
Just outside of Livingston.
Okay. Do you know on 71 coming from like LaGrange into Austin, there's that gas station called Aruska's, and it's one of those like kolache places, kind of like in West, but they have chickens all over the gas station. It's in the middle of nowhere country, and they have chickens everywhere, and they are attack chickens. And so if you go there at the wrong time, you're going to get attacked by chickens.
That's a pretty cool feature. I have not been there.
Yeah, it's a great feature, and it's the only gas station that's like worth a damn in like 50 miles either direction. So it's a thing.
Well, attack chickens would work for people who are afraid of chickens, and a lot of people are.
I mean, I'm not really afraid of them, but when you see a big old rooster coming for your neck, it's time to move. I don't care what I don't care if you're scared of it or not. It's time to move around. And I guarantee you, their sales are through the roof because nobody wants to leave.
Nobody wants to leave. You gotta stay in shop.
Nobody wants to go outside because the chickens are out there.
That's a good business ideal, I guess.
Man, I remember the first time I went there, I stopped and I was like, what is going on with these chickens? And then one of this old, you know the type, the old lady with the Virginia Slims, you know the type.
Yeah.
And she was out there and she goes, oh no, they're friendly.
They friendly.
I was like, man, I don't think so. I don't think they're friendly. I think they think you're one of the chickens. And they just don't bother you.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell. There's some guys that was coming through our piece of land here to clear the high line, and I was trying to explain to them that our cows are not trustworthy. I mean, they don't attack me, but you know. And I thought they understood, and I went away, and then I heard somebody hollering, and he's all like, ah!
Cow coming after him.
Yeah, the cow had him cornered. He was trying to climb a tree.
I think the funniest thing I ever saw was we were doing a deal with one of the, I can't remember which ranch it was, one of the bigger ranches out towards Tyler. And this was a long time ago. But there was a kid there that had never really messed with livestock. And we told him, hey, any bull that you see with blunted horns, don't go near them because they're bull riding bulls. Don't screw with them because they're not used, like they don't like people. So don't go near it. And this son of a bitch, I walk off for 15 minutes and this idiot walks over to not just any bull, Nicodemus.
Yeah, that's always a good idea.
Yeah, one of the most prize-winning, meanest-ass bulls that ever did go to the PBR. And he walks over to this bull, and this bull kicks that fence so hard it breaks his nose. It's like, I told you don't go near those bulls. He's like, well, he was in the fence. I thought, man, don't go near the bulls.
Yeah, if they got the horns cut off, it's usually for a good reason.
It means that they are going to hurt you, friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that was that same weekend that my homegirl was working on that ranch, and she was a barrel racer. And I rode horses, but I didn't ride horses. I was more of like a hand. But I could ride trail horses and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to break anything. I did do bull riding, but I something about horses was weird. Anyway, so she puts me on this horse, and I don't realize that it's a barrel racing horse, and she thinks she's being funny. And she puts me on this horse, and she slaps it, and I swear to God, I thought that I was going to die immediately. Because it ran a barrel race course with me on it.
Yeah, and you were probably too large and heavy for that.
Yeah, I literally... And then it probably didn't take too kindly to me pulling on its mane because I couldn't get the reins, and I just started grabbing stuff.
Yeah, that's a whole different sport there.
That's a really dangerous sport. People don't realize how dangerous that sport is. That is a dangerous sport. And then she's all, then this other dude's like, yeah, I do cutting. I'm like, all right, cutting's not dangerous. I don't care. So
It's not that bad.
you're just trying to look pretty.
Yeah.
Brenna, are you enjoying Texas talk?
Yeah. That's good.
I've played with horses enough. I don't like them anymore. I'm done. I
I
got no
like
use for
them. I like them, but people don't. Horses are just as temperamental as humans.
Or worse.
You got to pick the right dude. But if you get a horse that really likes you, they'll like you forever.
Yeah. Well, I did break them for some years, so I had enough. I'm done.
Yeah, I never broke them. It's so funny, man. I always felt safer on a bull than I did a horse.
Well, you only got to stay on the bull for a few
8
minutes.
seconds.
That's all.
You won't stay on it for 8 seconds, but you're gonna try.
That's the plan.
Yeah. I didn't think I went as high on a bull as I did a horse.
Yeah, they're quite a bit shorter.
And I feel like whenever they stop, whenever you're done, when you get thrown, like, I don't know. No, because bulls will charge you. But I feel like the clowns take it so much more seriously with bulls that they're really good at like rushing you off.
Yeah, if they're doing a good job.
Yeah. Well, I did. Thankfully, I didn't
don't.
think anybody it was bad.
It's all a matter of luck. I never did care for the rodeo and stuff at all.
I thought I was cool.
I didn't never think it was cool.
Hey, Brenna. That crackety crack's back.
Yeah, I was burning some brush again.
That's God.
Campfire.
That crackly crack.
That's God.
Oh.
He's got a campfire going.
Oh, you got a campfire going.
Yeah.
Don't you know half of America's burning? Not really. Just California.
Not here.
Yeah, it's nice and warm. It's like 50 degrees.
I don't call 50 degrees nice and warm.
I'm trying to be relative here, God. I know it's not warm. I'm trying to be relative.
I don't like the cold weather.
I don't either. I live in Texas for a reason.
Yeah.
Weren't you born and raised in Texas?
Yes.
Maybe that's the reason.
Listen, brother. I don't need your logic.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, but you're a Houstonian, right? If I remember right.
No, I'm from Dallas. I just happen to be living in
Dallas.
Houston.
Okay.
From Dallas.
I lived in McKinney for a while.
Oh, you got a taste of it then.
Yeah, I didn't like it much.
Most people don't unless you've run from there. We're known for being a bit stuck up, a bit pretentious.
It was the traffic, I think, that got me the most. That bothered me the most.
Oh, Dallas traffic ain't even that bad.
Well, I was coming right out of the sticks into Dallas. I wasn't accustomed to it yet.
Straight down 75.
So I come from literally living in the woods to living in Dallas just like that.
Yeah, that would be an adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love living in Dallas. I love it. Houston's cool too. Houston's all right. It's just it's a different vibe in Dallas.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, it's a different vibe. It's much more laid back. Like in Dallas, you dress up to go to Target. Like you are always dressed up. In Houston, you don't do that.
Maybe that's why people was always looking at me funny. I don't dress up.
The oh shit. Special counsel report that was blocked was sent to Congress in the Times. The Justice Department delivered the 137-page volume representing half of Mr. Smith's overall final report to Congress just after midnight Tuesday morning, and the Times got a copy. Special counsel report says Trump would have been convicted in election case. Quote, but for Mr. Trump's election and imminent return to the presidency, the office assessed that the admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial.
Supreme Court said that?
No, it's a special counsel report.
Oh, special counsel report.
Jack Smith. Damn, the final report released early Tuesday morning. Damn.
I don't think any of us had any doubt that he was, guilty of pretty much all that stuff, if not all of it. But I really don't think he would have been in any trouble even if he hadn't won re-election.
Damn.
It's not how it works.
At least one Trump ally, the former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, has come forward to complain that he too might be implicated in the report as an unindicted co-conspirator in the election interference case. Jesus.
Are you going to go to that, I forget what it's called, that, I don't know, circus thing in Katy? Steve?
No, I am not.
Half of it is out.
Lucky you.
And that's the half that the other half was blocked by the judge, Eileen Cannon, from even being sent to Congress. So that's the good half. The good half that was just leaked and sent to Congress says they had enough evidence to convict him. What do you think the bad half says?
They have enough to sentence him. Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
You have insomnia. You want me to make you fall asleep. You should.
Actually, yeah, I should probably start winding them down.
That's right.
But I'll be in touch.
All right.
All right, bye, y'all. Bye, God.
Bye. Bye. Good night.
Thanks for stopping by.
Always, always, always.
Are you? Why are you tagging yourself, dude? Like,
Nobody else to talk to.
Tagging yourself. Special counsel report says Trump would have been convicted in election case. Damn. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Kantai no yoru. I'm sleepy.
I am not sleepy yet.
You grabbed a coffee before hopping up here, didn't you?
I did.
I feel like I should make a TikTok about this. About the, whatchamacallit.
You might as well. Are you saving all your videos and stuff just in case they pull the plug on these servers?
Wait, what?
Just in case they pull the plug on the servers, are you saving all your videos and stuff so that you can put them elsewhere?
Yeah.
Or are they already elsewhere?
Well, they're mostly, some of them are elsewhere. I have to download all of them. I'm sort of leaving it till the last minute. I know I gotta not do that. I'll just fucking do it now. I've been leaving it till the last minute because I'm like, well, I'm gonna keep uploading until, I gotta bring it down. But I guess I can also just download now and.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you could just go to your settings and do all your TikTok data.
Yeah, that's what
or
I'm
you
gonna
can just
do.
do video to video.
No, I've got too many videos, I think, uploaded to do it. Like.
Because we don't know. We don't know what they're gonna do yet.
Yeah.
I've been talking to people and messaging people and calling people and nobody knows.
Manage account.
Or if they don't know, they won't say.
What do you mean they won't say?
If they won't say whether they're gonna pull the plugs on the servers or not. Nobody won't tell me.
Oh.
couple of people I talked to was like, well,
I don't think
I'm not really
they
supposed to
know.
talk about this stuff. I'm like, well, just a little bit. To
Well,
me,
I mean,
I'll keep a
TikTok has
secret.
said that they're gonna go dark on the 19th. Like they have said
Yeah.
it. So I don't doubt it. Summary: how to download? Where do I download my data? Forget. Content preferences. No. TikTok download data on browser. Setting account. Okay, account. Settings. Manage account. Oh, no, it's not in there though. Oh, data. Download your data.
I believe it's just below where you go to reset your feed. Or to terminate your account. It's right above that.
Yeah. You gonna go to bed? Bye. Bye, Philippe. Oh yeah, it's almost 1 a.m.
Good night, Philippe. Yeah, because I was thinking about that. You have a lot of videos. I'm sure you wouldn't want to lose all that. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
To
I
just
mean,
be
most of them
gone.
are downloaded onto my phone like automatically anyway. But yeah, but it's such a pain to go digging for them. No,
Yeah.
Serge. People said that no. That the problem is like people who don't understand how basic things work were like spreading that, and it drives me crazy. Like actual news creators were like, Monday we're finding out. That was such a fucking lie.
Yeah,
It
they're
should
just
be
trying to keep people holding on.
yeah. Which actually, I mean, I
Tuning
think they
in.
believed it because I think they just don't understand how things work, and I think that what's fucking frustrating is like they could have figured it out with an easy Google too. And it's I'm sorry, I'm like annoyed because there's like a creator in particular that I've like corrected them several times on like incorrect information that they were spreading as news, and like, and it's all about yeah, and it's driving me crazy. It's like you present yourself as someone who's like a news creator and you can't even fucking Google
Yeah, they
basic
didn't even
things.
check.
Yeah. They were not making it. No, they just reconvened today because it's Monday. Friday after the session, they were like, all right, we'll reconvene Monday. It had nothing to do with the case. It was just like, yeah, they were done for the day.
Yeah, they'll they'll say whenever they're ready to say, and not a moment before.
Damn. 14th.
Hey, Vinny, what's up?
All right, I feel like I should make a TikTok about the special counsel report. Should I just stay live while I do it?
Then everybody will get you secrets on how you make such fine videos.
I know I can do it. If I film it without cutting the live, will you host things for a little bit, God?
Yeah, I can hang out.
I'm gonna mute myself,
It's
but
not
you
even
gotta.
very.
If anyone wants to hop up and chat with God while I film a TikTok back here.
Yep, 1 week.
Um,
Good evening, Sea Star. How's it going?
I don't want to be alone right now. I'm watching one of places I used to live burn.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's in Oxnard now.
It's what?
It's in Oxnard. It's made it to a new one started in Ventura County in Oxnard.
Oxnard. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, it just started a couple
Yeah.
hours ago, but
Yeah, Vinny, that's what I'm talking about right now. See, I'm so sorry. I was just gonna put myself on mute while I film like a TikTok really quickly for some breaking news. If you're down to hang out with God up here, you guys
Sure.
cool to host? Yeah, Vinny, that's what I'm about to post about. So I'm gonna mute myself, but
do you need us to be quiet?
no, please chat. I want you guys to host the thing while
Sure.
you guys are in charge. Okay.
Okay. So, anyone coming in from Ventura area in California, I just saw videos and reports that the riverbank in Oxnard is on fire near Victoria Avenue. It's pretty
is
big.
is is that a fire started from the other fires, or just something
No,
brand new? I don't know yet.
brand new.
Mm,
Brand new.
God, another fire?
Yeah, and the winds are
Golly.
up there right now.
Oh my God.
But
Does it
back in
seem like does it
like
seem like someone is starting these fires purposely, or
some of them are definitely that way. It's also just really the Santa Ana winds are hot winds and things
uh-huh.
are really dry.
Right? Because I what was it? I was scrolling on my For You, and I had come across a video that apparently um some people had spotted someone. I don't remember where exactly it was at, but that said person as was trying to start a fire. So I should have
Yep,
I
some
should
of
have
them.
saved the video, but I wasn't thinking, and
Yeah,
I mean I don't
absolutely.
know.
Some of them are definitely arson. Some of them are accidents, I think, of maybe like,
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know,
I know.
cigarette type thing. But yeah, you get like these 100-mile-per-hour winds and it's hot
Right,
and like bone dry.
absolutely.
It really doesn't take much.
Right, yeah, because I know, yeah, some of it's natural disasters, like you had just said. Um, what else is there? Yeah, I keep seeing something about this. Some senator introduced a bill to extend the TikTok ban for 270 days.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
I really would like that because, well, honestly, I could care less. Me personally, I'm kind of 50-50 with TikTok right now. Yeah, I like it. I won't lie. But at the same time, I don't because of some certain reasons.
There's so
Those which I
much.
cannot
Yeah.
say because I'm not trying to get her life taken down.
Well, that's exactly it. There's so much that we can't say on here. That's the problem.
Um.
So much censoring.
You know what? Excuse me. This is the thing that I don't like about TikTok. Going off of what we had just said, we can't say certain words, and pretty sure we all know what those words are, all that stuff, but yet, um, how do I gotta put this in a certain way, but they allow women with barely any clothes on the platform, and it's like, and yet when you go to report them, TikTok says that there is no violation whatsoever. Okay, so you promote that stuff? Okay, didn't know that.
I don't see the problem with that. I don't know why
Well, no, it's
what you would go to report that. I know people in like
they
who've
didn't
been
have no
reported
clothes
for
on.
nudity, which is funny because like they'll be in hijabs. Like they literally have like nothing showing and they still get these funny reports.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
It's
I don't
pretty
know.
nuts.
I mean, last time I remember, they strictly have a. Excuse
But
me.
I've
Strictly have
already
a.
moved over to Red Hat and I've warned everyone that I'm gonna be
Is it Red Hat? I
stopping
thought it was
all
Red Note.
red note, excuse me. That's not even
Is
the
that
first
what
time I've said
everyone's
it that
going
way.
to?
Or the little red book. I'm also deleting all my meta accounts.
You see, I will download this or whatever everyone else is going to whenever they come up with a final decision and they're going to
Oh, there's a whole
extend
bunch
it.
of people already on Red Note.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it already on my For You. Oh yeah, but then some other people are going on other apps besides the Red Note, and it's like they're trying to keep us divided.
I don't know. The other apps that I want to go on aren't set up yet. I'm just kind of gonna go over there for now.
What was it?
But I mean, I have multiple apps right now, and I go back and
What
forth a
was
little
called
bit.
Clapper or something? I've never even heard of that.
Oh, I haven't done that one. I'm doing Neptune and Own.
I've heard the Neptune one too. I don't even know. I haven't even heard of these apps. And I guess they're set up exactly like TikTok. I have no idea.
Supposed to be better then, but we'll see. But they're not ready yet. But
Right,
Red
right.
Note is ready right now.
Oh yeah, because I know you can change the thing to English. I believe. I know I saved a video on how to do that, just in case they decide to do this and screw the 7 days, 270-day extension for the ban.
Yeah. There's so many people I'm worried about. And
See, I
who
really
are not going to be able to eat, who are refugees.
right, yeah,
This is like their only way to get money. But I am
absolutely.
really excited about not being on this app too.
Right, yeah, because I really, excuse me, I only really go on this app for one thing, like one main thing, and that is to watch my wrestling shows. And because I don't
Not
trust
really.
them third-party websites for crap. Excuse me, God. So as long as I can just, I don't know, find someone who like will actually show the damn screen without it getting copyrighted. I mean, I'll just chill there. I mean, I really don't use TikTok for anything else besides just talking with my wrestling friends, and I mean that's it, really.
On a side note, I think Brenna and I have not only the same phone case, but the same phone. That's really
An
funny.
iPhone?
And I don't. Oh no, I don't have an iPhone.
That looks like an iPhone.
Oh, maybe
I
I
don't
don't.
know.
But I
I
have the
have
same
an
case
Android.
for it. It's like clear with like the gold around it. That's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also impressed that she holds her phone for the whole thing.
Oh, trust me, whenever I hold my phone, my freaking hand takes up half of it because I'm a tall guy. I have big hands. Of course, whenever I hold things, it probably takes up half the dang object, right? or whatever it is that I'm holding.
So, God, have you decided where you're going to?
Now I'm doing like everybody else. I've got a bunch of different apps right now. I don't
Yeah.
really. I come on here just because it's most of the people that I talk to on here are people that I already knew or know. So, but we're just far apart.
Right.
So,
That
and
makes sense.
it's always been an app where we could just like gather up and have a bunch of boxes open and just hang out and talk and catch up and stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I haven't found a good app for that yet. And that just has nice lives. But that's okay. I'll survive.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if they actually go along with this ban, I'll survive without it. I mean, I'm sure I'll find something else to watch my stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I personally really don't do anything much on here besides just scrolling on the occasion, talk to my wrestling friends and all that. Yeah, that's really it.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this app, and always has been. Is like you can have your little communities. Like you have your little wrestling community. There's gaming communities. There's
See,
musician
I
communities.
mean, I have, well, really, I mean, everyone has multiple communities, and multiple different platforms.
It's just always been a good place to gather up and chat and hang out and stuff. Meet new people. See new
Absolutely,
things.
yeah. Yeah, because there. Well, this one can be debatable. That or what was it? That some of the social media sites are way worse than this one.
I
I mean, it
didn't
didn't
I
really
didn't really social media up until this app a couple of years ago or something. I didn't use
Yeah, you
any of
see,
it.
I was really, or I don't know what to call it, really dumb. I started doing social media and friggin' when I was first being a teenager, and I probably shouldn't have. And, uh, yeah, I don't know. My
It seems it,
sister's been doing this longer before me.
it seems
So
like a lot of people my age and maybe even a little older, like 40, 50 years old, have been social media and for a long time, and I just didn't never know it was a thing that existed, or I wasn't interested.
yeah, because and, uh, yeah, excuse me. Um, really, I want to say that whenever I first started, it was all about the Snapchat and the Discord for me. And then as the years pass, started getting more and more and more, and uh, these social media
I love
apps.
how you can tell how old people are by when they mention their first social media app.
How old do you think I am?
Well, if it was the Snapchat era, I would guess 30s.
You were so off.
Oh, really? Okay.
Go lower.
20s?
Right around there.
Okay.
You wanna guess the exact number, or you want me to tell you? Because
I'm not actually. I don't need to know the exact number, but you're welcome to share it if you'd like.
well, yeah, no, I mean, I excuse me. I get told all the time that I look and I sound older than what I actually am, but I am 20.
You have a really deep voice. That's and a calm voice, so that's why people think you're older,
it's
probably.
Well, again, it's late at night, and this really isn't my normal voice. And well, I've also been having this cough for quite some time now because of the cold season. So
It's really hard to
yeah,
tell how old somebody is by their voice, though, for sure. You can't really tell.
yeah, if some people can get it right on the dot. I don't know how, but
Just a lucky guess sometimes, really.
right. um, but yeah,
I think I'm feeling the urge to see if there's any news on. Actually, I can hold off a couple more minutes. I'm just worried about Oxnard. I have a family
Oxford.
in Ventura, and then you probably don't remember because you were probably 15 at the time, or 14. 2018, there
15.
was the Thomas fire there, and our house is
Yeah, I really wasn't.
almost burned down.
Yeah, I don't recall that. No.
Yeah, it's a much larger fire than what's happening right now. It's one of the largest, but yeah, it went up to like a block to where my mom's house. She doesn't live there
Holy
now.
moly!
Like yeah, it was within a block. She had to evacuate.
Wow.
And it was one of those ones when I called her that afternoon because there was a fire started. It was like 15 miles away, and she was like,
Holy
"Oh, it's fine.
crap.
It's like 15 miles away." And then a couple hours later, she had to
Mm-hmm.
evacuate, and it was when the flames were moving like a mile a minute, quite literally. It was just with those big
Right.
winds.
Well,
Yeah, with the winds out there, the fires can move fast, really
Yeah.
fast.
yeah.
And this is not that far away. This is like,
Maybe even
I
make.
saw structures where the fire was going right now in Oxnard on Victoria Avenue. You know exactly where that is. And it's in the river bottom, which is terrifying because that's where a lot of homeless people stay.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And with how fast these winds are going, excuse me, maybe even, I don't know, make some fire tornadoes or something.
The one live I saw of it just a few minutes ago, he said the winds weren't going at that moment, so maybe that'll be going for them. They had some helicopters out, so I guess the winds couldn't be too bad.
Right.
I really hope so.
I really haven't been keeping up with that. Are they expecting any rain out there anytime soon?
This is the rainy season, but I don't think they are expecting any rain right now. It's also like we've had the rain past few years, but really like before that we had like a 20-year drought. I think
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So at least the reservoirs are filled right now because we had rain in the past couple of years just because of like the El Nino.
That's good.
But they were pretty much down to nothing. But that's also why there's so much more fuel right now too. So they had this huge drought, but it also meant they didn't have a lot of growth. But the past couple of years with the extra moisture, they just have all this extra growth.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty horrible. I don't know. I've never been to California.
Doesn't that make you want to go?
Well, I've kind of wanted to go a few times. I've been close to there for work and stuff, but never quite made it there.
I've been wanting to go to California for some time now.
Well, it's a huge state, so there's plenty of places.
With the way this economy is, yeah.
You go up to where the redwoods are.
Next few years.
Yeah, that's what I really want to see was redwoods.
I used to live in them. They're beautiful.
I've seen them on the TV documentaries and things. Looks really awesome.
Makes you feel very small.
Now I'm kind of wishing our since the fires and stuff, and I'm paying more attention to the news, I would like to know what the terrain looks like. I mean, you can look at it on the Google Maps, but you can't really get a sense of it.
Right.
Because I hear all these people, well, they need to clean up the forest floor and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. On the maps, it looks like some pretty rugged terrain, just to be,
It's not
Mhm.
forest for the most part. It's chaparral. It's like think low-lying bushes,
okay,
cactus.
but still pretty.
You have some trees here and there, but most of it's just shrub.
Is it still pretty hilly terrain, or is it kind of flat?
Yeah, so think of like right on the coast it's not, but you're surrounded by mountains.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The mountains kind of make the wind go extra fast there. What do they call that? I think you said it earlier, the Santa Ana winds or something.
Mm-hmm. It's more that winds are coming from the south, from Mexico, so they're hot. So from the south heading north rather than the north heading south.
Okay.
I guess it's from the Santa Ana mountain range.
All right. Yeah. That makes sense.
Not know exactly. Maybe someone in the chat might know.
Every place you live has its dangers and its downsides, I guess. Every place I've ever lived so far.
Especially in the United States. But it's just going to get worse as climate change continues to get worse.
Yeah.
As like my sister likes to say to me, like, you'd appreciate the coolest year you're going to have in a long time, even though it's the hottest year on record.
Right.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's a good point. It is a good point.
Yay, climate collapse. So much fun.
Yeah, around here where I live, there's still a lot of climate change denier people, I guess is what you call them, even though it's pretty obvious. I mean, it's really obvious.
It doesn't care if people believe in it or not.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't care.
Like, no debate's gonna change the outcome. Only action. And I mean, it's mostly irreversible at this point because people hate things. But I don't like people some days. But we could work on mitigating some of it, or just like working on community to help support ourselves, or I don't know. I think things like policies we should put on place have to do with
Right.
like migration as people homes get decimated again and again to natural disasters, and they're gonna have to keep on moving, as we see in the United States
Absolutely.
and going on in still like South Carolina.
I agree.
People are in tents out there. People in LA. All the floods that have happened everywhere, but like Texas, I'm thinking specifically.
Yeah.
And then not just like talking about like climate refugees from out of the country too.
Yeah, there's plenty of climate refugees right here inside our own country.
Mm-hmm. Those are the policies I'd like to see them put in place. I don't care if they call it climate collapse or change or anything. It just needs to be done.
Yeah. And yeah, there might not be any, like, there ain't no quick fix for it, but it's never too late to start doing the right thing.
Yeah.
I know there's a
I
lot
mean,
of
the
people.
best time to have done it is 50 years ago, but the next best time is to start right now.
Yeah, or yesterday. I've seen a
Yeah.
lot of people on YouTube and other places saying, what's the point in fixing it now? We might as well keep going the way we're going. I'm like, that's no way to be acting. That's not any way to think about it.
No.
Where
You
where I
really need to start working. It's like do what you can for yourself, but if you want changes, it needs to come from higher up with the larger corporations, governments, and policies. But they are all greedy, capitalistic, etc.
Yep.
And just want power. And people just continue to lose their homes, but we'll blame anyone except for the rich.
Oh, absolutely. It can't be their fault. They're only in control of everything.
Yeah. It's never the powerful people's fault.
No, can't
It's always
blame
the
them.
poorest. It's the
Yeah,
poorest
always.
people's fault.
Yeah, every time it's the poorest people's fault. The ones that have no control over things. Gotta have a scapegoat though. But it's gonna be the poor people.
I feel like
Mhm.
Brenna's rearranged her shelves. They look different.
Probably. I don't know.
Oh, well, she rearranged whenever she put the sign up, the We Fact
She's
Check
been-
sign.
Oh, there's a sign.
Yeah, it's the orange looking thing on the very top of this shelf. There's a sign that Philippe got her that she can light up that says We Fact Check here.
What does it say?
We fact check here.
Oh, that's very nice of him to
Oh,
patent it
that's what
for
it
her.
says.
It's like a neon sign except for it's LED. But you can't really tell what it says until it's turned on.
Oh,
Wait, you use the watch duty? I will download that. It's funny the skills you've developed, like reading fire maps out of necessity.
There is something that is bugging me about this whole thing. It's just maybe I just gotta, I don't know, think it from a different angle. I don't really know. But the whole collecting user data stuff, doesn't all of the other social sites or social apps do that?
Yeah.
So what are you gonna ban all those apps too?
Nope, they're not. They're not worried
Nope.
about
But
those.
I have.
That's why we're able to join Red Note.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, they might try. I think their only like recourse at this point is to not close TikTok.
Well,
There,
Wait, oh, we
there
shouldn't
have
use
been
the
some.
B word.
they
Excuse
had
me.
what? Yeah, they had what was it? Yeah, oral arguments on yesterday. TikTok wasn't in it. Wasn't a part of any of the. So yeah, they're really gonna do this.
Yeah, it's because of the propaganda with the Chinese.
Yeah, 'cause they
I
said
don't
that.
think that's even it. They just want to increase the monopolies in the United States with Meta and, the rich want to be richer.
They said Friday that we're gonna come back Monday more the oral arguments on, I would say, the TikTok ban, but well, here comes Monday. We have part 2 of the oral arguments. TikTok was not mentioned at all.
But they already done the arguments for TikTok, and now the Supreme Court has just that and told us what they're going to say yet, and nobody knows when they're going to.
But the thing is, it's not just TikTok they're gonna ban. A lot of people don't realize that it's not just TikTok they're gonna.
Well, it's going to start with TikTok.
Yep. It's going to start with TikTok and everything else that's owned by ByteDance. Might as well go say goodbye to that. Or what was it? CapCut? Yeah. A lot of editors
CapCut,
and whatnot use. Yeah.
Lemon 8.
Mm-hmm. People think that Lemonade's gonna save them. It's not. It's owned by ByteDance. That's going bye-bye as well. Yeah,
I'm
whatever
just
else is.
thinking Red Note will buy me some time until the American
Well, the thing is,
alternatives open.
we all migrate over to Red Note. They can't do anything.
Well, they can. They can go through the same process, but it'd take a
They
while
really
too.
can't.
They can. It's just the same process as what they're doing with TikTok. It'd take a little while, but they'd do it too.
That they
I
want to
wonder if it would
control
take them
us.
less time because they would have precedent. They might.
Yeah,
Oh,
it would
yeah,
happen.
I
I'm
just
sure
need
it would happen a lot faster.
I just need a few
I
months
would be really
because I feel like
surprised
a lot
because
of these apps are almost ready to go.
Yeah,
If
like,
they were
it's
worried about the data, they could have done like some of the other countries have done and made laws pertaining to the data and the data collecting and sharing, but that ain't
right.
the way they went.
Just like, I mean, and the thing that doesn't get me, or let me rephrase that. The thing that gets me is that we have more important things, or more important problems, rather say, going on in the world currently, but yet banning an app is more important than real world crises.
Those problems might be more important to you and I, but they're not more important to them and the upper class, obviously. If
Like,
they were, they would have worked on those problems first.
like we have, what do we have every day? Pew pews, yep, pew pews on the, yep. What
Yeah.
else? Um, well, I'd say
Houseless people and all kinds of other things we could be worried about, but like I said, that's not their biggest concern. Their biggest concern was
yep,
TikTok.
their biggest concern is banning an app,
Yeah.
which really shouldn't be, but it seems like the government does not care about us at all.
Well, that's
That's
pretty
what it
obvious.
seems. Well, yeah, that's the saying. It's, well, obviously it's corrupt.
I mean, I
But
don't remember what university it was. There was a university years ago that done a study, and what was it? It said something like, "It doesn't matter what the people want." I mean, it's
they
the
really,
vast majority of people could want this law to be passed, and that doesn't. It's no more likely to be passed by Senate and Congress than one that nobody wanted passed. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
I feel like they're about to have another January 6th, but on the freaking, if this actually goes through and it actually happens, that a lot of the people are going to band together and, oh, I don't know, maybe.
That would be hilarious if that's what got them to unite. And it might be like, but not like universal health care, not
Yeah,
not us booming other countries, but a freaking like
yeah, I'll
dance
tell you, our
app for
freaking,
kids is what brings us all together.
you talk about healthcare, man. It's, government sucks. Like, I should be on it, but no.
I don't think people are going to do much other than protest by downloading other apps that they think our government wouldn't like them to have.
Yeah, I've seen
And
a lot of videos of like, oh yeah, well, let's all migrate over to the red note, and our U.S. government can't do anything about it, yada yada, all that stuff. Knowing that they can. So it's a
It's we know that they can. It's not so much that. It's more than it's just a big FU to the government that like you don't want them to have our data. Well, we're gonna make it easier for them to have our data then.
right,
It's
right,
much more of that than anything else.
exactly.
And they
absolutely.
spend, I think it's like a, Brenna knows like the exact amount. I think she knows that they spend to fund propaganda against that country, against
Right.
China, a year. I think it's like 25. Oh, I don't even remember, but either a million or a billion. It's a huge
Mhm.
number that, and we're all just going to become best friends with the people over there, and it's going to be great for no other reason. And yeah,
Yeah.
they won't let us stay on there, but you know what? The
Right.
damage will still be done. It'll still be the like
Oh,
the
you best
pettiness
believe
of
some.
it that we love.
Oh, you best believe some. Damn it! God damn it!
Have y'all seen the welcome videos over on Red Note?
They're
Welcome.
hilarious.
That is
Yeah,
hilarious.
I've seen. Well, what was it? I'd seen some Red Note video, something with their how some Chinese something spy watch you and
Yeah,
reuniting them or something like that, or
that's hilarious.
I thought that was a little funny. Like, yeah, let's just go ahead and reconnect with our Chinese spy who's watching over our account, or something like that.
Of course, they couldn't be spy on us before so easily because they couldn't be on TikTok because that's banned in their country. So we're just gonna go right to them on Red Note. I love it.
Right.
I'm totally there for it. There's not much in the world that's like making me smile right now, but that totally is. I'm gonna go learn some Mandarin. I'm gonna add it to the little bit of Arabic I've been learning this year. So I guess 2024 was to pick up some Arabic, and 2025 will be to pick up some Mandarin.
Yeah, I know. I know a few languages myself.
What languages do you know?
What was that? Spanish, Japanese. I mean, 'cause I watch a lot of anime. That's really mainly. A tiny bit of French.
Nice.
I'd say that's about it right now. I mean, I could do it. I can do a really good Russian accent, but yeah, I can't do it right now because
I mostly just collect languages that I can count to 10 in, and then I don't become fluent in them.
right. um,
Okay, I think I'm gonna try to go to sleep because I do have to work early tomorrow. So I'm going to jump off. Thank you for
Okay.
having me.
Thank you for hanging out with us, and have a good night.
yeah.
Thanks. You too.
Yeah. So, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not very talky, really. Just a
Well,
just a poor
let's
country boy
see.
in the woods.
What else is there really to talk about besides the TikTok ban and I don't know, our government being cruel and corrupt? I don't really know.
But that's what's in the news, so that's what everybody's talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. I bet before you know it, Red Note is probably going to be all over the news because of how quickly the app as a whole is growing with how many of the users are. Well,
Yeah.
it's now the #1 downloaded app, surpassing Meta. I forgot who was in the previous #1 spot. I mean, it surpassed them, and yeah. So that should tell us that if they go along with this, and if they say screw this 270-day extension, that Red Note is the way to go, I'd say. And I'm gonna have to do more research on these different apps. That not Red Note, but like these other apps that all of these other people are going on, like Clapper and some. Oh my god,
I don't remember the names of all of them. There's a bunch of
yeah, I know.
there's a
It's
bunch of
just,
them.
but the majority of the people who I've seen is going to go to Red Note.
A
Now,
bunch of people went to Blue Ski or Blue Sky, whatever it is, too.
want to say I've heard of it. I don't know. I've heard of something blue, something like that.
I don't know if they say it Blue Ski or Blue Sky. I'm pretty sure it's spelled Blue
I
Sky.
I have no idea.
Hi.
You're
Hi.
back.
I am sorry.
Is
that's
it
so
Blue
common.
Ski or is it Blue Sky, the other app?
I think it's supposed to be Blue Sky, but I call it Blue Ski because
That's
it's
probably
easier.
why I call it Blue Ski.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you see, there's just all these. Yeah,
Definitely
majority of the people seem we gonna go to the red note, and
Yeah.
well, like I had said earlier, I myself, I could survive without this just as long as I can find someone, some other app that can stream the wrestling stuff that I watch. Yeah, I'll be set to go because, like I said, I really don't do nothing else besides that and talk to my friends about that and well, and sometimes what happens, the stuff that happens in the world, like the fires in California and all that. Yeah, besides that, I could.
You're fine.
Yeah,
You're fine.
I'm 50-50. I mean, it's I don't know what other way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who like don't really care all that much. You know, when it was like first going to go away, I didn't care. I didn't use that. I didn't have the app. I didn't care, you know. And I'm sure there was a lot of
You know
casual.
what? That's what it was. I remember now. For the people that are with the government, the reasoning, and I could get behind it. I just need to dive a little bit deeper. But some about poisoning the children's minds with, I don't know, stuff they shouldn't be seeing or something. I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure they're afraid that the red scare thing is wearing off. I think that's a big part of it.
And what was I came across a video, I was looking at the comments, and there's one comment that mentioned that there should be absolutely no kids on this app whatsoever. And, well, you know, I know that's
Jesus.
false, because
China reportedly
then-
considers Elon Musk as a potential TikTok buyer. Here's everything we know.
Nope.
Jesus.
You already know what he's gonna do. He fucked up Facebook.
I'd rather it be banned.
I would rather have TikTok banned than to have him
Same.
buy it. Because
Same.
any real
Yeah.
person would know why.
This is really fucking terrifying.
Look what he did with Facebook.
He didn't buy Facebook.
It was what's the name of it? Twitter. He bought Twitter.
Twitter's worse.
That's what he bought.
He
was
doesn't
Twitter.
own Facebook.
Oh, really? I thought he
No,
did.
that's Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh my god. Why did I get that? I am so fucking stupid.
Nah, not knowing something is okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, it's freaking Twitter.
Perfectly fine.
I say is worse than TikTok.
I've
Yeah.
never had a Twitter.
I mean, I had a Twitter. I mean, I still have it now, but it's just full of NSFW stuff, and it took me so fucking long to get that off of my freaking off my freaking is. I'd scroll and I'd see nothing but. Yeah,
Vinny says TikTok denied that claim, as in the owners of TikTok said that wasn't true.
Well, that's apparently that's
about-
China. They would give permission to it, but I guess yeah, TikTok would also have to be like willing to.
Yeah.
But
TikTok is not. I mean, they're fine, but I don't think they really want to. Maybe if they don't win, and maybe that's when they're like, okay, let's go ahead and I don't have someone buy it. So,
I don't know. Like everybody's already said, America's only a small portion of TikTok's earnings.
right.
I mean, why would they give it all away or sell it all? That wouldn't be a smart business move at all.
Yeah.
The smarter
Mhm.
business move would just be to shut it down in the places where it wasn't allowed and keep going in places where it is. I mean,
And,
you don't sell a cash cow.
right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but uh, I I don't know. But isn't using a VPN like illegal or something?
No, it's not illegal.
Okay, because that's what a lot of people seem to. It's one of the things that they're gonna be doing is if they actually go through the TikTok ban, they're gonna use a VPN and
That will only
well,
work if they don't pull the plug on their servers that are here in Texas or in
right.
America.
So me personally, I've never used a VPN before. I don't know I don't know much about it really or what it
It just
does.
changes your IP address to a different location than where you're at. So the internet thinks your device or computer, whatever, is somewhere else.
Gotcha.
Like you could
Because they're
change it
like
to be
some of
in
them are
anywhere in the UK.
some of the people are wanting to change it to the UK or Canada or where TikTok is still in their app stores.
Yeah. But if all your data is gone, like I said, if they pull the plug on the servers, then all your account and everything
Right.
you wouldn't have access to it.
Oh yeah.
So, because it's not your stuff won't be stored in other countries as data servers. So yeah, you could potentially do that and just start a new account and start all over.
Yeah, but, yeah. So I mean, most of the stuff that I watch or I save on here, I could just look it up on YouTube or something. It's just
Yeah, it's different for different people.
yeah.
YouTube's got its good side. I like YouTube a lot for certain
I
things.
I like YouTube.
It's got its place.
I mean, yeah, sometimes the ads can be annoying, but
See,
I've learned to deal with them.
for like YouTube, I couldn't like right now. I'm out here cleaning up a brush pile and stuff. I couldn't be on YouTube talking to people and hanging out at the same time, keeping me
And
company while I'm
see,
doing my work.
because
I mean, this is the
I
only app that I know of that you could do this on.
I really wish they would have not gotten rid of that streaming platform. I really wish they would have not gotten rid of it. I don't know if you remember. It's called Mixer. There's some streaming platform you can stream on, and it's like years and years ago before they got rid of it. Whatever the hell happened to it, but I would used to stream on there a lot, and yeah, I was one of those small streamers because I was just getting started and whatnot. Yeah, I really like that over Twitch, considering considering how much Twitch takes away from like if you're gifted a sub or something, people send you this and Twitch takes away this much percentage of it, and like I don't think they were giving it to Twitch. I think they were giving it to the streamer.
Yeah, well, they're gonna make some money too. Even this app does that to take some of the money for themselves and give some to the streamer. Like
Right.
what is it? TikTok keeps like 40% or something.
TikTok takes 50%, I want to say.
I don't remember what it was.
Because
Something like that. 40, 50%.
usually, let's say Yeah, because rose is essentially 1 penny, and like 5 roses. That's like out of that 5 cents of 5 roses, you're essentially only keeping. Excuse me 1 second. You're essentially only keeping like 2 cents out of the 5 that was given to you.
Yeah.
Let's see, for larger quantity a larger quantity of money. Let's say TikTok takes a good chunk away, because I know Twitch takes 50%, and that's why some streamers are like big streamers are leaving the platform. I don't know the exact. I feel like I should know, but I don't. The
I
exact
don't.
percentage that TikTok takes. I think it was. I remember someone saying it, but it was a long while ago. Oh my god! I feel like I should, but I don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. I looked it up one time or a couple of times, but I don't remember how
But
much it was.
I know they take a good chunk. I know that.
I've never done the cash out from TikTok. The only money I've got off here is what people send to my other account.
They don't. The only way you can cash out is like with a PayPal or whatnot. But
Yeah,
what about the people who use Cash App? They
you can
can't
get it.
really.
Hey God,
There's
thanks for letting me join.
Oh, hey,
Hello.
welcome up.
Hello, Maddie. Sorry, I just
Benny.
was listening. Hi.
What's up?
How's your video coming along?
It's good. I posted it.
Oh,
I've already got some MAGA in the
I have a poor
comments.
connection. I'll try again.
I've already got some. Oh, okay. All right. I've got some MAGA in the comments if anyone wants to go in there and fight. Fight. 1 sec. I'm gonna get my tea. I'm gonna get some tea made.
The only money I've got from this app is the money that I've helped people do little tasks, and they've sent money to my Cash App.
Yeah, like I would say in total, because we were able to see how much you've gotten. It's like, oh, if you, let's say that if you get over, $600 in the TikTok rewards or whatnot, or the gifts that people send you, you gotta write them off on your tax returns, and
Yeah.
I want to say last time I just checked, I've only gotten like $1.60.
That's $1.60 you didn't have.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm grateful. I mean, I don't have a PayPal, so I just give it back, really.
That's what I always do with that.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I didn't get this app to make money on or nothing like that.
Okay. Hi, Gracie.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello.
I mostly, like I said, I got this app to develop peopling skills and get better at peopling. I'm not sure if it's working, but that's what I've been trying to do.
I think you're great at
Yeah,
peopling.
social skills.
Yeah.
As I call it, peopling. Social skills, peopling, same thing.
I'm pretty sure I could just find a freaking thing for the stuff that I do on here, because I can just find it on YouTube or find a Discord server. that I can survive without this. And I have the people, some of the people I talk to, I have their other social apps, so I wouldn't really be losing anyone.
Yeah.
Where's my phone? I don't plug it in. Alright, there we go. But yeah. I feel like it's a lot that's going to go on besides with the fires and whatnot in California, right before and right after the day of the ban, if they don't get this extension and whatnot, or
There's always been a lot of stuff going on in the world. Just now we are better informed, more informed about these things. Much more informed.
How do you think we've been more informed about?
Through the TikTok app, we're able to see what's going on in the world without having to rely on our local news networks.
Yeah.
Because some of our local news network is a lie and they hide stuff from us.
Or they just say it in a way to make it seem worse or better than what it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
That's their job.
Yep, and
That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Which is probably the number one reason why they don't like this particular app very much.
Just in case. What's up? What the hell are you talking about? Which document are you talking about? I don't think I know it. Or maybe I should.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Black hole in the kitchen.
Yeah, I have a lot of those spaces, those spots around where I live. I got to be careful where I walk around because I like to walk around when I'm online.
Yeah, I feel like because I'm in the process of moving right now, and well, I mean, we have to get the internet set up at the new house, and well, I don't know if there's gonna be any black spots or black, but the internet just goes bleh.
Bleh. Hello again.
Hello.
Better
Sorry,
service now, huh?
I guess so. Just thought I'd keep y'all company.
What the fuck are all those fucking maggots?
Am I losing you guys? Damn it.
That's probably fine. Sometimes it takes TikTok a second to catch up.
I'm just saving copies.
I learned pretty early on with this app after I join a live stream to wait a little while before I say anything or it don't go through.
Uh-huh.
So I hang out for just a few minutes and people will be saying, hi, God, hi. And I'm like, I got to wait a minute.
Well, I don't have a copy of the report in full yet, Abe. It hasn't like fully been released that we've seen.
That's a good idea.
But yeah. Good. What the fuck? Why the fuck is there suddenly so many MAGA in my comments? Like, what the fuck brought them here?
Beats me.
I've also been, something's going on. I think they must be dropping a bunch of, like, I've also, yeah, I mean, I've been gaining followers, but my follower count keeps going down. So it's like, I don't know. There's something weird.
It's gonna fluctuate because apparently there's some mass following going on with all of the creators, and you just gotta do this and get a lot of more followers. And
Oh.
what?
No, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. It's like for me, it's I don't know. It's I've been uploading and I've been getting this brand new set of like alerts of like, hi, little stick man. This brand new set of alerts of like your post is under review that I've never seen before. So either they changed it once again, or something's going on.
That would be TikTok themselves.
You didn't accidentally use some keywords. Kind of sounds like you did if you got a bunch of MAGA hanging out or already hitting your comment section on the
Maybe.
video.
I mean, I hashtagged Jack Smith, so maybe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You done that.
Fuck. Fucking damn it. It's just news, man.
I'll let them go off if they want to.
Yeah.
And the follower losing, a lot of people have decided, I think it was you or somebody else was saying the other day, if the app is going to go bye-bye anyway, we might as well just let loose. And a lot of people have been. So I've lost quite a few followers too due to people losing their accounts.
Oh no. Just for people no chill. Damn. What's going to happen? I mean, they're going to be, if for some reason, if somehow it's saved in the nick of time, people are going to be pissed. That's why, like, I'm not nuking my account just in case.
I'm not nuking anything.
Yeah.
I worked hard for my
Hey,
followers.
Tiger. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because they're wanting to put this, 270-day extension to the ban, meaning that if that was introduced, then probably maybe nothing will happen on the 19th. I have no idea, genuinely.
No, we'll see.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Also, it might be I could totally see a situation where TikTok is like, yeah, exactly, Abe, exactly.
I won't delete mine. I'll stay in fight back.
Yeah, and that's what it was. If that either some or most of the people, like, if they actually go along with this TikTok ban, that they're gonna want all of the other social apps to get banned as well.
No.
Just because of the user collecting data stuff.
Yeah.
No, they don't want to
so,
ban
that's
American
not
apps.
that's not what they're doing it for.
They want Americans. They want Americans to collect our data. They fucking love it.
Yeah.
They have no problem with it. That's why. Otherwise, they would pass a law to not allow data collection. Yeah, they're not going to ban those apps for collecting our data.
I don't remember what countries, but I know some countries have passed some pretty strict laws on data collection.
The EU, I mean, it's not crazy, but it's a lot better than the US. You know, EU. The EU laws.
Yeah.
Yep.
GDPR.
So there was other things they could have done besides what they did do. And
Yep.
What this does show is they can say anything is national security thing and do whatever they want.
Yep.
They could. They literally could.
And not telling anybody what it's actually about. I mean, they could just keep
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And most people will just believe it, but you have to dig deeper to find out the actual truth behind it.
Yeah. And this happening like just the week that Philippe and I came up with Rizzo Cam, if you can imagine it. We came up with the best fucking idea.
You weren't going to put a camera on Rizzo, were you?
Oh,
no. You mean a camera? Okay, I remember now. A camera showing Rizzo, not one attached to her little head.
Yeah.
I've seen the cat. I've seen the cat cams.
I mean, we kind of wanted to put one on her too at some point, but yeah, she mostly sleeps. So it was gonna be a camera because she's like sleeping. She's sleeping under my desk right now. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do some fucking Rizzo Cam. These are the last days. The last days of Rome. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do some.
Well, in all fairness, JJ, my gamer streaming friend over there, whenever whenever he's live streaming, most of the people are all like, "Where's Sir Winston?" which is his dog. Show us Sir Winston now. Give him a Cheez-It. Here's some roses. Give the puppy some Cheez-Its.
Love it.
What happened with my?
I'll send you a galaxy if you give the doggo half your cheeseburger.
That's cute.
It gets pretty entertaining. He's all
Yeah.
like, y'all are all here for the dog. Nobody's here for me. He's a cute dog. He's one of those Shih Tzu dogs. Super cute.
Cute.
And he's got attitude, which makes him even cuter.
I'm sure. All right, let's see.
There you go.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. So here's the problem.
She want to unmute again?
I think she's moving the camera to the Rizzo.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Oh, yeah, she is definitely.
Whoops. Ironically, I'd actually be able to. All right. Oh no!
Oh no, it's a doodle loop again.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, I think she's still working.
Okay.
You're learning any Chinese?
The only
That's
problem
because
is
dogs are the best.
dogs are the best.
Hell yeah, they are. Holy crap. That one. Oh boy.
She's like kind of watching me and being like, what the hell's going on over here? I don't know if I like what's going on over here. Okay. You love dogs? Good. Good. All right. Hi, Marley Fords. Everyone is good. How are you? We're setting up a dog cam.
Ooh.
Okay, let's
Love
see.
to see it.
I'm gonna go on mute for a little while because I'm gonna fire up this little excavator and feed this fire.
Oh, okay.
Well, crap. Huh? Hi there.
It's a little dark. I don't want to like shine a whole light in her
Oh,
face.
it's all good.
You know?
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Puppy cam. Rizzo cam.
Hi
I
there.
live to be that comfortable.
I can only imagine how complicated that is.
There we go. Problem is here. See, this is where my legs go. This is where my feet go. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally make a fuck cam?
Feet cam.
Yeah, Abe. I'm learning Chinese. There we go. All right. Papa cam. Papa cam.
Would you say it's complicated, or you say it's easy or hard to set up a camera like that, or
It's
if you
not that.
want to look at something different?
What do you mean? Like, I have the
Like,
camera, and I already I had the camera already, and I used to, it's the camera I used to use to like live stream. It's my GoPro. It's an old GoPro. So in terms of that, it's like easy. I just had to plug it in. You know what I mean? And I had
yeah,
a little, but
right.
I wish I could do like night vision on it so that you could see it without.
Oh, yeah.
Poor baby.
It's only a matter of time before we hear about Red Note on the news.
I know. I think I saw it was already being reported on in like.
Already? It's already on the
ABC.
news? Holy shit.
Well, in the news, not like on TV, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, like on TV, like.
It was like there was like an
Red
article.
Note is growing at an
It's
exponential
also everywhere on the
rate.
For You page. So
Oh yeah,
everyone's talking about it.
It's most likely going to be on all of our For You pages, despite how little we see it or how much we see it.
There we go. The Rizzo cam. Yeah.
Oh.
How's that? Do we like that? Is that a good cam?
Well, there's the other earphone.
Okay, there we go.
It's cute.
Rizzo cam. All the treats and Toblerone cheesecake. Oh my god, you just reminded me of that.
I don't even know what to talk about.
We could talk about the LA Rams win, but I'm the only sports ball person, I think, in here at the moment.
Wrong.
Well, who's your team then?
My team? Oh, my team's one of the ones that sucks. Just because I live in that said state.
The Browns?
Bucks.
The Bucks are a good team. Oh, you mean Milwaukee? Oh.
No. I don't live in Milwaukee. No, I live in Florida.
Tampa Bay's great. Gotta love Mayfield. Come
yeah.
on. I love him.
Yeah, but like, there's like more better people on different teams than Hayfield.
No way.
You think Hayfield's one of the best right now?
Yeah. I'd love him on the Rams team if we could get him, but he left. Didn't want to be a backup.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would want to be a backup. But I don't know. That's just me. I mainly just watch the Super Bowl and maybe the playoffs just to predict who's going to be in said Super Bowl for said year. And that's really it. Yeah, I watch some prediction videos and all that. That's really it for me.
So how are your predictions so far?
Well, considering I don't really watch football like that, it's like they're like 50-50 right now. Because I'm kind of just blindly picking,
How pretty the uniforms are and such, right?
But yeah, there's
It was a bad joke. Don't take it
no.
personally.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Hi, Cottage. I like the move to Red Book, even if it's, I don't know how well, because the book, or Red Note rather, Red Note. The app is not set up. Oh, sorry, Marley. Right now for me it is 2 a.m., 2:20 a.m. in New York City. Marley's on YouTube. In New Zealand, it's 8:18 p.m. there. What's our predictions for what, Marley? I like Red Note. The app is not technically designed to be the same or for the same purpose as TikTok, so we'll see.
They said it was like the Chinese version of TikTok.
Yeah, but it's more of like a recommendation app. It's more like, oh, if you like good, burritos, this is a good place. Or, if you're looking for,
find that on
YouTube. Yeah. Like actual Chinese TikTok is Douyin or Douyin. That's like owned by ByteDance. It's literally TikTok, but China's version of it. And, but yeah, it's so Red Note is a slightly different thing, serving a different purpose. Sorry, Riz. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, what would really be interesting to watch is some of these debates that people have with the whole TikTok ban. So they're like for it or against it, and the reasoning with evidence.
If you're on this app, and you're for the ban, you should just get off the fucking app.
I'm very interested to see what some of these people have to say for why they should ban TikTok. See news on it. It'll be really interesting. The MSM people started it. I don't know who the MSM are. No debates on Reddit, no policies allowed. No discussion of human rights, Fin's version. Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh.
I mean, I still got to do my research on it because I've just been seeing videos of the Red Note and how to set up your account and all, and how to translate it to how to change it to English and whatnot.
Where are you getting those rules, Cottage?
I hope
It seems to have some cultural rules in their terms of service about how to
I don't even
use
read
the
that
app.
stuff. I just skip it. China doesn't love her disparaging her own government. I'm sure we could talk about yeah.
Fucking hell.
But not human rights violations. Yeah, yeah.
But where's the rule? Like, where are you reading the rule about no talk of human rights? Is what I'm saying. Like, that's a very specific, like, no talking about human rights.
That's why I think that.
I don't doubt it, but I'm just curious, like, that's such a specific rule that you can't talk about human rights in general.
I mean, it would be very interesting to see.
I think I saw the CEO video. I don't remember him saying you can't talk about human rights in general.
CEO video, other videos already translate the rules. I would have to see this. I have not seen this yet. I'm sure it'll pop up on my For You.
I didn't see anything about the human rights. It was essentially just a
I haven't seen anything
tamer
either.
version of TikTok, like a no drama TikTok.
Yeah.
See, but here's the thing.
This is Red Note I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
I don't know
We're
any
so
of the other
we're
apps.
so worried about this app, but there are more apps that are way more dangerous than this. Like the Temu. I don't
if
know why
Temu is
people are still
dangerous,
buying from that. They literally take all your information and just poof, gone. Take all of your money out of your accounts, poof, gone.
Gotcha.
We ain't gonna lie, yeah, sure. I bought something from, I want to say, I was a pair or two of earbuds, and that's about it. And then once I had found out the truth about Temu and what actually happens when you buy things, yeah, no, screw that. Definitely look out for once. Oh yeah, most definitely. Because China regularly violates human rights. What is it? You lying? I don't even know what that is.
Oh no, my camera. Sorry, I gotta swap my battery.
Did your camera die?
Yeah, I gotta swap the battery. Sorry.
Well, crap. And generally speaking, China lately has been cracking down on UN protests. Well, I think we should go to. I think we should move to China. Oh, there. I understand people using Red Note as the alternative and even as a protest in the States. Yeah, that's essentially what's happening. I don't think I can here, but I full support others doing so. Yeah, no, yeah, you're correct. You're absolutely correct about that. Yeah. And it's not just, like, and it's not just Red Note, it's gonna be all these other apps. I'm like, it's like they don't, well, I wouldn't say that, but maybe some people find other apps more easier to manage than others. I don't know. It won't let me hold some. Say never. Yeah, I don't know. It's just maybe that's why they're going to these other apps and not the Red Note. Maybe it's. I mean, I don't even know what most of these other apps are. That's the thing. I don't even know. Like, what the heck is a clapper? What the heck is was it the blue sky y'all said?
Blue sky.
What else is there? I don't even know. Yeah, that's another thing. The algorithm. Yeah.
It's switched recently for sure.
Big part. Oh my God, what was it? Oh God, I gotta remember.
You don't know the clapper? That's the thing you turn your lights on with.
I don't.
That was a terrible joke. I'll show myself out.
Repeat that again.
It was dumb. Don't worry about it. It was nothing on you. It was my own.
Oh no, I'm saying I have hearing problems.
Okay.
I'm sad this late at night, so I can't really have my volume up all the way. I just
And a
got all the
Substack.
social.
How do people
The
find each
social-
other on Substack? Isn't like, don't you have to like specifically know to look for someone on Substack?
Substack? I wouldn't say I've heard of that one. I got a Blue Sky and a you see, I don't even know what those are. Never even heard of them before. Well, like I said, I will. Whenever said final decision gets made, I will start researching. Or by the reading content. Heck if I know. I mean, yeah, I really don't want to use Facebook for that goes. Huh. You know, I don't understand why I got told that about Facebook. And that whenever I first got Facebook, then I was told by most people that, oh, the Facebook is for old people, and like, I don't. Yeah, I see people my age on there.
They're gonna. Oh wait, sorry, Marley. Marley says they're gonna ban TikTok in New Zealand as well. I like TikTok. It's quite bizarre that it's Chinese owned. Why? You don't think a Chinese? Firstly, the guy, the actual like CEO and stuff is like Singaporean.
Shou Chu?
Yeah, he's not Chinese.
Thought they were fighting.
Yeah,
they're
ByteDance
fighting
is 20% Chinese owned, and the other 80%
Well,
is
it's 20%.
is like international owned and stuff. And I don't know why it's bizarre that it's Chinese owned, Marley. Like, you know, they
Like,
Chinese
okay,
companies can
if
make a
it's
quality
20%,
product.
I think you'll still have access to the app if you had it before. You just can't.
No, Aaron, they said that it's going dark.
Yeah, even
TikTok said that they're going dark in the United States.
that's what. They said in the oral arguments. That we're not gonna be. Yeah, good luck trying to use a VPN. Mm-hmm. So all those accounts are gonna disappear. Essentially.
Did you post your video, Brenna, or is that tomorrow?
I posted it, yeah.
All right.
That's what brought all MAGA to my comments.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm eager for that as well.
I should go look at it.
I want to read all
All right,
that.
BRB.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All the precedents and stuff like that.
Damn.
What else was there? I forgot what else was.
Oh, thank you, Royce. Thank you for finding me on there.
Yeah, I gotta follow a lot of people on. Not those other ones. The social apps I already have. And even with the stuff that I watch, it's all strict. It's like, oh, if you don't follow, yep, we're gonna take your live down for copyright. It's like, please make sure I'm rich sometime. I don't know if God's there. I think, yeah, God said he went to go on mute for a little while.
I don't think you want to be rich. It's no fun. Trust me.
Oh, yeah, being rich is, yeah, sure, you'd have a lot of luxury, but there is also
Nah,
drawback.
being rich would be awesome.
Oh my God, I thought the dog was melting up. No, that's just a little dog cam that she has set up. No, it's the dog cam is below her desk.
No,
No,
it's just the
see?
Rizzo cam. Hi, baby. She's under my desk.
Called it. What the hell are we talking about? Rich people. I think they should be taxed more. I don't know. What do you think?
Who, the rich? Yeah, tax the rich.
Yep, tax them.
Or
Make
eat them.
more, like,
Either or.
I don't.
You could eat the rich.
This economy is screwed up. I don't even know how much the average middle class citizen makes a year no more.
Depends on where you live.
I live in Florida. Mm.
Yeah.
Florida. Well, it's not even cold where you're at. Probably. Probably nice and warm there.
The lowest it was, I don't know, 56. I want to say. Oh yeah, I mean, I know it's gotten a little colder than that. Yeah, we've had. That was years and years ago, before I was born.
Which turns out wasn't that long ago.
20 years ago.
20
Seems
years.
like a very long time.
Let's not say that 20 years was a long time, okay?
Hey, come on. A lot can happen, dude.
Let's pretend that 20 years was like day before yesterday or something.
Taxi.
Mm-hmm.
That's fun. Oh, hey, you know what? That's actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. What about all of the people on here that make a living, essentially? What are they gonna have to file for unemployment? Like, what about the
We
people
can't.
who?
I make a living on here. We can't
Yeah,
file for unemployment.
like, how are they gonna do it? Like, what if you're like physically unable to actually work, and they solely have to rely on like apps like this to make a living, and like maybe I just have to understand it from a different viewpoint.
Well, they'll just be up the creek, as we say it around here.
Mama years.
Yeah.
Up the creek without a paddle.
It's hard. I mean, yeah, like you can move to other. I'm on other platforms, but the only other platform that like is monetized. I mean, I guess technically both Twitch and YouTube. Fine, Twitch and YouTube monetized.
Twitch sucks.
But no one ever finds me on Twitch. Almost
follow
no
it.
one finds
Thanks
me.
right
Like
now.
YouTube doesn't. Yeah, like I don't. YouTube just isn't my platform, I guess.
Twitch sucks. YouTube's better.
What do you mean it's too easy? Hey,
To
Ron.
milk money or make money, so too easy to.
What do you mean
I
too
think
easy?
they make money from TikTok.
You don't think people deserve to get paid for their engaging content on TikTok?
Heck of fun.
I mean, that's like saying that people who are like country music and
Welcome to the
rock
team.
stars and movie stars and news anchors shouldn't get paid for what they do. It's entertainment.
I mean,
But
yeah,
why
'cause
is
some
it
of the
too easy?
battles, affiliate,
Aaron?
monetized content, YouTube doesn't have all this stuff.
It doesn't matter if YouTube. Why is it? Who gives a shit? Why is it too easy? Also, for the record, most of those things like monetized content, like YouTube does have monetized content,
What other people
mind you.
use weird connections to Firefly with us learning man? No. Learning Mandarin.
Oh,
And
the
really,
show?
Mandarin wasn't on my bucket list.
I agree,
It's too easy
Abe.
for people
Yeah.
born into wealth to make money.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm agreeing with Abe as well.
Yeah.
Honest Abe.
Yeah.
But you're not no, but it's not fuck too lazy to work, Aaron. I'm a filmmaker, right? I went to school, I got a degree, I studied, I am a professional filmmaker, and that's what my career has been in my entire adult life. That's like a real career, whether you like it or not. And like sorry, but the landscape for filmmaking is changing. No. Okay, but Aaron, you are talking about me. I know you're gonna say no. You're not talking about you. You're not talking about you. You are talking about me, because I make a living on this app, not from lives, but I make a living from my posts and like Creator Fund. I don't make a good living, but this has paid my bills, especially like during an era where the film industry is in dire straits. I've talked about this on here before, and I'm not the only one who's talked publicly about the film industry being in a rough place. No, Aaron, but you do. I want to be clear, because I know you say I don't mean y'all. Sure, you mean someone else, but you mean someone else just like me. And it's not okay just because you don't mean me specifically personally, because you've decided that you like me and I'm the exception. Like, doesn't mean that what you're saying isn't still harmful and like incredibly dismissive of the people who are on here. At the very least, like providing entertainment to someone, right? At the very, like, I don't like battles. I don't do battles on here. There's a reason, like, I don't make money. I really don't make very much money at all on these live streams. I make a few dollars at most. And like, there's a reason I don't make it a mission to like sit here and be, trying to get as much money as I can out of it. It makes me uncomfortable. There's a reason I don't sit and watch live streams that are asking for gifts like that. It's not entertaining to me. But clearly, even those battles that to me are really annoying, they're entertaining to someone, entertaining to people enough so that they're literally paying money in those battles and stuff. And so for like you to sit and be like, okay, well, it's too easy for those people to make money and like they got to go get a real job. Like, firstly, it's just because you see them getting a lot of gifts doesn't mean they're making that much money. I can tell you, as someone who has gotten a lot of gifts in some live streams, it's not that much money. Okay. But if they're doing it and it's providing a service, like it's actually entertaining hundreds, if not thousands of people, and those people choose to send those people money, why are you happy that now they have to get a real job? That is a real job, man. That's a fucking real job. It wasn't a real job in the 1960s, sure, because it just didn't fucking exist. It's a real job if you do something that provides value, and value being subjective in some way, shape, or another to someone else, even if it's mindless bullshit fucking entertainment, And that takes work. That is a job. Simple as that, man. And the reason I use myself as an example is because I feel like I can illustrate this perfectly just by being a filmmaker. When I say I'm a filmmaker, people are like, I respect that. But when I say I'm a content creator, people say like, well, now you need a fucking real job. It's like, you do realize it's the exact same fucking job. It's the exact same fucking job. Content creator, filmmaker. It's just that one ends up on a platform that I need permission from a hell of a lot of people with a hell of a lot of money and a hell of a lot of power who do not give a shit about me in order to ever get to work and have something end up in on those platforms or ever make a cent from it. I need a hell of a lot of permission from a hell of a lot of other people for that to be something that I get to make stuff for and make money off of. I can do the exact same fucking job on here, and I don't need permission from anyone. But as soon as I do it on here, get a real fucking job. That's how I know it's bullshit. By the way, it's always coming from people who don't fucking watch TV or movies either. Oh, that's a real job. Yeah. Okay, but people like you don't pay for that job to exist anymore. Oh no. Yeah, right, Robin? Thank you. Good question, Nas. We just lost the Rizzo cam. We just lost the Rizzo cam. Let me turn this off. Needs to charge a bit more. What are we talking about today? Oh, I was just giving someone grief for saying some more bullshit about now people can go get real jobs. Literally, that's only said by fucking jealous little wannabes. I swear to God. And I say this as someone who's not an influencer. Like, I make enough money to basically just pay my bills on here between fucking freelance gigs. I make enough to supplement my income so that I can pay my fucking bills. People who are on here bitching about people not getting a real job, it just reeks of fucking jealousy, babe. If you spend any time on this app, then the people who make money off of it have real jobs. The only people I will accept insulting people who make money from this app or other apps is people, and I'll barely accept it, okay? Is people who are not on these apps. Okay. Aaron, I don't have to like every individual who makes money from the apps. Just because you don't fucking like someone like Ash Trevino, who I don't know much about, but whatever little I've heard, I think, if I remember correctly, I don't like her either. You don't have to like her. That doesn't make it not a real job. Does Joe Rogan have a real job? Also, the reason I'm mad, because like, I know you keep saying like, it's not you. And again, I'm like, I don't give a shit if you're treating me like an exception just because you know me personally. I'd be insulted if for you saying that like working at McDonald's is not a real job. I'd be just as fucking insulted and call your bullshit there too. I don't work at McDonald's. It's not personal in that sense. But you would never say that. Okay. So you understand how that's a real job. Why don't you understand why like people doing things on the internet? Like how do you not understand that that's a real job? You're on this app, which means you're enjoying a product. You're enjoying content. Which means the people who create content on this app are doing something of value. How much of your piece? Oof. I don't know. Show. Not too much. Your piece? Maybe none of it, honestly. Some people you can disagree with and still be at peace. Some people you can't because of exactly who they are and what it is you disagree on. And it's okay. You don't owe anyone your peace. Your peace is yours to preserve.
Hello.
Hello to you, human.
Hi. Wait, someone on Twitch
How's
is
it going?
asking, Reston Pestles, is content necessary to build value? What about people who don't have any value? Can you define that? I don't think there are people without value. But when we're talking about a real job or real work, real labor, and someone's saying that it's too easy to make money for people to make money on an app like TikTok, that's what I'm tackling. That's what I'm attacking. Because I don't know what too easy means. And I'm pointing out that if they use a product, which is an app like TikTok, the app, you know, sure, you can say, well, it's just about the programmers. Okay, fine. Take away everything other than the programmers. TikTok isn't TikTok unless you have the content creators on there. If you stick around for the content on this app, that content has value. Just inherent, and not just like in a, you know, like woo-woo sense. It has value because TikTok can advertise on that. And it should, obviously, because it's a fucking product. So TikTok needs to make money. The fact that you're like whatever's on the app is valuable enough that you're going to keep swiping even though there are ads, right? That is value. In the most capitalistic of senses, that is value. So at the like base understanding of capitalism, the people who are creating that content that keeps you sitting through the ads, they are creating value. And that is labor.
Technically, yeah. But some of the content on TikTok, from a society point of view, doesn't offer a lot of value.
Sure. I'm talking in a capitalistic sense.
Yeah.
I'm not moralizing. This isn't
No,
about
okay.
brain rot this, brain rot that. Sure. That's, people can say that about video games. People can say that about TV shows, movies,
Yeah.
sports. Sports, to me, most of it, fucking valueless. It doesn't make you smarter. It doesn't make you a better person. Watching sports on TV. I watch one sport on TV. I think those are the dumbest hours of my day, personally. But
I think a lot of it's entertainment to
yeah,
waste your time so you can go back to work the next day and carry on contributing towards this capitalism.
Sure.
capitalist
And
society.
and entertainment has value. It does. Like, entertainment has value. Not
So this
everything
is
has to be utilitarian. But also, even if we were like to approach this question of like, does entertainment have value? I'm like just purely utilitarian. Even entertainment has utilitarian value. Because as you just mentioned yourself, like, yeah, like people use entertainment to like forget for a little bit, tune out for a little bit, whatever it may be, so that they can go back to work the next day. Sure, that's the, probably the most depressing form of that. But the reality is our brains benefit from play, right? From our brains, just biologically speaking, benefit from being entertained in a way that isn't about like survival or necessity. Our brains absolutely like benefit from that. So entertainment provided to brains has a utilitarian value. It absolutely benefits the individual and it benefits the society for sure. So
Do you think in modern times the sort of entertainment that we're given, or the entertainment that we choose, is better or more valuable than the entertainment that people used to make up for themselves before the television, or before sort of entertainment was piped to you through
define
the
better.
radio?
Define better.
Well, more to push your talents more. So maybe more people played musical instruments, or they may have sat around the table and sang songs, or knitted, or done something that allows them to express themselves creatively, individually, rather than feeling like they have to be connected to the internet and be online all of the time.
Great. So I love that you said that because, in my opinion, and this may be wrong, right? But I think that as much as we're like, well, people used to do X, Y, Z more, I think in reality, if we were to like actually look closely at a lot of those claims, I think we'd be wrong about that. I know I crochet, right? I see, and when I'm crocheting, if I start watching crocheting TikToks, my FYP fills with crochet and knitting, by the way. You mentioned knitting. A hell of a lot of people knit. And a hell of a lot of people share how to knit different like stitches or different patterns and stuff. I mean, that's more like different stitches is more crochet. On these apps, I have been able to learn so many crafts and hobbies because of the internet that before that I would not have. Or in order to, I was well educated, well rounded as a kid. My parents like got me into a bunch of hobbies, but those required lessons, which required money. And like, thank God my family had enough money to put me into lessons for hobbies and stuff like that. So yeah, I got to do a hell of a lot of things. That's not true for everyone. But now a hell of a lot more people can open up TikTok, YouTube, whatever, and learn how to knit, learn how to play an instrument, learn how to, whatever. And then when you say like, oh, a lot more people were expressing themselves creatively. Okay. Well, not only are people expressing themselves creatively through knitting, right? Again, to use your example, and then sometimes sharing that online and helping to teach one another and share their projects and stuff one another and expressing themselves creatively. But the act of filming oneself and sharing that online, or just taking a photo, or even just writing, right? Like a Tumblr post, let's say.
Yeah.
Substack. That is creative in and of itself. That is a creative pursuit. And so I fundamentally disagree with the idea that like, oh, back in the olden days before the internet, people were more creative or engaging in more creative activities. Like, what do you mean? Who do you think is populating the internet? It used to be that like only, like we used to populate libraries. Sure. Libraries, bookstores. Sure. But that's like 1 in a million person got to write a book that got shared and then read by other people. And that was like a success and stuff. Now, obviously, people have always written for themselves at home, for sure. But not until the internet have we had a way for just about everyone to write something and have it be seen by at least one other stranger somewhere, let alone hundreds, sometimes thousands, without being a published author. I think that if anything, the internet has made us all a lot more creative, a lot more creative.
I like your view on that. Actually,
Thank you.
I think maybe I'm a bit cynical. I'm a software engineer, and I've been writing code since before Google. So I remember a time when the internet didn't exist, and
Oh, I do too.
if you wanted to go out and see if your friends were coming out to play, as a kid, you'd have to go around and knock on the door, and you'd find out whether they were in or not. I think social interaction. I think there's a positive and a negative side to social media. I think a lot of social media is antisocial.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I've come in and joined your live is because actually out of all of the lives that I've been flicking through, this seemed like the most intelligent conversation that was going on.
Thank you. We get that a lot in here.
Yeah, I think if you look for the positive, you'll find the positive. And yeah, I completely agree. If you wanted to learn something or you wanted to express yourself creatively, TikTok and YouTube and various other social media sites are brilliant for it, because yeah, if you wanted to engage in that type of activity, I think my concern really comes down to children using the internet and being bombarded with brain rot content.
Sure.
And unless you have someone guiding you and very good parents that are monitoring what you're doing on the internet, it can be quite corrosive for children.
Sure.
And that ultimately leads into adulthood, where you get children that are not as socially adjusted because they only spend time on the internet. They don't tend to go out. So I think for those that are a little bit older and who've been alive when the internet wasn't as sort of what would the word be, populated and as deep as it is now, we get the best of both worlds. We've got the ability to socialize and have conversation and engage on the internet where we want to and put it down when we need to.
Sure.
I think my concern really is more the younger generation that don't necessarily have that luxury in a way, because all of the friends on the internet, they're all socializing on the internet, but that cuts away.
Here's the thing. And sorry to cut you off, but I think that maybe we need to stop looking at it as like they're not socializing and look at it more as like they're socializing differently. You know what I mean? Or and also, to be clear, I believe that there is, on some level, there is a social decay occurring, but I don't think that that's inherently from the internet. I think it's more likely, if you really dig down into the why, I think it mostly comes down to like late stage fucking capitalism. It gets a lot more expensive to have fun. It gets a lot more isolating the longer hours you have to work, the longer hours your parents have to work, the more anxiety your family has about paying the rent each month or putting food on the table, the more anxiety like that is shown to have negative effects on children. And personally, like as someone who is deeply, deeply isolated before I found TikTok, like as a result of in large part because of the pandemic, but also because like I didn't grow up in the United States, which is where I live now. I'm from Europe originally. Most of my friends that I grew up with are in Europe, and and I'm great at socializing, but I need a project. Like I'm bad at like meeting up with people to just sit and chat. I need a project. And and so when COVID went away, like not only did everyone isolate, but also like a lot of my excuses, I guess, to socialize went away. And a lot of people moved away. Most of my friends now don't even live in the same city as me. So I was deeply, deeply isolated. Also like a freelancer that often works from home and stuff. And it wasn't until I started coming on TikTok where I started, finding and creating a bit of a community again. And I am so much more social now. And it may to some people coming onto a live stream is not socializing. To a lot of people it's not socializing. But I'll sit here and I'll talk to 20, 30 people in a night, more sometimes, right? Sometimes we'll have hundreds of people in the chat and it'll be a whole big thing, whatever. You're going to tell me that that's less social than me going to like a bar down the street and having a glass of wine with one friend, that maybe like, we catch up on like, how's work, how's your husband, how's this, cool, great, okay, have a nice, like you're telling me that that's more social than speaking here and having like this sort of conversation numerous times in a night? I don't know. I think maybe our understanding of what is social like needs to adjust to these modern times a little bit more,
I think you've hit on two points there. Sort of late stage capitalism. Obviously, these apps need to generate money, so
Yeah.
the content that people are looking at is generally provided so that they stay scrolling. I think the other point that you made is I think this live out of all of them is very good. We're having a proper conversation about something that actually matters, and it's an intelligent conversation, and it's there's no shouting, and there's it's all very calm and
Sometimes there's
very
shouting.
good.
Sometimes there is.
But I think so I think where your live's concerned, it's very well done. I could sit and talk to you all night probably, but a lot of the lives that you look at, they're not like this. They're all people shouting and people cutting over each other and not giving other people time to speak.
Sure, but I've experienced that in person.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a fair point.
I also lives aren't the only thing on the internet. Live streams.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Yeah. I mean, like I said before, I'm a software engineer, so I build platforms and
What kind of stuff?
engaging content and all the rest of it. I don't particularly put myself out on the internet.
You just build it. You build the internet. You don't populate it.
But I've seen a very big shift from the sort of internet of a decade ago, where creativity on the internet, so all websites were all a bit janky and they all looked a bit funny, but they were all very individual and they had their own look about them. Whereas now you look at a lot of websites and they're all very corporate, I would say. A lot of the creativity on the internet seems to have disappeared in terms of how people design their web pages. Don't get me wrong, there are the exceptions.
Sure.
But I think a lot of the capitalist side of the internet is it's very sterile. So I think probably TikTok lives and this sort of social element of the internet is definitely a good thing. I'd like to see more control in the hands of the people instead of the big internet providers. More networks which are geared around allowing people to be, to have free speech and to be able to express themselves in the way they want to, rather than this sort of cancel culture that someone says something that's politically not necessarily popular, but then find themselves very quickly shunned and cut off.
But that's always been that's always been a thing. That's not an internet age thing.
No, that's true. But I think the internet could stop that from happening. Whereas at the moment, if let's say you were to say something that was, I don't know, distasteful, and went against TikTok or went against one of the investors of TikTok, you might find yourself cancelled. Whereas I don't think that should be
Cancelled or deplatformed. Two different things, right? Like I could say if I spoke hate speech, right? Like no, maybe not hate speech, because hate speech will usually get you like deplatformed. Like let's talk. If I say something that a lot of people find disgusting, right? But it isn't against terms of service or anything like that, I could get canceled, right? And that's where a lot of people are like, fuck you, unfollow me, block me, whatever. I could get canceled. Yeah. Now there's something else. I could say something that people fully agree with, but goes against the terms of service. I could be deplatformed. I could be kicked off the app by the owners, the managers, whatever, people running the app, right? The moderators. Two very different things. So what are you referring to?
Well, I think being cancelled in the case where people decide to unfollow you is democratic. It certainly gives people a voice. Deplatformed is where I sort of have an issue, really. I think just because something that you might think or say goes against terms of service, or even is aligned politically, or whatever it might be, that you decide to say that a social media site decides to then limit your speech. I don't think that should be possible. And from a technology point of view, if the internet wasn't as sort of focused on cloud services and everything running on a server, there's no reason that you couldn't have a box that you plugged into your internet that hosted all of your social media content, and you would never be deplatformed. You would be the hoster of the platform. I think things like that are coming. I'm building something like that at the minute. It's a long way off, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a decentralized social media thing. Farcaster, is it?
Okay. It's decentralized in the fact that you run your own hardware, essentially, a little box like your router that you have for your internet, and you plug it in, and that hosts your content. So even if if someone didn't like your content, they'd unfollow you, but there's no chance that you could ever be deplatformed.
Yeah. There's a decentralized social media platform right now that has been, I think it's like Farcaster or something like that. That's like blockchain run, and it's decentralized as in, as you can imagine, where it's like no individual can be theoretically deplatformed or anything like that. It sounds like Fediverse.
Yeah, I'm sure there are platforms out there that do this. I think, the reason they're not as popular as TikTok is because TikTok has the algorithms and the content base to keep you scrolling. I think this is part of the problem, that all of essentially the some amount of knowledge that humankind has is essentially held by the corporations. So if they decide to withhold knowledge or deplatform you, there's very little you can do. I mean, if a meteorite hit the Earth tomorrow and took the internet out, which is, given the structure of the internet, that knowledge would essentially be lost. I think decentralization and a push towards control back to the people is something that we really, really need to do. Instead of going to university, for example, and paying the university, you could pay the academics to teach you directly or to lecture to you directly. Things like that, which which would really open up the doors for really good academics, for example, to be able to disseminate their content. Really good entertainers could entertain people and disseminate their content through their own platform, rather than it all being media run and run by big business, which is designed to keep you hooked, not necessarily something that's of good value. I know we were talking about value before, but yeah, I think it's very subjective as well. So it's someone's cup of tea isn't necessarily someone else's cup of tea. You know?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Hello. What you say?
Yeah. What's this Fediverse? Let's have a quick look at that.
And look up Farcaster also.
Fuck.
Hold on. I want to get my light. Oh, Blue Sky is a Fediverse plan. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on Blue Sky. Blue Sky.
So all of these platforms join together. So instead of it being competing platforms, they're all contributing towards the same effort or the same direction, which I kind of like. Mastodon. Let's have a look.
Let's see if there you go. The Rizzo cam is back.
Is that a dog or a cat or what is
It's a
that?
dog. It's my dog.
Oh, a sleeping dog, I take it.
Yes. I had to charge the camera again. She was on earlier.
Just out of interest, how long have you been doing lives for?
About a year actually. Started. I haven't been on TikTok for that long. I mean, it's coming up on 2 years soon. I didn't like jump in fully all at once, you know, and then but like the summer before last I went live with one video and I was like, "Oh, wait. I have something to like people like what I have to say, you know?" and yeah, and I started I mean, I didn't even after that I didn't start posting a ton right away cuz, you know, it was like up and down. You've had your account since 2018. Man, I wish I'd had an account a lot earlier. I wish I'd discovered the magic of TikTok a lot earlier. I feel like I could have gotten a hell of a lot more done. But I probably would have been canceled a few more times over that course, you know, because who fucking knows? But yeah, I went live, or you need like what, 1,000 people to go live. I guess a few months after I first went viral, I mean, I posted a couple videos after that. I posted like once every few weeks at first. It's kind of crazy now that I think about it. And I saw once that I could go live, and I was like editing, and I wanted like a body double, which is like, you know, when you get stuff done with someone else kind of existing in the background. And so I just went live with that, and I just kind of set up my camera, put a little like sign up saying like, I'm getting stuff done, you know, whatever. And that's how it started. It was just like getting work done on camera while other people could get work done as well. And it full on just like debates in here, you know. Mostly like fact check. Like the whole fun thing is I have this, you can't see it up here right now. I have this sign now. This was a gift. One sec. It kind of became like an unofficial motto up there. Hold on. Where's the fucking remote? I guess I gotta stop saying unofficial, right? I guess it's an official motto now. Where's my remote? Uh-oh. I just know this is gonna happen one day. I'm gonna like, we fact check here. I guess you can't really see it very well right now, but. So, you know, like we fact check, we would have like discussions, kind of political discussions in here sometimes, but the one rule was that we would always fact check. And yeah, that's, you know, one thing that we do on here, but I don't know. I've also gotten work out of it because I'm a filmmaker, and so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the like industry is changing. You know, advertisers are spending more and more on online content and stuff, and so it's helped me to be like, I'm a filmmaker, traditional, trained and stuff, but I also have experience creating online content and stuff. And yeah, she was detecting radioactivity, and I was like, who is this? Oh yeah, one of my early live streams, we pulled out. I was just thinking the other day, we got to do a fort. Should we bring back the fort for like the last week of TikTok?
I'm just now realizing what happened to me in Nostradamus. We got reeled in with the Geiger counter, right? And you haven't brought it back out since. We've been waiting this whole time, and there hasn't been any more of that content.
Say no more, boys. Both of you. You're both my Geiger boys?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got tricked. We were duped.
Say no more.
There's a lot of radioactivity where you live.
No, there's not. That was the problem. She wasn't finding any. Nobody has the old tube style TVs anymore. She didn't have any bananas in the place.
A good healthy dose of CRT.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I had scrolled by her live streams and videos before, but never paid any attention. And then I don't know why she had out the Geiger counter to start with.
Professionally now, I mostly, unfortunately, do advertising stuff. But I wrote some screenplays that did well until the pandemic ruined my career, that were like kind of history, social issue based. Oh, sorry, Riz. I'm sorry. Did I wake you up a little bit, Riz? Sorry. Oh, you guys can't even see her. I kind of woke her up.
Yeah, I was expecting like cloud chamber experiments and stuff. We didn't get none of that.
Cloud chamber experiments?
Yeah. You know,
I don't even know.
We make a cloud chamber and put some potassium or something in there, you know.
See if you can recreate the split electron experiment. That'll be good.
Yeah, that was,
Oh,
we could have got into that. There was so much other content you could have made there.
God, now we can't.
Yep.
Okay, we got the Geiger counter. What should we Geiger count?
try a fire alarm.
No, my fire alarm is like way inaccessible. Dangerously so. I don't have a banana, do I? No. Let's do my phone. Oh. You hear that?
Anything with potassium in it, I suppose.
Nope, those are microwaves.
I don't even know how
Alpha
to.
particles there.
I don't even know how to like use this really. It's just simple, right?
Should be. I don't even think you ever told us why you bought. Did you ever say why you bought a Geiger counter? I mean, why do you have one?
Russia.
It's a secret, isn't it? It's a secret.
No, it's Russia. As simple as that.
Okay, simple enough.
Handy tool to have.
Yeah, Putin. That's why. That's why we got a Geiger counter.
Yeah, I was going to say also earlier, if this isn't socializing, then I've been wasting a lot of time. Because I was supposed to be socializing more and getting better at it.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of doing the social media apps with live streams and stuff.
Yeah, right.
And for people to say, oh, it's the children. We don't want the children using it. Be responsible parents. If you don't want your children using something, don't let them use it.
That too. But also, like, you know, we used to send children to church, and that was never very good for them either. So, you know.
Right. Some people still do.
Some people still do. Yeah. Yeah, let's go save those children. What should I Geiger detect? How about this?
What's the current reading on it? What's the sort of background level?
Right now, 0.15, but it's been going up and down between that and like 0.22.
That sounds about normal.
I think so.
You don't have a microwave. You don't have nothing.
I don't have a
Remember,
microwave.
we tried this before.
Yeah. We did
Check
get
your
some
floor.
things, some hits. Cloud chasing experiments. I too yell at clouds, yeah.
Yeah, if you check your floor, you can have radon gas.
She's not on the ground level.
That's true.
Okay.
She'd have to go to the basement.
I don't think my building has a basement.
Or at least the bottom, the ground floor.
But I could, I should bring this with me to my mom's place in Pittsburgh. I could check her place out in her basement,
Yeah.
Although even her basement isn't technically, because she lives on a steep incline. So like at the front of the house, yeah, it's a basement. But at the back of it, the door lets out to, you actually like walk downstairs to get to like her yard. Like that's how steep it is, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like she probably doesn't have any radon there.
If you get on a plane, you go on a plane with it.
I feel like, well, no, I usually, we'll probably drive. You know what I mean? But,
because the higher up you get, the more radiation you get.
ooh la la. I feel like walking onto a plane with a Geiger counter is bad idea.
No, it's fine.
You think so?
Yeah, it's fine.
What do you do in the names of a high reading?
Huh?
What if you do if there's like a high reading?
Yeah, what would you say to people?
Nothing.
It's normal for being up in a plane at 30,000 feet to have a high reading.
Maybe a few panicked people. Why's she got a Geiger counter?
Yeah.
What's
I
she
thought
doing?
about that whenever Thunderfoot done one on a plane to show the background radiation is much higher at 30,000 feet. I thought, what are people gonna think whenever you whip out the Geiger counter on the plane?
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
Nobody said anything when he done it though, and he wasn't
Okay.
being discreet.
That's good. Maybe I could do that. Oh, wait, I'm getting a spike. Remember that? That happens every once in a while. I get a little spike. It just
Yeah,
went
but-
up to 0.29.
Yep, it's gonna do that.
Yeah, little spikes. Hmm. I wonder. I feel like this metal thing might... Ooh. This metal thing on my desk is just a little bit more radioactive, it seems. It's hovering between like 0.24, 0.29.
Probably some beta particles bouncing off of that piece of metal
Yeah,
and
maybe.
accumulating.
Is my hair radioactive?
Not unless you're a superhero.
Drones near me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, whatever happened to those drones? We stopped hearing about them.
I guess they mysteriously disappeared like they mysteriously showed up.
Yeah.
It's like all of your local government were questioning the government, say, what are these drones? And the government was like, well, we don't know what the drones are. So nobody knew. Madness.
How cute is she?
I never could get anybody to explain the radiation from the drones bit that made any kind of sense whatsoever.
What radiation from the drones?
Who was it that one of our people that come in here quite often was talking about a drone flew over somebody's head and radioactive them or something. I don't even remember what
Oh,
he was
yeah.
saying. But
Oh, yeah.
I was like, how does that even work? And they was unable to explain how that could possibly work other than some, I don't know, some far out space fantasy stuff or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I remember what you're talking
It's
about. It was
magic.
as if they were like pew-pewed with like a radiation pew-pew or something. And they're like, they got, but they were talking about someone famous, some famous like History Channel dude. And we looked him up, who got brain damage from going to whatever. Ooh, 0.42. Oh, look at that. 0.37. So it's just sitting on that metal thing. 0.35. It's sitting on my desk thing. And it's the desk thing that it's sitting on, the metal thing is like belonged to my great grandmother. It's been around for a while. The battery might be low. I might have to charge it. What's the max reading? I don't know. A drone grounded a firefighter airplane in Cali, crashing into the wing. Yeah, I saw that. Fucking idiots. I'm really proud of like. I saw the original sort of announcement I saw of it was on like crew stories. It was like an Instagram. It's like film crew, stories and stuff shared, and it was basically like a drone and it was basically like seriously cut it the fuck out, guys. It was calling it out. It was like, if it's any of you guys and any of us find out count your days, And it, oh God, let me look it up. Because they were like, we can figure out which one of you guys it is and blah, 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 blah. You know, stop posting your things. And it was just like a very like within the film community of crew stuff of like self-policing of like, stop doing this dumb shit for the shot. Like, we all get it. We all work in film and we all like have drones for fun, and we understand like you want to get that cool shot, but you're putting things in danger. You're putting people in danger and stuff, and it's like, take it seriously. I was like, I really liked seeing the Cruise Starts IG.
Yeah, so what film equipment do you have? Do you have any cool cameras or anything?
Do I have any cool cameras?
Yeah.
Not really. I used to own, I mean, I still own it, an FS7. Just because it's like an easy sort of run and gun camera for like doc stuff, but it died on me, the body. It's just not worth getting it fixed now. It's so old. It's like not worth it. But yeah, you're reminding of the show Chernobyl at the moment. Yeah, I made a reference to the show Chernobyl recently in my Jimmy Carter video. You should go watch it. History in Under 15, Jimmy Carter. Did you know that he helped shut down, he basically stopped a reactor meltdown and then like helped clean it up? Kind of like the scene in Chernobyl with the human robots. Like he and everyone else could only run in for 90 seconds total to limit their exposure. And his job was
president.
that was President Jimmy Carter.
Wow.
Who recently passed away at the age of 100.
Well, the radiation didn't do too bad if you lived to 100.
Yeah, the guy lived to 100, so maybe we all need like 90 seconds of radiation. Maybe that's the trick.
A good dose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever filmed on any sort of film cameras rather than digital?
Yeah.
Is that...
Yeah, more when I was like in school though, personally. Philippe still does. My boyfriend still works on, he worked on the Penguin. That's what we were talking about recently because he, he just won the thing. He works on stuff that still shoots on film. But, hi, Chasing the Truth 2022 on Twitch.
I'm gonna have a look. Chasing the Truth.
Oh. That down. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you for doing that. Also did a lot for climate change and healthcare. Yeah. You should watch my video too, Todd. You should go watch it. It got like no love. After spending weeks on it. Fucking nightmare.
Are all your videos on TikTok or are they on YouTube?
Both. Mainly TikTok, but I post most of them on YouTube as well. If you want to find them there. I guess soon they will only be on YouTube. Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, what are you gonna do, man, when they pull the plug?
I'm gonna have to like focus a lot more energy on YouTube, on making YouTube friendly content. But I don't know, frankly. I don't make enough money on YouTube yet. It's crazy. I make these videos that I thought would be great. I mean, and they were great on TikTok. I've only made a few, but History in Under 10, where I like pick a subject and I talk about it really quickly. And, do a little overview in under 10 minutes. And on TikTok, most of them did really well. And I kind of conceived of them as a series that could also go on YouTube. So I film them on this camera in horizontal, and then I crop them to vertical for TikTok. But then I upload the horizontal version to YouTube, and they just they get, whereas most of them have gotten over 1 million views on TikTok. On YouTube, they'll get like 200-300. It's like not it. Yeah, I thought they would be like very YouTube friendly, but apparently not.
1 million views, that's really good.
Thank you. One of them got 2 million. But yeah, it's just not. I thought it would do well. I thought it was like the perfect sort of like thing that would work on both apps. But I actually thought it would work better on YouTube than on TikTok because 10 minutes is long for TikTok. But,
Yeah, that's the stuff dreams are made of, getting sort of viewings like that. 2 million, that's brilliant. I'll definitely check your videos out.
Thank you. Feel free to find them on YouTube and watch them all there to tell YouTube that. I also get a lot of MAGA comments on fucking YouTube, and then I fight back, and I think maybe YouTube doesn't like that. Maybe YouTube does not allow people to fight back. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, what the etiquette is on YouTube. Had a full night's sleep through your life. Great. Great thoughts.
What's happening over in America with the election and Donald Trump at the minute? I know he's being sentenced, is he, or has he been already?
He already got sentenced to unconditional whatever. So he's not getting any time. But the special report was just released by, well, half of it was just leaked by Jack Smith, and the half that was released says that if he hadn't won the election, they had enough evidence to convict him, to prosecute and convict him for the election interference stuff and overturn.
What do you think? What do you think that's? Well, first of all, do you think he's guilty of these things? Or do you think the charges are trumped up, if you pardon the pun?
No, I believe he's guilty. So the report was like, is by the special counsel just being like, he was the guy who was like investigating and would have brought charges basically, or would have recommended to the DOJ, the Justice Department, to bring charges or not. But because Trump won, it's not illegal, but Congress basically doesn't believe that you can prosecute a sitting president of criminal charges. So that's why, Jack Smith announced his resignation, and on the way out, he tried to release the special report, but he was blocked by a judge that was appointed by Trump and has done him every favor every step of the way through this whole process. Judge Eileen Cannon, fucking disgusting. And then it was like a higher court basically said no, you can't just refuse to not release the report. You can't just block that from ever seeing the light of day. So she allowed basically half of it to be released. And so that got sent to Congress today, and it got leaked. And in that, basically in his report, he straight up says we have enough evidence to prosecute the guy. The problem, and not just prosecute the guy, but get a conviction. He's obviously you can't test that. That's his theory. But he's we had enough evidence that we could have absolutely gotten a conviction. But because he won the election, we can't prosecute him now. So here's everything, basically. And yeah, I believe him.
It sounds pretty crazy. I heard something, I don't know if I've got this right or not, but I heard something like Trump could be prosecuted after his term. I don't know whether that's...
In theory, yeah. In theory, yes. It's possible. I doubt it. I doubt the man will survive his second term. Just because he's fucking old and has dementia.
I'm surprised he got in a second time, to be honest. Mind you, I don't take it the wrong way, but Biden isn't much better.
Yeah, age-wise, for sure, not much better. Biden fucked the entire fucking country over by insisting on running a second time. Fuck that old fucking proud old ass fucking man. He played with our futures. He gambled. He fucking lost us our futures. And he's gonna pass away before ever having to see any of the real fucking consequences of his hubris. I hope he's fucking happy. Otherwise, he's great.
Yeah, I take it you voted for Trump, or did you?
No, absolutely fucking not.
Oh.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm trying to gauge where
I'm a
you are.
leftist. I'm a progressive. I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm angry because Joe Biden should not have run a second time.
No.
He stepped out too late. He gave we should have had a primary that he was not involved in. We should have gotten to pick someone younger, someone that we were excited about. But instead, the old fucking, hubris-laden Skeletor, decided that he wanted to go for broke. And I think he fucked us all over by doing that. Look, he's not nearly as bad as Trump, for sure. But he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. He's supposed to be like a fucking... He should have made the better choice. When he ran the first time, he said he was going to be a one-term president. I think he just fucking liked being president too much.
You sort of wonder who's encouraging a man like that who's obviously struggling sort of with his age and various ailments that come with that. You wonder who's encouraging him to run and not sort of advising him, it's time you step down, and as if he didn't know himself that he should have stepped down.
Yeah. I mean, there's there's information and theories about who all was behind it and stuff. And I think in large part, it's traditionally, weren't you guys all super stoked about Kamala at first? Yeah, absolutely, James. Yeah. Especially with regards to no one was excited about Joe Biden running again. That's the thing, James. No one was excited about it. So we all wanted him to fucking step down and let someone else run. So when he stepped down and it was Kamala, abso-fucking-lutely, we were all stoked. At the same time, we can all recognize he should have never run a second time. Both things can be true. Yeah, I think so. Traditionally, it's entirely up to the incumbent president to decide whether or not they're going to run again. Traditionally, the party's never going to put up a real a significant challenger to an incumbent president, and it's entirely up to them. So I think, at least in part, him being no, I'm going to go for another one for another term, even though there was a little bit of a fucking primary, it didn't even happen in all states. You know what I mean? I don't think it even happened in New York, for example. It was weak sauce. There was no real challenger. The party was not properly entertaining the idea of challenging or toppling, or unseating the incumbent, because you just don't do that as a party. It's just traditionally you just don't fucking do it. So I think in part that was it. I think Biden himself was a big fucking reason where he's I think he just liked it. He liked being president. I think old men always do that. They like it. They like the power. And they're fucking full of fucking hubris. And they just don't want to give up something, even if it's for the good of everyone else. He said he was going to be a one-term president, and he was. But...
It's strange, those that crave power are very rarely the ones that should have it, you know.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how anyone would have voted for Biden. Some of the, well, I'm in the UK. Some of the stuff
Between him and Trump, I would have voted for him. I absolutely would have voted for him between him and Trump, but wasn't happy about it. You know.
What does Kamala Harris bring to the table then? What's so good about her?
I mean, well, she's a lot better than Trump in the first place, right? At the very fucking least, there's, because I have lots of criticisms for the Democratic Party. Lots, plenty. I'm a progressive. I grew up in Spain. Like, my fascist dictator was somehow more progressive, more left-wing than the Democratic Party, okay? Our fucking right-wing fascist dictator, okay? Not because he was a leftist, just to be clear, guys. So I have plenty to say about the fucking Democratic Party, for sure. But at the same time, the Democratic Party, at the very least, is in some ways, trying to safeguard certain just bare minimum rights and stuff, like trying to safeguard women's rights, trying to safeguard like LGBTQ and trans rights, even just the bare fucking minimum. Yes, there's plenty to criticize about the Democratic Party. Obviously. They're not the bastions of fucking progressive anything. Obviously. I'm already like gearing up because people are going to be like, how fucking dare you? But like at the very least, they are hundreds of miles ahead of the Republican Party. At the very least. And they're easier to fix, I think. They're easier to fix, you know? There's so much that we have to fix with fucking Democrats, for sure. But at the very least, let's start from a point of like, we all agree that human rights are fucking important. And not even that, set even that aside. At the very least, we all agree that like the basic practice of democracy in this country is important. You know what I mean? We've like, Republicans have lost the plot on that completely here. They're like anti-democracy at this point, which is terrifying. Oh God. I don't know. It's just, yeah, Vinny says living in New York, I'm learning how anti-progressive these Dems are. It hurts my soul. Yeah, I agree. Whatever.
So some of the stuff in America, things like lobbying the government and the amount of money that companies spend, it seems...
It's obscene.
Yeah, well, it seems to me that Republicans or Democrats, they're both suffering, or the sort of political system suffers from a system where you have the ability to make laws up based on how much money you've got, you know?
Yeah.
I think one thing that I'd love to see in America, and I'm not American, so my opinion is sort of not really worth very much, but I'd love to see a healthcare system in America which meant that people aren't left with cancer and limbs that, you know, the range of healthcare problems that you guys have got. It would be great if the Republicans or Democrats get together on that and try and do something which means everyone can get to see a doctor instead of spending so much money on the military. You know, that's my knowledge of politics in America is very limited. But, you know, it would be good to see that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only healthcare insurance companies actually insured care here.
Exactly, Norga.
I suppose it's very difficult to get a few hundred people to vote in the same way when they've all got their own agendas. And that's the same in any political system, whether you're American or not, you know.
Yeah. I mean, and like, to be fair, like, you know, when they're voting in their own agendas, you're talking about Congress, right?
Presumably, yes. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
You're
But
saying like getting a few hundred people to vote in the same way if they're voting on their own agendas. To a certain extent, yeah, like, listen, every congressional person is supposed to vote according to the interest of their district, right? Or at least their state. But yeah, they're, you know, in the House, they're supposed to be voting based on, like, to represent their district. And different districts are going to have opposing needs or wants for sure, right? I get it. But there's like, apparently, if 30% of people in the country, in the United States, this is like a real thing. If 30% of people in the United States support certain legislation, oh, thank you, Screaming Black Dolphin. Hello. It has a 30% chance of being passed in Congress. If 60% of Americans support a certain bit of legislation or, you know, just law or whatever idea, it has a, do you know what percentage it has, likelihood it has of being passed? Can you guess? I'm asking you. Do you have a guess? No idea?
no guess. I don't.
If it's, okay, if there's 30% support, 30% chance. 60% support, no guess? Just throw a random number out. What's the percent likelihood it'll pass?
40%.
Close. 30%.
What?
30%. Yep.
It makes no difference.
Makes no
After
difference. Yeah.
Still, it's not democratic, is it?
Well, it's not representative. It's not representative, at the very least. You know, we can argue if, you know, about how democratic, and I would agree, yeah, like the gerrymandering and stuff in the U.S. alone makes it inherently undemocratic. You know, but even setting that aside, it's unrepresentative. Congress doesn't, I expect congresspersons to show up and vote and push legislation on behalf of the people they're representative. I are representing. I get that, right? I get that. But they don't. They don't. 70% of Americans support some form of abortion being accessible. There's disagreements on like the circumstances or how late it should be allowed, but 70% of people support women's right to choose in at least some circumstances.
I think, well, in the UK, it's yeah, the woman has a right to choose. I think that's important for lots of reasons. It's a very difficult subject to talk about because it's very emotive, and obviously we're talking about unborn children, and but to be in a position where, you know, you have to make a decision like that, it's not really fair for the government to get involved in a decision that's already very, very difficult.
Yeah. That also has nothing to do with the government.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the government. In Florida, they had a referendum this past election cycle for abortion rights because, I don't know if you know, but Roe v. Wade got overturned, which basically got rid of the federal, guarantee of a woman's right to choose. So now it's up to the states. So a few states have had referendums, have had like ballot proposals basically on their ballots, saying, where people can vote on the legislation directly. In Florida, they voted, and a majority of people voted to codify in Florida a woman's right to choose. Did it get made a law?
Really? Wow.
Nope. Because before that, they chose to vote on whether it should require, whether a simple majority should pass the law or not. And they decided to no, like, let's require 60% or more. I believe it was 60% of the vote. More. So more than a simple majority. So even though the majority of Floridians voted because to support a woman's right to choose, Florida said, nope, not enough. It's
Doesn't
not
make any
democratic.
sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Issues like this are sort of perfect for a referendum. In the case where a referendum goes ahead, you have to respect the people's opinion. Where the government involves themselves in sort of people's lives, referendums are a very effective way of making decisions, because you actually allow the people to make a decision for themselves. To go against that is eye-opening.
And that's the trick, right? You said, well, you I like the way you said that, right? You're like, you said you have to do what the people want, right? Like that's the point of a referendum. The problem is that here in America, a group of people have figured out that have to is actually just a suggestion. In a democracy especially. Have to, according to who? That's how like fragile democracy is. Everywhere, right? But especially here. As soon as a bunch of people realize, you know what? Have to? According to who? Like, what if we don't? What if we just don't? And they've been testing that. And they've been figuring out, oh, yeah, okay. This democracy relies on all of us just agreeing. And this is true for any democracy. Democracy requires people to agree to be democratic. That's what it requires. And as soon as someone is like, you know what, actually, nah. It fucks up the system. It fucks it up. And that's why when we're talking about like, the, you know, like when we're talking about what's so inherently fucking dangerous and stuff about Republicans, and like I don't think you can ignore that they're like, no, like they want to get rid of, you know, that they're anti-democratic, right? The problem is democracy only works if we're all on board with it. And as soon as one group starts being like, you know what? I'm not on board with democracy. You're fucked. You are fucked. And I know there are people who, right now who think that the group that's against democracy is like on their side, so they're cool with it. But, you know, just give it some time and they're about to fucking realize that no, that doesn't work for them either. Eventually, sooner or later, it's not going to work out for them either. But that's what's so terrifying. You have a bunch of terrible fucking people in this country being like, cool, yeah, I like that my side doesn't give a shit and is going to destroy democracy just to do what it wants. I like that.
So it's okay when they're winning. You know, it's good when the vote and the decisions go your way.
Yeah.
I'd struggle. Well, I suppose I struggle a little bit with sort of thinking that democracy would go away in the United States. I can't imagine that, you know, the vote and the sort of voting process would stumble. I mean, is it within Trump's power to change the voting system to make that a possibility? Is that too far-fetched?
I think we all think of it in a slightly wrong way. I think we all think of democracy as this separate thing, as this, like there's the democracy, which is this thing, and we're all like protecting it, right? Or we're all just like respecting it, and it's this whole set of things and whatever. It's this own machine and system and whatever. And yeah, and we're following its rules, but also like we're interacting with it and stuff. And the problem is that no, democracy is us. It's us. We don't, and you know, and like there's a way we speak about democracy. Obviously, we say like, oh, you know, they're anti-democracy, they're destroying democracy. Absolutely, da da da. What that actually means is they are stopping they are choosing to stop democracy-ing. Does that make sense? Like, it's a verb more than anything. It's not just a system or a set of like documents or whatever. It's, yes, there are laws that are written down. What is a fucking law? Unless you and I both, like if you and I are playing a game and we have rules to the game, the rules are only the rules if we both agree to them and we both like adhere to them, right?
Yeah.
We can write them down for sure, but really like writing them down doesn't change the fact. Like it might just make it feel a little bit more official, and it gives us something kind of separate to look at. So it's not just like we're debating back and forth if we don't remember what we agreed, what like our agreement was. That's what rules are, right? Our rules are basically like agreements in a sense. And like, you know, sometimes we'll write them down and put them there so we can like refer to them as this thing that's outside of ourselves. But the reality is that no, those rules that we are following, they're an agreement between us. So as soon as one of us realizes like, oh, just because it's written doesn't mean I have to follow this agreement with this person, that the rule, unfortunately, effectively like goes away. It's, if we're no longer in agreement on it, it's gone. And so when I'm talking about this, it's like we all keep thinking that democracy, and because we treat it this way, we treat democracy as these rules that we wrote down and we put them over here. And so that you and I, we're not debating what democracy is constantly, right? We're like, no, we have the rules. We wrote them down. They're over there. We can always refer to them and then we'll just follow them. And we agree to follow them. But as soon as one of us is like, oh, wait, just because the rules are written down doesn't mean I actually have to like do them, because like, who's going to stop me, right? The rules are going to stop me. Okay. But we just established I don't have to follow the rules if I don't want to. And you're going to tell me that the rules are going to stop me? Well, no, it's maybe not that rule that I'm breaking, but the next set of rules, that's going to stop me, because there's other rules that are going to stop me. It's like, okay, at a certain point, you got to acknowledge, no, the only thing that's going to stop you is force. It's force. It's a person standing in the physical fucking way, which is actually what we saw J6, right? We saw Mike fucking Pence physically refusing one guy standing between the rules being complete, like the next set of rules being completely ignored and not. One guy decided to physically be like, no, I'm going to follow this rule. Like the rule behind the rule behind the rule. And thankfully, right? Thankfully, if he had like stepped aside, literally, if he had let himself get removed from the fucking Capitol that day, God fucking knows what it was. Physically, by force, he preserved one of the rules by following it himself. And I think, and that's the thing, it's like we keep forgetting that. The rules aren't going to stop someone from breaking the rules.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sorry, I'm just like yapping, but
No, I think what you're saying is valid. I think to follow the rules of democracy, if you can't take a referendum as a good reason to sort of do something, then you're not playing by the rules, I guess.
Yeah, well, and people just realize there one side realized like, oh, we are the rules and we make the rules, and literally we are the enforcers of the rules, and like we can just like not. We can just not. Simple. Who's going to stop us?
It'll come to violence. You think it's?
It already has come to violence. What do you think J6 was? That's the thing. You know, yes, we talk about like, oh, will it come to violence? Is violence? We have already crossed that fucking threshold. We keep forgetting. We're very lucky that it was what it was. It was as simple as what it was. But we've already reached that point. And I don't... We've reached that point. We got through that point. Few almost like no fucking repercussions. We just saw that, right? Like the guy literally won again. We just saw a special report released that said, yeah, the guy would have been put in prison were it not for the fact that he was reelected. Were it not for the fact that we as a country have, and not we as a country, that Congress has decided that, oh, you can't actually prosecute a criminal for the crimes they've committed as long as they have this job. They decided that. We as a country didn't decide that, mind you. The vast majority of us had no fucking say in that. They decided that. And yeah, and so you have someone who time and time again, and he's a felon, 34 times felon. He's also been found in a court of law of having essayed, raped a woman. He's been found in a court of law of that. How many fucking consequences has he seen for any of it? All of that is violent, mind you. Fine. His felonies for like fraud and stuff, that's not violence. Fine. Essay, violent. He's seen zero fucking repercussions for that. J6, violence. He saw zero fucking repercussions for that. Zero. We've crossed that line. We've crossed that line. DOJ policy. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I keep saying Congress, and I know I'm wrong when I say that. You're right. It's a DOJ policy.
I don't necessarily agree with the fact that he hasn't been sent to prison, but there maybe is some wisdom in the fact that if someone's elected as president, the charges that were set against them may have been due to a witch hunt, essentially. I'm not saying that's...
Sure, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. To a certain extent, sure, yes. But the thing is also like, and this is where the rules are a thing, right? Where it's because the right would always be like, oh, Hunter Biden this, Hunter Biden that. And like most people on the left that I know, me included, you know, when MAGA would come in my face, would be like, you know, we're going to go after Biden and stuff. I'd be like, fine, yeah, prosecute him. What do I fucking care? If he broke the law, fucking prove it in a court of law and let him face whatever, you know, what do I give a shit? Yeah, if he committed crimes, abso-fucking-lutely. Great. So that's the one side, right? That's like, yeah, if they committed the crime, go after them and prove it in a court of law and whatever. But then you have the other side where like you have who are like, firstly, like, no, don't prosecute. Second, they're like, no, they don't respect the rules at all. And this is where you realize like, oh, if you're willing to like ignore the rules on one level, you're gonna ignore every rule, right? So they put in partisan judges, right? You have a judge that has done every fucking favor to Trump every step of the way, Judge Eileen Cannon. And that's because they don't give a shit about the rules. He instated her because he knew that when time came, he needed someone who would bend and break all of the fucking rules in his favor. So that's what he did. He appointed her, and she's done that. She's done a great fucking job at it. And he's done that with like everyone else, every sort of like mechanism. But like when we're talking about like, yeah, sure, I agree. Prosecution of a president could be political, whatever, right? And in fact, it is, right? We saw the impeachment of fucking Bill Clinton, which like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck him, for sure. And he was a creep. Monica Lewinsky, an intern, abso-fucking-lutely. The funny thing is, Republicans don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit about Monica Lewinsky. They don't give a shit about 20-something-year-old interns getting creeped on by their older boss. They do not care about that. So, ironically, as much as they like act outraged about Bill Clinton, the only thing they cared about was, you know, pretending fake outrage at him getting serviced, so to speak, in the office. And they're like, oh, moral, whatever, da-da-da. And then the like impeachment for like lying under oath and stuff, which fair, granted, right? Yeah, absolutely. If he fucking lied under oath, go for it. I don't give a shit. But like that was like entirely political. So you can still go after a president in a fully political arena, right? Because a president can only be impeached, which is a an inherently political process, because it's not like a jury. There's not like a trial. It's Congress, which, I mean, it's literally like politics. It's all politics. Like, you can't. So inherently there is like a political thing to that. So you can do that. I'm not saying that like no impeachment is like legitimate. Yeah. Use impeachment. Absolutely. That's there for a reason. But for us to be like, oh, but if you like prosecute a president, it could be political and stuff. Okay. Yes. But also the idea of like, also any prosecution can be political. And in fact, many prosecutions are. And in fact, you know, the criminal justice system is like weaponized against communities all the time, including, you know, like people of color and stuff. That's political. I mean, saying overall, I'm not saying that every crime ever committed by a person of color that was then prosecuted is a political act, but like the system is weaponized and used politically. And like, absolutely. In most cases, if people are following the rules for the most part, we could be like, okay, fine. But if a prosecutor feels that they have enough evidence to go to prosecute a president, and in theory, a prosecutor is not going to act in theory. A prosecutor is not going to act in a political sense, in a political way, in a politicized way, I should say. In theory, if they see that they can bring charges, they should be able to bring charges, and that should be able to be prosecuted, and that should be able to be like, you know, judged by a jury, and the judge should be able to be, you know, not political and unbiased, and the system should act in that sense in an apolitical way, and it shouldn't be treated like a political thing. And like, if you can prove it, then you can prove it, and that's not inherently political if you have a criminal in the White House that gets caught for those fucking crimes, in theory. But yeah, when you start breaking the rules, none of that applies. None of it applies anymore. You have a politicized judge. You have a politicized prosecutor. You have politicized everything. I don't know.
It takes the value away from the judicial system.
It does, yeah.
You know, should be impartial. We have a thing over in the UK called two-tier policing, where you see minorities and poor people, for want of a better word, being targeted quite heavily by the police, and yet the sort of rich and wealthy tend to avoid any sort of police prosecution. We don't have the politics in the judicial system like you do over there. But
Yeah.
So it tends to be that the wealthy or the very influential figures at the top of any sort of organization tend to get away with an awful lot.
Well, that's exactly what's happening here too, right? That's ultimately what's happening here. It's the wealthy and the powerful getting away with everything. And it just so happens that they also, because of that, not only do they get away with everything in the judicial sense, not only do they run everything on the like privatized side of everything, you know, and business side, they also run and own the entire fucking government. So they can get away with everything. They can get away with not following the rules. It's just, that's the problem. Like, we have no actual checks and balances. Every check and balance in here is the wealthy trying to check and balance one another, the wealthy and powerful. That's not a balance. There's no fucking... As soon as a rich dude decides, like, you know what? Actually, no, I don't want to follow the rule. Like, no one's going to stop him. No one's going to stop him. Who's going to fucking stop him? Who's going to stop him? It's ridiculous.
Tends to be the losers tend to be the majority as well. So it's the majority are obviously not as rich and as powerful as those that really need, you know, some more action against them. It's very sad, and at the same time, it seems to exist in every sort of civilized country. I suppose we're becoming less civilized as time goes on as a result of this. You know, I think trust in politicians and the whole political arena is disgusting. I think my sort of gripe about it all is, why are people voting, or why are people voting for these corrupt individuals? Is it a representation of the majority not really making good choices about who they put at the top of the tree?
In part, yeah. In large part, yeah.
Maybe they don't have any other options, I suppose.
Don't have other options, but also these people are in charge of education. The smartest fucking thing that Republicans have done in the past half a century was defund education every chance they got. They've literally done that. They have made a concerted effort. They've been playing the long game to leave Americans as uneducated as possible. And the more uneducated Americans become, the easier it becomes for Republicans to win. That's not a coincidence. That's not completely unrelated data. Completely directly related. They were fucking smart. They saw early on, yes. Actually, if we make people dumber, we can tell them whatever we want, and we can get them to vote and operate against their own interests for us.
It's disgusting.
It is. It is.
How do we change this? What do we do to change this? What would be your
suggestion? History has always said revolution. And I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm saying that more. I hate it when people come in here like, yeah, revolution. And I'm like, okay, fine. Go start it. I'm not saying that like, yeah, let's go start a revolution. But I think that it's unlikely we'll see real change without one. Unfortunately. Not impossible, but unlikely.
We've come full circle in a way, because I think this probably directly impacts why TikTok's going to be banned, because of the opinions and voices that people have managed to find using the app. Which is obvious why they're banning it. You know, they say the information's classified, but they've told us. I think Romney himself said in some interview. That, Republicans have been trying to do it since the beginning. Trump has been trying to do it since the very, very beginning. He's the one who basically started this whole thing by signing an executive order to get it banned in like 2018, something like that. And Republicans have been trying to get this bill passed for fucking ever. And they have said, Romney, I believe it was Romney himself, said that they finally got enough Democrats on board when, after October 7th, when the typical, the U.S. has been very censored. All, YouTube, IG, Meta, all stuff is always, and all just mainstream U.S. media has always been very one-sided, very, biased with regards to the is and pal thing. Very, very biased. And I'm saying this as someone, I grew up in Spain, so I grew up with a very different understanding of the situation than most Americans. I had to learn that the hard way when I came to America. The very hard way. And like, even though Spain obviously is a Western nation and has diplomatic ties and is technically an ally and stuff, I grew up with a completely different understanding to it than most Americans. And we know that basically a bunch of Democrats in Congress and the Senate were finally convinced to join the Republican efforts that they'd been trying for many, many years to get this ban in place when they were lobbied by AIPAC following October 7th. And it was shown to them that on TikTok, the PAL perspective had been allowed to seep through and proliferate a little bit more than it had been historically on any other American media platform or source or anything like that. So, we know for a fact it's about a different perspective that was introduced. Political divisiveness is tumorous. People who say that tend to be people who want to deny others their rights, Metro. So maybe, bigotry is tumorous.
Bigotry is tumorous. You want people to agree with you while you're arguing against their rights? Get the fuck out of here.
They requested that. Would you like to talk to them?
Ads not directed toward you. Slow down. All right. Yeah, I guess. Let's hear. Done here. Okay, US. User OS.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, what's up, Metro?
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust my audio. So that I was being in what was the word I'm trying to find here? It's like 4 for me, so you give me a second.
Yeah, it's 4 here too. Shit.
I'm not saying that what you're saying is divisive. I'm saying like the counter, the people that would come into your comment section and sort of make a muck of things, kind of quickly critique what you're trying to say without really digesting it, are the ones being divisive.
Mm. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that, but also I'm going to say, I don't think, I just inherit like political divisiveness. To me, that sounds like someone who's trying to, I disagree that politics are divisive. Political divisiveness usually is directed at people calling out someone else's politics that are like bigoted. You know what I mean? Like I only really hear like when people are calling out like schmatzyism, and I use that as a catch-all term for, you know, schmite supremacy and certain beliefs that are about stripping away people's rights and whatnot. When someone is like calling those beliefs and goals out, all of a sudden I see, and I'm sorry that this is what I assumed you meant, but that's when I see people being like, oh, political divisiveness is destroying this country. You're being so politically divisive. Like, why can't you just like be nice to the other side? What's wrong with you? Like, the rest of us can just agree to disagree. And it's like, what do you fucking mean? Like, no. The problem isn't someone who says, hey, you want to strip away people's rights, therefore I have a problem with you. That person is not the problem. You're the fucking problem. You want to strip people's rights away, and you want them to be your friend while you do it. No, that's not how that works.
You know, the phrase I put up there was more like directed towards like what you would see on Twitter, X. I'm not calling it X. I'm calling it Twitter.
Go for it. Go for it. It's the one thing I'll allow
very,
to be dead named in here.
Like you'll see a positive post, right? And it can be on like the LGBT side, it can be whatever. It can be about something completely mundane, and there's always someone that's going to take up an issue with it or bring it to that sort of political discourse side of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean by it being divisive. Like it's very surface level. It's never actually about the politics. It's about, oh, this is my side. You're on the opposite side. I don't like you.
Yeah.
It's never about what the message is. It's just about the color of the banner that's being waved.
Wait, say that last sentence again.
It's never about the message on either side. It's about what color the banner is.
Sure. Ish. Because also I'll say like the message on either side, it's not about the message on either side. But like one message, if one side is like, hey, LGBTQ people are normal ass people and they have rights. Or like even just tell a story like, oh, hey, I, a woman married my wife the other day, blah, 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 blah. And then people turn it into a political fucking free-for-all where they use that as an invitation to debate whether or not those people should have rights, as you know what I mean, or should have a right to get married or something like that. Like the problem, it's not as like, the problem isn't this like 80,000 foot view of like, oh, people are just looking for a fight. No, one side is looking for a fight. One side is looking to deny people's rights, like to turn people's rights and lives into a debate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like only one side is trying to debate the validity of people's existence and rights and just basic like it'd be so fucking easy if we all agreed that like, you know what, let's just stop debating whether or not LGBTQ people should be allowed to marry and exist according to their identity. So fucking simple. So simple. Just let people live the way they want to live. Love the way they want to love. And just give them all the same rights you have, despite how you want to live and who you want to love. Just give them the same fucking rights. Just stop, not just give it to them, leave them that way. Like, let's say they have them and they're not for debate. They're not for debate. Done. That would just fix so much, like 99% of it. It would fix it. If a certain group of people stopped acting like basic human fucking rights were still up for debate. And unfortunately, they are up for debate because of them. Because they're like, well, but are these a given? Are they a right, though, to everyone? They're a right to me. Can you imagine if we just started debating whether or not, like men have a right to own property? Just to fucking say that.
Give it like 15, 30 years, it'll happen.
I mean, I don't know if you're saying that in like a communist sense or in like a self-victimizing white man sense.
I kind of sit in the middle when it comes to political discourse. Like I'm all about like gun rights, but I also have a trans partner. It's a whole thing back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and I understand what the discourse is in reality for like politics. Like people on the right will claim it's like, oh, it's neoliberalism or something like that. It's not even about left or right. I feel a lot of the issues that come with political discourse are sometimes more often than not fabricated by class difference.
Sure. But that doesn't make it less harmful, right? Like yeah, absolutely. Like let's use if you're saying what I think you're saying, let's use the MAGA implosion as an example, right? During the election, I mean, for years now, people like Elon Musk has like stoked the flame, and just MAGA in general has stoked the flames of racism, xenophobia, all this stuff, right? And gotten a bunch of Americans, MAGA Americans, to vote for them based on these very racist and xenophobic ideas, right? Like, oh, we're all on the same side here, blah, blah, blah. Blank will not replace blank. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going to get me flagged in here. All that stuff. And then all of a sudden, in practice, it turns out that, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy and whoever the fuck else are like, no, actually we really like this racism stuff, like it doesn't work for us in the H-1B visa thing. And the reality is that like Americans, you're not educated well enough, you're not trained well enough. Also, your culture does not make you conducive to take advantage of enough. At least not compared to H-1B visa holders that are really easy to exploit because their entire life and ability to remain in the country that they've built a life in, often with a family and whatnot, is entirely dependent on them keeping this one specific job that we have. You know what I mean? Like, not to get into the weeds on it, but H-1B visa holders are much easier to exploit than American citizens in the United States. And but also, yeah, they're well educated because the same education, like it just so happens that your race and the country of origin doesn't define how well you can be educated in something. Like just so fucking happens, that's just bullshit. And yeah. And all of a sudden, all these MAGA are like, hold on. but I thought you guys were like racist with us. Don't get me wrong. They're still fucking racist. Elon Musk is still a racist. But there is like this MAGA implosion. Like, I agree. A lot of that racism and xenophobia was stoked by the people in power, and because it takes advantage, it like facilitates further exploitation of the lower class of people that we all are, right? And the more there is racism, xenophobia among our group of people, and those people are hating each other, and the more these people make it like tenuous for these people to remain in the country, the more desperate these people are to keep them really happy, and even easier they will be to exploit. And so absolutely, in that case, it's all stoked and fired on, and it's like all about class. It is a tool to maintain our class divide, for sure. It weakens us as a class that is much larger in numbers than that one. Absolutely. But that racism and xenophobia is still harmful in and of itself. That doesn't excuse the racism and the xenophobia that is occurring here or up here, for that matter. Does that make sense?
Right.
Absolutely, it's a classist issue. Abso-fucking-lutely. It is often a manufactured, or at the very least, partially manufactured and encouraged issue as a result of class divide. Absolutely. It's a manipulation, it's a tactic, it's a tool, for sure. That doesn't make it any less harmful or in a problem in and of itself. Yeah, we're talking about the Republican factions, yeah.
Could we be specific on, well, there are a couple of things. So I think the first thing is to be divisive in politics wins you votes, especially if you strike a chord with a certain cohort of voters. I absolutely agree that it's used to divide us rather than to unite us. But if we're let's be specific about a specific. If we talk about, for example, athletics and trans men competing in women's events.
You mean trans women competing in women's events?
Sorry, yeah, I've got that the wrong way around. So my viewpoint on it is, I would probably argue common sense was to say that if someone is physically stronger because of their original gender, then it's not really fair for them to compete in that sport. But that doesn't take away the fact that if they want to be called she, and they have pronouns, and they have every right to be respected as they want to be respected. If you turn that to the media, then the media gets hold of it and turns it into a racism issue, a transphobia issue. And the same could be said across a lot of the government interaction with certain groups of people. I suppose that the athletics is just one example, but
but let's talk about the athletics one, because it's not just one example. It's just one example because it's a very specific one. It's a very useful one, and it's also a very overblown one, right? And this is how you know it's a form of manipulation, because of how it's used relative to how much of a problem or question it really is. The International Olympics Committee, the IOC, has rules and standards already in place, and has for many years, for trans athletes, right? They, many years ago, decided, like, you know what? Yeah, like, trans people exist. Trans athletes exist. We should have some guidelines that, like, dictate what's allowed and stuff. Because, like, sure, yeah, everyone acknowledges, yeah, like, people develop differently, sure. However, when we come to athleticism, the funny thing is, like, the peak athletes in the world also develop differently. They tend to develop outside of the norm, right? Phelps, for example, Michael Phelps, he has some sort of insane fucking wingspan compared to like his body size. It's well outside of the average, the norm for humans. Does that mean that he shouldn't be allowed to compete in the Olympics? No, we've never said that. But regardless, the IOC has standards, and it's like, okay, you have to have been on hormones for X amount of time. You have to test within this range of normality, of average, whatever range for the gender, that you are, and all that stuff. Like, that they have standards in place. And it has never, in practice, it has never become an issue, has never been an issue in the Olympics. In fact, I believe only, 2 trans athletes have ever competed in the Olympics. And one of them placed like second to last. You know what I mean? And there was like a trans woman competing as, I don't fucking know what. I forget. It's never been an issue. Now, when we're talking about, so that's the IOC, that's literal like peak athleticism, the Olympics. That's where it becomes like the biggest deal, right? And then if we deal if we go to, what are the other circumstances, right? You're talking about like professional sports or college sports. Like the biggest place I'm seeing it actually happen in is college sports. Because here's the amazing thing. There actually are not all that many. Firstly, professional athletes are rare. They make up like less than 1% of the population, I believe, are professional athletes, just overall. Teeny tiny percentage of the population. And as for like trans individuals, again, I believe less than 1% of the population is trans. The crossover of how many members of the population are professional athletes that also happen to be trans is like almost zero. Okay. The most I've seen it crop up is maybe college things. But again, if the IOC has standards, they figured it the fuck out. Why can't colleges do something similar? Right? Stop making it that big of a fucking deal. The Olympics figured it out. You're a college. Is it really that big of a fuck? Like, if the Olympics can make it work, why can't you, as a fucking middle of nowhere college, no one actually gives a fuck about? You're competing for 16th place in nationals, and now all of a sudden it's a big deal. Like, just do what the bigwigs do. It's not, And then, okay, but then outside of that, we're talking like kids, right? Kids, non-professional sports. In that regard, I think once we're talking, like, again, the percentage of kids that this actually applies to, once we're talking like non-professional or in situations that don't have really, really high stakes, like it's not about whether or not you're going to get to afford to go to college because of a scholarship. It's not about whether or not you're going to win the gold fucking medal, which they have already figured out. Whatever. Once you take away stakes like that, I think who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? As a kid, I played soccer with the boys and with the girls when I felt like it. No one gave a shit. Sometimes a couple of boys would play soccer with the girls because we needed a couple extra teammates. Who gave a shit? We were playing for fun. It's not that big of a deal. On the playground, we would play mixed teams all the time. Didn't fucking matter because the stakes were just we're playing for fun. So when we're talking about kids playing sports, genuinely, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Can we stop making it into a much bigger issue than it ever had to be? It didn't. As long as if the kid had never openly identified as trans and just said oh, I feel like playing, with the girls, I feel like playing with the boys, no one would have said anything. No one would have said anything. That's the fucking amazing thing. Because it's not about the sports.
Yeah, as soon as you say certain words, and the media, it's like I said, the media gets hold of it, and it becomes politically divisive at that point. Well,
I will say the media only gets a hold of it because someone takes it to the media. usually, right? It's usually like a parent who's trying to cause some fucking drama. Like, you know, that, did you hear about this whole fucking story about some trans kid in the schools in the US who was supposedly like essaying girls in the girls' bathroom? Did you hear the story at all?
No.
So a parent took this story to the media and it blew up, and it's like the example given by Republicans. And it fucking turns out like none of it is true. Well, none of it. It's not a trans girl. It's not, you know, it's a boy who would sometimes like wear a skirt. They didn't essay the girls in a certain situation. They did. He's accused of essaying girls or like pushing, I don't know. I forgot all the details. Basically, like all the details were changed to fit the fucking narrative that, oh, trans girls in school are like, one of them is creating this issue and is actually like essaying girls. No, that was never the situation. And it got to the media because of a parent misrepresenting it in a certain way. But it wasn't, he wasn't even a cross-dresser, Flowers. He wasn't. He was literally like, the way he was described in the like article, either I listened to a podcast and then read an article about it. I did a deep dive on it way back, but he was a boy who just occasionally like wear like a skirt because he was like an artsy boy. He was like, I think like a theater kid or something. I know guys like that. I know a man who wears skirts every once in a while. He doesn't consider it cross-dressing. Every other part of his outfit is like masculine. He's not dressing as a woman. He occasionally wears a fucking skirt because he thinks they're cool. It's not cross-dressing.
We could go down a rabbit hole here, I suppose, with we're talking about transgenderism with kids. This is a very divisive topic, and I don't want to say.
Well, no, and here's the thing. Well, let's keep going on this thing because it's perfect. Like, I grabbed onto the like sport thing, right? And I was saying like it's a tool. It's a tool. Like, this is the key symptom of manipulation when you realize that it's being used as a much larger issue than it is in practice. Let's use it. Let's talk about the kids thing as well. Let's do it because I happen to know the data on this. I made a TikTok about this a couple months ago. Did you know that so the number one gender affirming surgery that happens is I don't know if I can say the B word on here, but chest reduction. This is the number one by far. Number one gender affirming. Did you know that I think it's 93.5%? I mean, firstly, gender affirming surgery among children is incredibly rare. We're talking like 83 total in like 1 year among millions. Hold on, my sister's calling me. She's in the UK right now. Hey, I'm live. Can we talk later, maybe? Hi. I think I saw it come in. I think so. I'll check. Yeah. Which one did you send it to? Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Bye. Sorry, guys.
You could have took that opportunity to tell your sister God says hi.
Oh, I should. Let me text her.
You was talking.
God says hi. Also Devonte, he said. Also Devonte. Okay. So 93 point something percent. Firstly, yeah, it's kids almost never ever receive gender affirming surgery, like almost ever. But when they do, 93 or I think maybe it actually might be more. 93 or 95% of them are cisgendered boys.
Right.
Because they're getting chest reductions. The vast majority of gender affirming surgery performed on minors. By the way, none of this happens on anyone below the age of 12. Most of it is like on kids between like 17, 16, 18, 17, 18. Yeah, like upper teens, minors. Almost all of it is performed on cisgender boys because they develop man boobs.
Right, okay. There's a perspective there that I wasn't aware of, I suppose.
And again, we're talking a total, like in its highest year, if I'm remembering correctly, I believe the number total was 83. 83 minors. Again, the vast majority of them were like between 16 and 18. And of those, it was, I believe, so the reason I'm saying it's like 93, 95, of those, I believe it's 95% are chest reductions. And of the 95% chest reductions, 93 point something were cisgender boys. So basically that's like three surgeries total or something like that, 3, 4. I don't know, someone can do the math. Were not performed on cisgender boys needing chest reductions on their man boobs. And I'm sorry to be flippant with man boobs, but you know, I'm trying to like illustrate like how inoffensive this is.
I think that the stories, I suppose, so yeah, I'm probably guilty here of listening to some media content and thinking, oh, this is the reality of the world. But the stories that I've heard are significantly more shocking than that. Things like very young children being put on puberty blockers and children.
Well, okay, here's the thing. We're talking about surgery right now, right?
Yeah.
Surgery. I will say puberty blockers are a thing. They're not just a thing for trans kids, though. I was tested when I was younger. I was tested because my mother I don't know if my mother was put on puberty blockers or it was talked about like she should have been put on puberty blockers. I was tested as a kid to see if I should be put on puberty blockers. In the end, I don't believe they did because I was like, fine. But there's like, and in large part, it's because we just like, and in my head, like when I was a kid, it had something to do with the fact that we're so short and stuff. I'm an incredibly short person. And like, but part of it was like, oh yeah, like my mom's growth was stunted because she developed too quickly as a kid, right? She hit puberty too young. I mean, too young, whatever that is. And so she was worried that the same thing would happen to me. And so, I was tested and looked at if I was developing, if my like bone density and stuff, because part of it, because it can affect your bones and stuff too. If you hit puberty like too quickly, it can affect the strength of your bones. And like, unsurprisingly, I have incredibly like weak fucking joints and all this kind of stuff. In the end, I don't believe I was put on puberty blockers, but I am a cis woman, puberty blockers are used for all sorts of fucking things. And we use it for cis kids as well.
Yeah, I think yeah. So I hear what you're saying. I don't want to sort of I don't want to seem like I'm sort of not taking your points on board. But the stories and the things that I've heard, it stirs up emotion in me because as far as my opinion goes, I think I'm fairly fixed in the fact that children should be children for as long as possible. And the issue of gender.
But that's what puberty blockers do. That they block puberty. They keep kids younger longer, quite literally.
I think the whole notion of changing your gender or wanting to be a different gender is an adult decision. It's massively complex.
Well, first, I just want to be clear. Gender itself, gender is fluid. Gender is whatever. It's not wanting to change your gender or anything like that. Gender is your identity, right? Gender itself is just like self-identity. It's a difference between gender and S, which I can't say on here.
Yeah.
Gender is just self-identity. If you are whatever gender you decide you are. And by the way, you can change your mind. Like, I mean, change your mind, right? Like, not, I don't mean that to say like, oh, it's entirely a choice or whatever. But I have a friend who is trans, non-binary, and they have like changed their understanding and how they identify as they have sort of like figured it out a little bit more. You know, they used to go by she, and then they started being like non-binary, but like sure leaning towards she more. And now I think, I mean, I actually haven't seen them in a couple of years because of the fucking well, actually I saw them after the pandemic, but I believe now they're I know that they dropped using she eventually. And I think now they're also like, they might be going more towards he. I'm not sure actually. But last I heard, they all the way. And like, that's, you know, they're figuring out. They like let us know when they changed, like, you know what, actually, like, I prefer not to go by she anymore. Even though before it was both she and they. They. Okay. It's not that big of a deal.
I think having the ability to decide how you'd like to be referred to, it's perfectly fine. He or she, if someone said, call me he or she, there wouldn't be an issue there.
Right.
I think the issue comes when somebody is...
Or they, by the way. He, she, they.
Yeah. I think the issue comes when someone is chemically altered to become a different gender.
Right, but I think well, I understand what you're saying. Gender isn't the word there again, but I understand what you're saying. I'm making a note. I'm not trying to like get you in trouble or defensive or anything like that. Yeah. I think also when we say like chemically altered, I think again you are misunderstanding what's happening, right? Puberty blockers, which by the way, not like I mean, a couple points, right? You said you've read stories or you've heard stories, these horrible stories about these young children being put on puberty blockers. And I'm pointing, and the reason I pointed out to you early on, like, hey, I was almost put on puberty blockers, is because cis kids are also put on puberty blockers. They like puberty blockers like are useful for many things. They simply what they do is like they delay like hormone surges that affect the development of a body, like the speed at which the body develops in a certain way. That's basically what it is. It's just our hormones, like, you know, we get a big surge of hormones and they like tell our body to like start speeding up certain things at a certain point. And that's what happens. That's the simplest way of putting it. A lot of cis kids end up put on puberty blockers because they're getting those surges of hormones too early, which means that their body is speeding up on certain processes, which is going to stunt their growth in others, right? And it just so happens that like for some trans kids, they're like, hold on, before the surges of hormones like rush the, you know, development in these certain ways, like slow the timeline down a little bit. That's all it does. It slows the timeline down. And if at a later date they choose, okay, you know, let it go as normal stuff. You can be taken off the puberty blockers and then your body does the whole fucking thing normally. That's like, you know what I mean? A puberty blocker just it doesn't even put a full pause on stuff, mind you, as far as I know. At best, it slows things down for a little bit. It slows down just your natural, like the hormone surges that are sending parts of your body and your brain certain signals of like, hey, now it's time to start this. Now it's time to stop that.
Yeah.
Simple.
I think the stories I'm referring to are the use of puberty blockers and hormone treatments to actually change the sex, I guess. That
can't do, no. That like does not.
With surgery, in addition to surgery, I suppose. But I suppose my point is that these decisions or these sorts of emotional changes that happen as you reach puberty can mess with your head, and you can be sort of confused about who you are as a person, irrespective of gender or sex. There's enough going on already without the added confusion about whether you want to change something so fundamental about yourself.
Sure. Okay, but I will say, so when you say you've heard horror stories, what makes them a horror story to you? Like, is the kid happy or is the kid not happy?
Well, there was one instance of a child going through gender reassignment and taking all the hormones and going through to quite a great extent just before surgery and realizing it made a mistake.
Okay.
And I guess that's rare. Don't get me wrong. We're talking minuscule numbers of people.
Okay, but so then what happened? They didn't go through the surgery, right?
I think she wanted to then sue the doctors and medical professionals who were involved in advising her and guiding her through that process.
So, okay, but she wanted to sue them, but okay. But what else happened? So she didn't get surgery. She didn't get life-altering surgery. I'm also curious, like, what age? By the way, it's not, just to be clear, it's very, very difficult to get doctors to approve surgery for minors like that. So I don't know if she was a minor when she was going to get the surgery. Very, very difficult for that to happen at all. Like, you have to have a very convincing case. But okay, so she didn't get the surgery. She chose not to, right? So I assume that means she then stopped taking the hormones and everything went on to develop as normally, right? But she was upset that for a while it hadn't. Is that correct?
I think, yeah, I mean, to the best of my recollection, yeah.
So nothing irreversible happened?
Well, yeah, emotionally, maybe that's not...
Okay, but so emotionally she was upset that she had gone through this thing. And sure, granted, I'm sure that does have an emotional toll, for sure. I'm not trying to like minimize her experience. I want to like narrow in on like what was the horror part of this horror story. And it sounds like to you, the horror story, it was like the emotional thing, right? That she was like, oh my God, I can't believe that for so long I thought I identified as trans and I was able, and by the way, again, that's a lot of work on her part. I'm going to hesitate. I'm not going to say it's not victim blaming. I don't think she was necessarily a victim because it's very hard for like minors to first convince a doctor like, yeah, put me on puberty, blockers and stuff just because of an identity thing. It's very hard to be put on any other sort of like hormones. It's very difficult. Okay. So they have to make a very convincing case. So if she did that, she managed to do that for many, many years. She put a lot of fucking work in to convincing people to treating her in that way. Number one. So, but she came out and she was like horrified that she came close to, that she spent all that time believing that about herself, convincing everyone around her of that and whatnot, and coming close to doing something irreversible, but ultimately not doing anything irreversible. Okay. I'm sure that was an emotional thing for sure. However,
I think the horror part, sorry to cut over you there, but I think the horror part for me is as bad as it might have been emotionally, is the fact that there are medical professionals out there that would guide a child into gender reassignment practices, not necessarily full surgery, but the hormones and the whole process of going through it emotionally and physically, when the decision to do something like that is an adult decision.
But according to you, it's an adult decision.
Well, it's an adult decision according to me, yeah, because I think the majority of people think like that. I think.
Okay, but but also at a certain point, the majority of people believed things I can't repeat here about certain races. That doesn't inherently make them true.
No, but I think everyone can relate to realizing that they were a boy or a girl. I can certainly.
Well, okay, no, but I know that's different, right? Well, you can relate to that. You don't get to. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you right there. You don't get to apply you can relate to being a boy or a girl to the experience of a trans person. Like, you don't get to be like, well, the trans experience is this because the cis experience is that, right? That's
I agree with you there.
okay.
That was probably probably misspoke a little bit there. I think what I'm trying to say is that a decision of that magnitude takes an awful lot of consideration, and it is very difficult.
No, it does. It does. But Metro, that's kind of my point too, though, right? That she didn't walk into a doctor's office once and be like, hey, put me on puberty blockers. And again, we're taking you at your word here that this is like a real case. I'm sure this has happened at least once, right? For sure. I don't doubt it. We're 7 billion people on Earth, 8. I'm sure this has happened at least once. But I'm saying, yeah, it's a lot of work. And my point is also, like, she didn't just walk into a doctor's office and be like, puberty blockers, please. And the doctor's like, great. Here you go. No, she had to put in a hell of a lot of work to convince people that that is what she wanted. And yes, granted, every once in a while, there's going to be someone, a kid, who's going to put in a hell of a lot of work to convince doctors that that's what they want. And then they're going to get to a point where, like, you know what, this isn't actually what I want. However, I'm going to point out, nothing that she did, it sounds like, was irreversible at all. It is rough. I will say, I think there's a lot of like similar situations you can point to that have nothing to do with gender, of like a kid convincing people that like XYZ is wrong or blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of fucking work on the part of a kid or a person. And yeah, like, the people around them are not always going to catch on to the lie or the misunderstanding or whatever it is. However, there are strict guidelines for, I cannot emphasize enough how difficult it is to get approved for any of that. But I do want to like shift for a moment, right? And sort of use, I know I said like, well, we can't use your experience as like a cis person to do that. I want to make actually 2 points. Number one, let's talk about like the emotional thing, right? How many, you said that you've read about this experience, you've heard this horror story, read about it. I don't know how you ingested it, about this kid that like, oh my gosh, they didn't get the surgery, but they almost did, whatever. And they were like, whatever, never mind. And they wanted to sue. Wanting to sue, by the way, doesn't inherently mean that everyone else was fucked up. That can also be that like she had to be leading that charge from the very fucking beginning. She had to. And because of all the protocols that exist, she had to be at the forefront of that fucking charge. So her wanting to sue people doesn't inherently mean that they did something unfair or like not okay to her in that sense. Does that make sense? But number two, have you read or explored any accounts from trans people, trans kids who were denied gender affirming like puberty blockers and stuff?
I'm not going into any specific stories, but I have read stuff on that subject. So yeah.
Can I just suggest that you do?
Yeah, it can be as you've hit on a point I actually wanted to talk about. Actually, is the fact that if someone makes a decision to do something, they then change their mind. But if someone wants to do something but they don't have the opportunity to be able to do it, it's a massively complicated and difficult subject. And yes, it is massively difficult. But I do, and this is why I ask if you've read firsthand accounts and stuff. And not every firsthand account is going to be analogous and stuff. But like when we talk about the worst case scenario, that is incredibly rare, right? That a kid somehow fools every single fucking adult in their life into giving them puberty blockers and like hormones and stuff, that at the end of
a very difficult road that, you know, again, of them, it requires so much work. I urge you to look up protocols. Like, it is not easy for someone to get any of those fucking treatments. So that kid has to either like genuinely, whatever, doesn't matter. So that is the worst case scenario that has happened once, maybe twice. I can assure you this is not happening a lot. I can fucking assure you. It's literally a statistical impossibility that it is happening a lot. Compare it to the psychological, I'm not even talking physical, psychological effects to the average experience of a trans kid who is denied that treatment. And there's a hell of a lot more of that than there is of the situation you just described.
Yeah,
and we're talking trans kids who unalive themselves. Like, that's not, I don't want to say that's the 1 in a million thing. No, it is incredibly common for a trans kid to unalive themselves, or at least try to. And before, and obviously that is the worst case scenario, but there's a hell of, like, the whole range of the experiences of, like, typical trans kids denied the ability to access any sort of gender affirming care whatsoever. That is psychological. That is trauma on so many levels. And that is the norm for them. And there's a lot more of that than there is a kid who somehow games the system, convinces everyone, jumps through crazy hoops that most of those trans kids can't even, like, we're talking like genuine trans kids cannot get through those hoops to be approved for that treatment. This kid that you're telling me about somehow managed to do something that the vast majority of trans kids cannot and do not. Somehow managed to get past all of that, you know, and get to near the finish line and be like, you know what? Never mind. That, like, that's how fucking difficult it is. Yes, that's not a good thing. I'm sure that they need therapy.
Well, what I'm suggesting here is there is a failure in the processes or the management of this condition, irrespective of whether it's a change of mind or the fact that a child can't access that
But
care.
it sounds like the system worked exactly as needed. I'm sorry, but the system, if anything, the failure is that so many trans kids are not getting care. That's, to me, indicates a much wider failure than one kid did nothing irreversible but was listened to for a few years. Nothing irreversible but was listened to for a few years. That's the failure to you, not all the kids that fail to get treatment that could, in many cases, save their literal lives, that causes actual, like, PTSD trauma on extremely high. The most vulnerable population among us are trans women. And that doesn't start just as, like, adults. So all of this, to me, indicates much larger failure. Their difficulties accessing even just a delay to puberty. Like, we're talking a delay to puberty versus one kid that did nothing irreversible that changed their mind.
Well, I think this is, you could argue either side, but we end up with the same result. The failure here is in the guidance and the processes that provide access to gender affirming care.
But the failure, I'm sorry, a kid was given puberty blockers and maybe different hormones, all reversible, and nothing irreversible happened after a lot of work on them on their own. And by the way, it's very possible that this person wouldn't have even realized, oh, you know what, I'm not trans, had they not been allowed to go through that journey in the first place.
She had an Adam's apple and hair on her chest. I don't necessarily think that is reversible. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I mean, have you seen like trans women after hormone therapy?
Yeah, I mean, to remove your Adam's apple, you have to have it shaved off. My ex girlfriend's dad actually went through a sex change, so I do
Hmm.
know certain things about this.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah,
but
hair. Yes, hair from especially from like hormone. Hi, Shape of Content. Thank you for auto subscribing. Man, we're almost gone on this app. Thank you. Um, yes, hair that is grown on one's chest from also Adam's apple. I find hard to believe because that is a piece of anatomy that I don't believe it even exists in a certain frame. But hair that is grown from taking hormones, yes, if you stop taking those hormones and stuff, that hair will eventually like go away and return. That's why trans individuals take hormones for their entire lives. And in fact, that's also why like both, you know, both sexes can take hormones to shift in either direction. It's,
okay,
you know what I mean?
I wasn't aware of whether it was reversible or not. I think what I'm trying to sort of say here is that a decision of that magnitude and the current guiding principles that we have, which either give access to or don't give access to this type of care,
Mm.
looking at, and because it's so massive, it's very difficult to sort of say, well, the majority of people who were refused care may have been refused care because they didn't present with the correct criteria in order for them to be able to be considered for the process. Well, how would you say that is necessarily wrong if the same process is used to actually give care to people? So
No.
it's
Okay,
obviously
people. We're in this case, we're talking about one person, right? Because again, we both agree that that's incredibly rare. Statistically, even just because it's so difficult for a child to receive, you know, any sort of gender affirming care, straight up, for it to be given to a kid like incorrectly. And here's the thing, I disagree that it was incorrectly. I think it was correctly given. I think if that kid like fit the criteria for needing and wanting, like for needing that care, that gender affirming care, I think I think it was given correctly to them. And if that person chose at the end like not to get the surgery and to maybe like go off of the hormone therapies and stuff, that's a perfectly valid choice and whatnot. Absolutely. That doesn't mean that it was the wrong therapy for them, medical therapy, I mean, obviously, for them
well,
up until then, because the like again, it's like it's very possible that the only reason they were like, no, actually I don't want to go through the surgery is because they were given the opportunity. And by the way, and that's part of it too, right? There's a reason that people are given the opportunity to be on hormones for a very long time, typically, before, this is part of it, but before getting any sort of like reassignment surgery and stuff. Because you also like, yeah, sometimes people figure out like, oh, actually, this is not for me. This is not actually my identity.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think that was the point I was just going to say. How many people actually? Let's talk hypothetical. How many people actually get to the point where they think, right, I want to change my sex. I'm going to go through the process. I'm going to go to the doctor because it's a massive undertaking. There's nothing trivial about that decision, and gets to the point where they either don't match the criteria, so they don't get the treatment they want, or they actually get the treatment they want, but then they then change their mind afterwards. Now, hypothetically, what would happen if somebody went through the surgery and then realised that they'd made a mistake? How do you stop that from happening? And
Well, you
and
do
that,
in the same way that you can't stop any surgery. You know, I have plastic surgery.
really,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah, and I could have regretted my plastic surgery. In fact, on some level, sometimes I think I do.
It's a massive.
You can't catch it 100% of the time on anything. But does that mean that you should ban all plastic surgery?
Oh, absolutely not. No, I'm not suggesting that for a second. But it's such an emotional topic. if we come full circle, we actually get back to the media and what the media talks about in terms of presenting cases to the public. So, for example, the media doesn't talk very much at all about the kids that are denied this treatment, but does talk quite a lot about the horror stories of when someone went through the sort of hormone treatments or maybe even the surgery and ended up making a mistake and actually regretting their decision. So the media.
Well, okay, but also again, like, I'm gonna correct you on that too. Like, well, yes, and the big point that we started on was like the classic way of knowing that you're being manipulated is when something is being turned into a much larger issue than it actually is in practice. And like, yes, the media talks a lot more about these hypothetical, which again, it's like very, very difficult to actually find examples of this. Like these, you know, like regretted surgeries and stuff. And remember the numbers I told you, 83 in the like year of like most surgeries performed on minors, most of which was like upper teens, like 17, 18 teenagers of gender affirming surgery. The largest, you know, the most numerous year on record was 83. And 90 something % of that was cis boys getting chest reductions because they were developing too much. So we're talking like I mean, let's figure it out. How many is, what's like 95%? 95% of 83. Okay, so 78.85. So like that 79, right, are cis boys. So that's 4 that are not cis boys. And I'm just I'm going to like give you a little secret. Among those is also like a cis girl, let's say, like gender affirming surgery can include reduction or increase for a girl. It can include like reconstruction for a girl after cancer and stuff. So we're talking on record minors, the vast majority of which were 17, 18, 4 gender affirming surgeries that may have been performed on cis girls, may actually have been performed on cis boys as well, just not have been chest reductions. And in that is not inherently a surgery down there or anything like that. Like most gender affirming surgery has nothing to do with your, I can't say the word on here. I'm not trying to like be like a fucking child on here, sorry. But I guess Rizzo's gone. We're not talking about a situation that's like happening, I want to say at all. It's not that it's never, ever, ever, ever happening, but like it's rarely fucking happening. Okay?
Yeah, so, okay, I take your point.
I'm not making things up as I go along, Go Vols. There's a research. I did a video on this. The vast majority of gender affirming care or surgery that is performed on minors is performed on cisgender boys with man boobs. Moops. That is a fucking fact. You can look it up yourself. Or just go watch my TikTok about it. Go watch my TikTok about it.
The numbers are tiny, so I appreciate that. And so the cases where this is happening it's very rare. But the flip side to this is one of Trump's election rants, for want of a better word, was that he was going to stop all male and female athletics being attended by trans people. Mm-hmm. We're going to basically go to war with the whole trans movement, including surgery on kids. Now, I don't necessarily agree with him, but if it's so rare, why is it such an issue at such a high level? Because
firstly, it's bullshit. That's an issue in and of itself. But secondly, it's already difficult enough for these kids to get, because they're also not like outlawing just like surgery. Firstly, fine, you want to outlaw gender affirming surgery for kids. Mostly you're going to get a bunch of fucking football dads mad because their sons have breasts. Like ironically, if that is put into practice, the biggest, like, you're actually going to end up with a bunch of fucking like conservative men who are mad that their sons have breast tissue.
Yeah.
And by the way, that fucks a boy up too, right? Like, I think you and I, neither of us like disagrees with that, right?
No,
That can fuck a boy up too. An adolescent kid who's a boy, he knows he's a boy and he has breast tissue. We understand that?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. And I love that you agree with that. Because the thing is with trans boys, it's the same situation. A trans boy knows he's a boy. He knows he's a boy, just like you know you're a boy.
Yeah.
And he's got breast tissue. And it's very visible and it's there. And most trans boys will not be allowed to remove that tissue until they're legal adults. And even when they're legal adults, it's actually really fucking hard to find a doctor who will actually do that. Like,
and expensive and difficult and painful.
Expensive and difficult. But even setting all that aside, very difficult to get a doctor to do it. To say, okay, I'll do it. Very difficult. And even among adults, it's not, by the way, the vast majority of like gender affirming care being done on cis boys, it's not just about minors. That's true for, it's like 80% of adults, gender affirming care or gender affirming surgery. 80 something percent of it is conducted on cis men with breast tissue. So, but, you know, setting that aside, like, you know, what are you fucking talking about, Go Vols? Stop lying, dude. But,
Yeah, that was wild what he just said.
what do you mean? I mean, that sounds like Republicans, Go Vols. What do you fucking mean? What does trans people existing do to you? Are you just mad because, like, I'm not gonna say it. But like, I'm just saying, my point being, like, you can understand that, right? It is like psychologically very difficult for a cis boy to have visible and obvious chest tissue. I'm sorry, I'm just going to be careful with my language again. Very difficult and can be traumatic. We agree. Like an adolescent teenage boy should be allowed to make that decision for himself, for his body, right?
And the same for someone who's trans as well. Absolutely, they're in the wrong body, and I've got no issue with that whatsoever.
Okay.
I completely. My heart goes out to these people who are struggling with the very identity of themselves. It must be massively difficult.
But it's simple. It's like we're also just talking about this simple, just like very obvious and clear thing, right? Like. That's why we allow teenage boys to make that decision for themselves, young. We allow them to make that decision for themselves. But suddenly, like, and by the way, again, it's like, it's actually very, very difficult for trans boys to get anyone to like agree to remove their tissue. Just from the top. We're talking from the top. Literally, like, I can't fucking express enough how much this is just top surgery for them.
This conversation is probably the most positive conversation I've had with someone about this subject. In a weird sort of way, but I think, let me just speak for a second on my ex-girlfriend's dad, and I won't go into too much detail, but the conversations that I had with him, I actually drove him to have his surgery. The conversations I had with him were very much in line with what you're talking about in terms of feeling trapped in the wrong body, not having the same shape and the same parts, I suppose, for want of a better word. Feeling very much like their identity was completely wrong for them. You know, looking in the mirror and not feeling like they knew who was looking back at them. Massively difficult and very, very contentious issue. And I suppose really talking to you now just about this in terms of sort of comparing it to, say, a cis boy who has moobs, without trivializing it. But I think that is, yeah, it's a very good way to explain the difference between the surgeries, I suppose. And it's not that far-fetched in terms of how you would perceive how someone would feel. I can absolutely identify with it, with a young lad who's, I was quite chubby as a kid, and I was always paranoid about my chest area because, yeah, it looked like I had, I can't say the word, I don't want to get into trouble, but so yeah, I can completely identify with that, and yeah,
You're right.
so I think maybe I started the sort of conversation off in the wrong way and presented.
No, I mean, personally, I felt that this has been like a great, very positive one, positive conversation. I know we disagree on some points, but I appreciate you like talking through this point by point and stuff. Because I think, again, like mainly the point is, I think what people, it's a difficult issue to talk about because it's like the worst case scenarios. It's like, yeah, most people are going to be like, yeah, of course it's awful that, like the idea that a kid might get an unnecessary surgery. Absolutely. That's awful. Like no one disagrees with that. But like, let's talk like in reality, like what are we actually talking about? And like, let's talk about who's not getting the care that they desperately need. And like, and when we're talking about, and I think the tissue, chest tissue is like the easiest way to talk about it. Because not only is it 99%, like 0.9% of all of this, especially with regards to kids. And I'm saying that because it's not just cis boys that's like, overrepresented like in the actual surgeries that are done on minors. But like literally we're also talking about, trans boys are developing tissue. And like, and when we talk about puberty blockers and stuff, we're talking about that, like puberty blockers, like I said, almost used on me. And that was because I was developing earlier. I was developing tissue, chest tissue, too young, like my mother did. Like, and that's why it was like, maybe we should put her on these blockers. For a trans boy, or someone that is like, believes that they are not a girl and wants to delay developing tissue like that at, 10, 11, 12, even younger sometimes, 9. That's often why puberty blockers are used, right? Because a kid is like nearing puberty years ahead of schedule. And like, putting them on blockers to delay it to, at least to 12, right? For if it's like 9 to 12. And then if 12, like give it a couple more years. I have friends that naturally got their periods at like 15, right? I think the oldest I know of is 16 and a half, maybe 17. That's super late, right? But it happens. That's within the range of what happens. You can delay a kid's puberty into their teenage years if they're like, I don't want to develop these very obvious like deposits of fat and tissue on my body that ultimately, if you take them off the blockers and you take them off like all like hormone therapy, they're going to develop naturally anyway. And like, let them decide like at the end of that road, like, are they going in a direction that makes them feel like they're in their body, right? Or do they feel like, no, actually, this is still not their body, and they, you know what I mean? Like maybe they want to get off that and reverse course a little bit and stuff. And I don't think, and it's just like, it's a difficult choice. It's a difficult set of choices for sure. And sometimes a kid is going to like get to like 18 when they can finally get a surgery and be like, you know what? Actually, no, let's like, back it up, take me off the hormones, whatever. Very rare, like we said. But it's not the end of the world to like listen to kids when they're telling us like, this is not like the direction that my body is going in is not me. It is not, you know what I mean? It's a prison. It's not me. It is not what I like recognize as my identity, as myself. It is not like what I view as myself. And it's also not something I want to be signaling to the world. Just again, think of cis boys with tissue, right? They're like, I don't want, you know, moobs, you know, because they're like, you know, for all the reasons. And it's like, we can understand that. We can, and it's not that crazy to give a kid a few more fucking years to figure out if they want to let that develop naturally or not. It's just really not that crazy. It's really not that crazy. And the vast majority of them, like, don't reverse course. They just don't.
Yeah. With all of this said, it kind of makes the whole issue of how someone identifies as being quite trivial, because if someone wants to be called she or he or they, it doesn't really matter. It shouldn't be a problem for anyone to decide to call someone.
Right.
But when you look at someone who's going through surgery and you think that's a big thing to worry about. Calling someone by a word that they want to be called by, it's trivial, and I think anyone who doesn't follow in that line of thought hasn't really got a grasp or an understanding of just how impactful and potentially damaging these sorts of conditions can be if they're not treated correctly. And this is what I was talking about before, about saying that the sort of process and guidance that the doctors are giving, and the psychologists and the whole team behind gender reassignment, there needs to be either a different media approach, or there needs to be more understanding. I guess it's not relatively new, this condition, but in terms of the surgery and the options that are available, things have advanced massively in recent years. It's just very, very difficult not to be affected by hearing stories about someone who very nearly went and made a mistake, you know.
Right. But and that's, again, it's like whenever you hear a story like that, this is why I encourage you, like, there's a reason you're going to hear a story like that. Like, it's always worth, like, looking up, like, okay, you know, and I'm not trying to say, like, well, that story rarely happens, therefore that individual's experience, like, it's like, you know, fuck that or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. Excuse me. But I am going to say, like, okay, when you hear a story like that, like, go look up some of the numbers, like, actually, before. Like, the reason we're here, like, these are being made into these much larger issues. It sounds like, you know, like Trump said, like, oh, you know, parents coming home one day, like, Timmy leaves for school and he comes back, you know, after school and he got surgery or something. I forget how he fucking said it, right? Like, or he said, Timmy's a girl now. And it's like, what are you fucking talking about? No. Like, on every level, absolutely fucking not. That's not happening. You know, no kid is going off to school and coming back at the end of the day having had reassignment surgery, even a little bit. But, like, you're hearing, like, these people are turning it into this thing that, like, people literally imagine that thousands of children across America are having these irreversible surgeries and regretting them, and it's like fucking them up and stuff. And, like, nothing could be farther from the truth. Nothing. Fewer than 100 kids in America at its peak had gender affirming surgery, and the vast majority of them were cis boys who just developed breast tissue. And we can all fucking understand that. No one's trying, like, no, not a single fucking person in America that I mean, I'm sure, yes, there's a person somewhere in America who thinks that it's terrible to, like, help boys out with that. I'm sure. But, like, most people can, like, understand, like, oh, okay, wait, that's not actually that big of a fucking deal, is it? And it's fewer than 100. It's fewer than 100 at the highest year. It's just... It's being turned, like, when you hear a story like that, look up the numbers. And then also, like, ask yourself, like, sit back and ask yourself, like, okay, why is this a horror story? This person did not get any irreversible surgery. This person did not get any irreversible, like, treatment and stuff. This person received treatment for something that they were struggling with for many years. And they were happy with it for many years, it sounds like. It sounds like they were on it for years, and so they were happy with it for years, and eventually decided to cease that treatment and to not go any further. And like, what's the horror story? You know, I'm not trying to minimize their experience, but I don't hear the horror in that. I hear the horror in the experiences in trans kids that are denied care over and over and over again, and are like, dude, do you understand? There are literal, like, for every horror story like that, you can find a kid who tried to unalive themselves at like the age of 5, dude. 5. We're talking like prepubescent kids who know that they are not in the right fucking body, that they are not being identified as their gender. They fucking know. And they're being denied the ability to just exist according to their fucking identity. And they are trying to unalive themselves before. And I'm a kid who was depressive, and I had unaliving thoughts, self-unaliving thoughts. Okay. I was a kid that deeply unhappy in that sense. I can't imagine having those thoughts as young as some of these kids. As young as some of these kids tried, mind you. Like, tried.
Where the medical professionals are concerned, inaction won't lead to some negative consequences, whereas action would do. So I suppose this is why the care is being refused in so many instances. I imagine, I'm guessing.
Well, but that's the problem is, my point is more that the inaction affects way more and has way more devastating consequences than the action does. You know what I'm saying? Because the action is also just long term, and again can be stopped and paused at any point.
Yeah.
And the story, again, and I want to just reiterate, the story that you shared, as much as that person, according to you, like, wants to sue the doctors and stuff. Oh, okay. Restricted for some audiences. Uh-oh. Okay. Shoot. As long as, we may have to restart this at one point, but as long as the person that, like, to me, that's a sign of the system working and the process working. You know what I mean? That this person was able to receive like hormonal therapy for many years and like figure that out. And before getting any surgery, figure out, you know what? No, never mind. And they were given the chance and they were able to back out. That to me is a story of it working. You know?
I suppose it is. Yeah, it's a very difficult topic to talk about without it causing great deals. I can tell you're very emotionally attached to this subject.
Well, I'm emotionally attached to the fact that kids are unalived by this. And we're acting as though that's less of a problem than the alternative. And the alternative, the worst case scenario in the alternative that I have heard so far, it just doesn't even fucking come close to that, which is happening at way higher rates, and it's just way worse. You know what I mean? Like, lives are being lost and at way higher rates. And this one is someone was on like delayed puberty and then changed their mind at the end of it. That's the worst case fucking scenario.
It could well be that's why Trump is using that as rhetoric in his campaign, or it was using it as rhetoric in his campaign to back up and defend the inaction, because that would be a good thing in his eyes, I suppose. The inaction,
yeah.
You know? But it's my sort of confusion really is why is this such an issue at such a high level, and at the same time the sort of, I've said it a couple of times now, the guidance and medical professionals, they've got a great deal of responsibility, and it's very, very difficult to make sure that you've got, you're doing everything right. But as you've said, the numbers are tiny. Well, it's interesting talking to you about it, because you've actually sort of reassured me in a way about my opinion on, well, in fact, actually, one of the things you're talking about, young lads having moobs. There was a specific interview that I saw where the interviewer was talking to a pediatrician, and she was talking about giving puberty blocking I suppose, I don't know whether the hormones or not, but puberty blocking medication. And the interviewer was pushing her and saying, why are you giving children puberty blocking medication? And the doctor was like, well, she didn't really explain, but she just said, yes, it's perfectly normal, and was quite flippant about it, which gave the interviewer more ammunition to continue pushing.
Yeah.
And watching that, I was tearing my hair out. I was thinking, oh my God, these kids are being given this medication, but you've just explained it. And after you've explained it, I think to myself, well, why didn't the interviewer put that to her? And why didn't she say something in the same line as you just said?
Yeah.
So,
well,
I
think sorry to cut you. I think in large part because a doctor's job is to be a doctor. You know what I mean? The doctor's job is to know what's best for their patient, not to convince a non-medical professional of it. So I'm not surprised that the doctor can't sit there and have this necessarily know the perfect argument to present it to this person that doesn't sound like they're interviewing them in good faith in the first place. Because you can look that up. You know what I mean? If this interviewer was like, why are you giving children puberty blockers? That interviewer could have taken her little fucking, tushy over to Google, looked it up, and found, oh, it's quite normal. This is quite a normal fucking thing. And the doctor's job is not to sell someone, a non-medical professional, on this idea. A doctor's job is to treat their patient as best they can. And we got to just fucking trust that too a little bit. You know what I mean? If a doctor is, and I don't mean blind trust, obviously, I love a good, fucking rail against how medical doctors fucking fail women all the time, and obviously I think fail trans individuals all the time for sure, but instead of I don't know, it's just I think we expect just fucking let doctors treat their patients. They can't, it's not their job to convince us that that's right. That's not their fucking job. It just isn't.
Could we talk on something that is close to you from what you've said? Cosmetic surgery. So it's in the same sort of line of what we're talking about in terms of doctors making decisions, I suppose, on behalf of the patients that they're treating.
I actually have something to say before we get off the trans topic.
Yeah, man, go for it.
I've been wanting to say it for a long time. I just kind of wanted to wait until there was an opportunity. It's kind of pertaining to what's going on in the common sense section as well. The way I've sort of interpreted the whole trans political thing is because I'm a transhumanist, and I'm also I have a trans partner. They're male to female, or trying to be male to female. And what I interpret it as is that we've been made to believe that. Let me take this metaphor for say a fruit orchard, right? And they use these filters. I can't exactly remember what they're actually called to shape the fruit. You can sometimes get square apples or square watermelons. We've been made to believe that we are the square watermelon. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes to gender and transgenderism, is that the trueness of our shape is not really what's on the outside.
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's why I want to clarify, gender is identity.
Right.
You're a woman. If you identify as a woman, you're a woman no matter what your outside reflects. However, in the same way that as we were talking earlier of a cis boy can develop, chest tissue and that boy feel insecure, deeply insecure. And I feel insecure, it doesn't even begin to touch on it, right? That can be a very devastating situation, especially for an adolescent boy, to develop chest tissue that he feels does not align with his gender identity, which just so happens to also be the body he was born into, except for this thing. And We can understand that. Yes, that doesn't change the fact that he's a boy just because he develops chest tissue. Of course it doesn't. We understand that perfectly.
Right.
And so, yeah, like, but the reason I bring this up once again is to be like, absolutely, yeah, your identity is like how you identify. No matter what your fucking body looks like, the way you identify is the way you identify. That's your fucking gender. Who gives a shit? It's so basic. But I don't want it to be flippant where people are like, okay, well, it's so basic. So, like, why do you need for your outer body to reflect your identity? Why can't you just, like, accept it as whatever? I don't want to be flippant. I don't want to, like, perpetuate that idea because we, like I said, we can understand that a cis boy who develops chest tissue, is very likely going to struggle with that. And we can all empathize or at least sympathize with that and be like, yeah, okay. Like, it makes sense that he would want to get rid of that and fix it. And we have no issue with that. No one here is sitting around telling that kid, well, you're a boy. Like, why? Just get over it. Like, you're a boy. So why do you need your outer fucking body to look at? Like, it. No one's going to say that to that kid. So, I just don't want to use that. Yes, the acknowledgement that, like, identity is identity. However you identify is how you identify, and that's fucking fine. As an excuse.
Another part of it is, like, when people debate, like, whether or not kids should be able to decide this thing and have this sort of acknowledgement of their own autonomy, it's like, yes, I get there's, like, a problem with, like, the potentially being too young for it.
Mm.
But contrastly, there's also a problem with infantilizing our youth to where it's like they have no autonomy whatsoever. And I remember being young. I remember my own struggles with identity, not necessarily in like transgenderism. So I can somewhat empathize.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I just want to point out too, like, we don't think kids are too young to, like, develop, to choose to let their puberty develop, like, naturally without any sort of intervention, right? We don't think kids are too young to be like, oh yeah, I'm a boy. Like a cis boy, we're like, yeah, he's a boy. And he's a boy, and when he hits puberty, like, he's allowed to just go through puberty without questioning it and stuff, and, like, decide to go through that, like, whatever. And, like, even as he's developing tissue and stuff, and, like, none of us are like, okay, but, like, is he old enough to decide to develop according to the gender he was assigned as a kid? No, we say, well, we assigned it as a kid, and so we're sticking with it. And, like, it's a fucking thing. Like, we told the kid when he was born, this is what your gender is. But that's what we assigned to him. And we're like, you're old enough to not question it. You're old enough to not question it as you go through puberty. You're old enough to do, whatever. I don't know. It's an irony there, right? Like, I know it's not like a one-to-one analogous situation, but, like, we trust those kids to know that they're still, whatever gender. We trust them to just inherently know it. If we were really so afraid, why wouldn't we put every single kid in the world on puberty blockers until they hit 18 and then let them decide? If we're really so fucking, like, worried about kids not being able to know anything about themselves, put every single one of them on puberty blockers until they hit 18 and then let them decide. But that's not the issue, is it? That's not actually the worry that people have.
It's an interesting point, that.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very, yeah.
And just like with this Go Bulls person that's in the comments, they're in here, right? And they kind of started off this very hyperbolic with their opinions. They have a very heightened sense of their self-worth and their opinion when it comes to this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's like they're not really engaging with what you're doing, with what you're talking about, your content. They're kind of just here to be heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't care about people. I think people who care about people want to hear people out, personally.
It's just a word as well. I know it means a lot to some people, but the way I look at it, it's just sound that travels through the air. It hits your eardrum and you hear a word. If someone wants to be called they or she or he, doesn't.
Oh, is Vols arguing against, like, respecting people's fucking pronouns?
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
The whole
every time we
pronoun
go
thing, it's an
Vols,
interpersonal thing, right? Like you're not usually gonna, unless you're out immediately talking to somebody, go by their pronouns.
Yeah.
It's only through like this social media thing where it's like, oh, this you can see their pronouns in their bio, and it's like I'm not gonna use those pronouns. Where we kind of created like a what's the word? Parasocial stigma around it.
I don't know. I have pronouns in my bio just because, yeah. Normalize clarifying your pronouns, whether you're cis or not.
Right.
That's one thing, you know, I fucking love that. I like in certain spaces, I love that everyone, like, I love it when the expectation is when you introduce yourself, in your name, you say like, oh, you know, Brenna, she, her, you know, and then say the thing. And I love that. I love the normalization of like, just everyone fucking share your, like, who gives a shit, you know? And it's just, I don't know. Vols, you're in here using a fucking, Vols, why are you not using your government issued fucking full ass name as your username? I want your first, middle, and last name as your username. Why not? Why aren't you doing that?
I'm Tom, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
Yeah, I think we should normalize using people's names. I think using she, he, or they is quite impersonal. I like it when someone says such and such a person and use the name. What? I think the pronouns thing is.
Well, it's funny also, I try to use, Ira. Vols, why aren't you answering me? Yeah, pronouns are a regular aspect of speech. But Vols, why aren't you using your full government name in your username? What am I blabbing about? This is my fucking live stream. What do you mean? What are you blabbing about? You're in here commenting up a storm. I'm asking you a simple question. Why is your username Go Vols and not your government issued, your, I guess, whatever name your parents gave you when you were born? Your full government name. First, middle, last. Why is your username Go Vols? Oh, you prefer to be identified by Go Vols instead of your fucking full name? Thank you. And here we are fucking respecting it. So you get it perfectly. Thank you.
I was just thinking that too. Like they can interpret like wanting to be called a certain username online, like having a sub identity or whatever you would like to call it, a nickname. But they can't possibly fathom that somebody wants to be called he, she, they, it, or whatever, corresponding to how they feel about their identity.
Yeah. I will say also, I started doing the funny thing about pronouns too. I've tried to like normalize certain practices just like in my everyday speech as well. And it started with like years ago, just writing. I started using this like because I was working. I was a screenwriter a while back. Lost the spark when I got real fucking depressed. But I started using this screenwriting software that would show you the breakdown by gender of your characters, right? And I started realizing, even though I like, at the time I was making this effort to like write female protagonists, right? And write as many female characters as possible, or like write female protagonists. And I saw that like even with female protagonists, I would still have like a majority of speaking characters were male, or a majority of spoken lines were male. And so I started investigating, what is that, right? And I started realizing, oh, I default to male for a lot of things, like especially like different jobs and stuff, characters, I would default, for example, in one script, I defaulted the doctor to male, and I defaulted like a shopkeeper, like shop person, whatever, retail worker to female. Waitress was a female. Every like job that was like more like professional, like a higher profession, I defaulted to male and whatever. And I was like, that's some fucking bullshit on my part. And I started noticing also, because at the time I was doing UCB, which is like, whatever. UCB's, I guess it doesn't matter. But we were doing like sketch comedy writing stuff, right? And I started paying attention to like all the characters, everyone who came in. I mean, it was mostly men anyway, right? In the group. And it was like 3 females, 3 female writers, I think. And everyone would write male characters, even when the character didn't have to be male. Actually, no, maybe there might have been a larger amount of female writers in the room. But I started noticing like, oh yeah, like these guys would write all these male characters in these sketches to the point where like the women were having to play, like we were giving voice to these male characters that had no reason to be specified as male. They didn't have to be any gender. And so at one point I called it, I was like, hey, just keep in mind, guys, like firstly, you can start writing female characters. Secondly, like your default characters can also just be female. You don't like all your default characters don't just have to be male, especially like when you're giving these jobs and da-da-da. And like to their credit, like a bunch of them started making that effort. And then I started changing my scripts, and I started trying to make as many just jobs or like characters that didn't necessarily inherently have to be either gender. I tried to not specify their gender. So I started referring to them as they. So if it was like a doctor, it'd be like Dr. So-and-so, they do this, da-da-da-da. When you read the script, you couldn't fucking tell. It didn't jump out at you. And it never specified what gender the doctor was. And I just started doing the same for retail workers and like reception, whatever. Like jobs that didn't have, even the doctor that had a last name didn't have to be specified either way. Started using they. And then I started doing that in my own day-to-day life where I was like, we default. We make assumptions on gender based on certain preconceived notions and stuff. Most people, when you talk, and I started noticing this, when you talk about a doctor, most people will say like, what did he say? Most people will assume that the doctor that you're referring to is fucking male. So I started also switching just in speech, trying to like make an effort of like, what did they say for everything? I'm not perfect at it, but I've gotten a lot better to just start defaulting to they, to like a non-specific, a non-binary pronoun, because it works for all of them until I'm told what the gender is. And it actually, and I think like it's a form of like micro activism or whatever, but I think it's important that we stop reinforcing things like, let's stop assuming that every fucking doctor that someone is talking about is male. Let's just fucking start with that, right? Let's stop assuming that every lawyer someone is talking about is male. Let's say they until we're told specifically, oh, he said this, she said that. Let's stop assuming that every assistant is female. I know more male assistants than female assistants, just personally. Let's stop. Let's start using they until we know what gender is specified. Whatever. Nurses, same. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Blair.
I think I probably do that already without really realizing it, but it's interesting listening to you talk about that, because I was sort of thinking to myself, how many times have I written down something where I've said she or he without really knowing who they are, because they might have had a foreign name which wasn't male or female as far as I could decipher. I think quite a few times, and I've just put they. Yeah. I think is actually quite an important point, really, because if you're biased, you're reinforcing a bias that doesn't necessarily need to be true.
Right. Well, and also, And I will say, even I found myself also like realizing that even when I learn the gender of some people, I will still they them sometimes. If I don't know them personally, I will often still, and I hear myself doing it sometimes, and like I've heard myself doing it recently a couple times, and like had a moment where I've like, is that weird? No one's ever seemed to fucking notice. No one's ever noticed it. No one ever seems to notice that I use they, even when I know someone's gender. No one cares.
It's subconscious, subliminal. Is that probably the wrong word?
Subconscious, I would guess, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to like scroll up a little bit to see one of the messages.
I think Govols has calmed down a bit. How about it? I don't know. Yeah, can we talk about cosmetic surgery? Because I'd like your opinion on something. Your opinion for two reasons. First of all,
thank you, Monique.
You're a woman, so that would be important. And also, you said before you'd had cosmetic surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily want to know what you've had.
I got a nose job.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks good, by the way.
Thank you.
I
will say I got it was mostly just my cartilage right on the tip. I didn't get my bone broken or anything like that. So it wasn't like that big of a thing, but yeah, I'm never going to like pretend like I didn't have cosmetic surgery when I did. You know what I mean?
I think the thing that I'm seeing a lot, and this might be a thing in the UK more than America maybe, but ladies having filler put in the lips, and the filler moves and it makes the top lip quite pronounced. And I think to myself, who is doing that? Who is encouraging them to change something about themselves, which, and it's just my opinion, but looks unnatural and doesn't, I don't think does the desired, I don't know what the desired thing is, but I imagine the desired thing is to have a fuller top lip.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so. The cosmetic surgeons or the sort of medical practitioners who are doing these things.
I mean, I think filler doesn't require a cosmetic surgeon to.
No,
be specific.
There's also people who are addicted to cosmetic surgery and they keep going back.
Yeah, but that's also that's a very rare thing. Yes, it exists. Yes, it's a problem. Very rare. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just sort of thinking, what sort of doctor would repeatedly operate on someone when they're not actually going to do anything that's going to improve them? And you think to yourself, is it money? What is it about the medical professionals that do these things? What are they driven by? Are they driven by the patient's happiness, or are they driven by money? And it's to use you as an example. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you look perfectly natural. There's nothing. I wouldn't have known had you said anything to me. I wouldn't have thought, oh, you've had a nose job. I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
But when the cosmetic surgery gets to the point where it's obvious that someone has cosmetic surgery and they keep going back for more, as a doctor, if I was a doctor, I would turn around and say to them, no, I'm not operating on you because you don't need it.
And some doctors do that. And I would say like most doctors, but also, I mean, like when we say like, when do you say when, right? In terms of like, are they motivated by the happiness of their patient, or are they motivated by money? Okay, like a bit of both, I'm sure. But also, you can talk about like the people that like genuinely seem to have an issue where they're like actually addicted to cosmetic surgery, but that's incredibly rare. Or we can talk about like Nicole Kidman, right? I think she may have, personally, I think she's had too much work done, personally. But also, I completely understand where it comes from, like her choice to continue getting cosmetic surgery comes from. It's like considering her job and the nature of the industry she works in and the nature of how the industry treats actresses and women's aging and all that stuff. I don't personally think most of her surgery looks very good in recent years, but she honestly probably received like 30 years worth of good surgery until it started becoming like a little bit more obvious to the rest of us. And is it too far? You know, I don't know. It's like, for me, it's too far, but that's my opinion, personally. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen Nicole Kidman lately?
Yeah, yeah. This I think this is it's an opinion, but I also sort of think there's something beautiful about someone aging naturally, and yeah, the media and the pressure to keep looking young is obviously a driver in this.
Yeah.
But it
And
does do that.
I want to be clear. The situation for Nicole Kidman is different than it is for most women, right? And yes, I agree. Aging naturally. I love gray hair on women. I think it's the coolest. I think it's the most beautiful thing. Gray hair on women. Unfortunately, I literally I have my dad's hair. My dad is in his 70s and has like almost no gray hair. He has like a full ass head of brown hair, so I will probably never go gray. Unfortunately. For someone who fucking loves it so much, the irony. But but also in practice, I also know that society does not teach gracefully aging women, or does not treat gracefully aging women as nicely as it treats women with anti-aging cosmetic procedures. I know it doesn't. Studies fucking show it doesn't. And, when you talk about the film industry, which I also work in, similarly, times a gazillion, you know what I mean? So when we say, yeah, it's very nice for you to say, well, I think natural aging is beautiful. Yeah, great. That's great. I do too. Everyone in the world will say that. Every single fucking person. There's it's actually like a bit of a meme. I don't know if it crosses your Jence's internet at all, but it's a bit of a meme. We women kind of make fun of men who talk about natural beauty because you guys couldn't fucking identify natural beauty if it bit you in the fucking ass. There's just jokes and so many examples of a guy being like, this woman, such a pain, but, or God, I can't believe she did that to her face. I want natural beauty, blah, blah, blah. And then a woman being like who? And then naming a woman that is very clearly had plenty of work done and had to be washed through that's not natural fucking beauty. What do you fucking mean? She's had this, she's had that, she's had that, or people, and in reality, men are not kind to women online who genuinely are not wearing makeup or genuinely aging naturally, and so they're just not. And I'm not saying you specifically, but it's a bit of a meme. Sorry to inform you, of men saying that they like women who age naturally or natural women, and then having absolutely no fucking idea what that actually means in practice.
Just bear with me. I've just got to nip and get the door.
Yeah. Pam Anderson reactions. Yeah, that's one of the people I was thinking of. Joey. It's exactly one of the people I was thinking of.
Get some kind of plastic surgery or some kind of cosmetic surgery. Mostly cosmetic surgery. Because a while back, I think it was a little more than 5 years ago, I had to have a pretty life-changing surgery because medical complications. I had to have my spleen removed.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
And initially they were going to do a partial splenectomy, which they would have sliced little slot holes in my stomach and taken it out that way. And as morbid as that sounds, that would have been the nicer alternative than losing it entirely. But I essentially got a C-section scar across my stomach. and had it fully removed. It was like 3 liters in volume because it had
Damn.
enlarged. Now that I've like grown and went through all my puberty stuff, I'm 26 now.
Hmm.
I've got the body hair and all that. The trail that would go down my stomach is now misaligned.
Hmm.
And if I could ever afford to change that, I probably would.
Yeah.
A little insecure about
Yeah.
it.
And
That
I'll
was
say,
so
most
far.
people tell you don't have to be insecure about it, which is true. You don't have to be. That's not how insecurity works, though. Who, like, really, most insecurities, no one has to be insecure about them. But yeah, I feel you. Totally. Yeah. There's, yeah. And that's okay. You know what I mean? I think that's fine. I don't know. I think people like to demonize the idea of cosmetic surgery as some form of like purity test. You know what I mean? But then, yeah, I feel like there's like this weird purity test to demonizing the idea of cosmetic surgery and stuff. But then, when push comes to shove, it's like they have no idea. Like they will pick the person with cosmetic surgery like 10 times or 9 times out of 10 over the people who don't have any surgery. And like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying exactly. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think cosmetic surgery is fine. Especially if you're really insecure about something. Sometimes, like, look, the solution for most insecurities, yeah, it's like work on the fucking insecurity. Absolutely. Like that's a psychological thing for sure. Da-da-da. But also every once in a while, there's going to be an insecurity about a physical thing that like you can literally just fix the physical thing and that insecurity will genuinely just go away. And that's okay too. Like it's okay for us to acknowledge that. Now, if you have an insecurity about a physical thing and you get it like fixed and the insecurity doesn't go away or transfers to something else, or if you think that getting like addressing a specific insecurity is somehow going to fix your entire fucking life or is going to make you a whole new person and stuff, that is where you kind of enter a danger zone. That is not a healthy attitude. That is not true. And fixing a single insecurity is not going to fix your entire fucking life. But like, oh, also like I have like this tooth, as you can probably tell, because whenever I have trolls in here, they're like, fix your fucking teeth. And it's like, this tooth is fake, but it's like, I have a cap on it and it's ugly as shit. And it's more yellow than my natural teeth and stuff, even though they used the whitest thing to do it. And Philippe actually, for my birthday, gifted me money to get it because he knows I want to get like an actual veneer on this, and I might have to get the 2 front teeth to veneers so they match because I fucking hate this thing. And it's a deep insecurity of mine, even though I know it's not my real tooth, it's fake, they can't get it any whiter than it is, all this stuff. Am I wrong for wanting to get a fucking veneer for this stupid fucking tooth? I don't fucking think so. Veneers are expensive. I feel like it's pretty obvious in person, Joey. And it's sometimes obvious on camera. But
I had a bit of a sweet tooth problem when I was younger, so and unfortunately, because of how healthcare works in like Tennessee, my teeth are botched. I have an annoying cap in my mouth that is like 4 times the size of a regular tooth. I don't know what they were thinking when they put that in there. That looks cartoony as all hell in my mouth.
My teeth are terrible. I'm from the UK, so we've all got bad teeth. So I'd have all my teeth ripped out and start again with implants. Yeah. That's what I want done.
Nice.
But yeah, whether it'll ever happen or not is another thing entirely. But yeah. I think as long as you're not going too far, and you're not
Yeah,
doing
but
it.
too far. That's come on.
Yeah, well, this is what is too far. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. I'm never gonna like fault someone for getting. Also, by the way, I plan on getting eventually like Botox up here. If I had more money, I'd be getting Botox already up here. Maybe here.
You don't have wrinkles.
I do though, but yeah, I have good skincare and stuff. I do have some wrinkles, and I raise my things a lot here, so I know that I'm prone to this, and I furrow my brow a lot, and but I take good care of my skin now, to try to just like delay stuff, but also I could see getting Botox just up here to basically delay the wrinkles up here. I don't think that's a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? Like that's so just typical. You know what I mean?
What's Botox actually do? That stop the muscle from moving? Is that essentially?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It just kind of like freezes it a little bit. So it's like if you typically go like this a lot or like this, if it kind of like freezes it in place a little bit, so you can't like do that as much, so it's not like as wrinkly. You know what I mean? You're not like wrinkling up your skin. That's why it's like it's very typical for like a lot of women, especially, I think men also, but will get Botox like in their foreheads, and I assume here as well, just because it's like it doesn't really affect your ability to emote or do anything. It just like freezes kind of bits of the stretchy skin from getting all like, you know what I mean? My nose is turning red. It does this when it's like getting late sometimes.
What time is it where you are?
It's now 6:20 a.m.
6:20 a.m.
We spent the whole night up, guys.
Have you been up all night? Wow.
Yeah. But I've also been sleeping in like really late. Tom Cruise, Tom Brady. Yeah, they do. Yeah, for sure. I was going to get stuff done today, but now I feel like.
Order a pizza. That's what I'd do in this situation.
The only reason why I'm up is because I was doing filmmaking stuff earlier and recording voice acting stuff. I've been procrastinating on it for way too long.
I'm hungry again. I might finish the rest of my pasta that I make. Wait, one sec. Oh. Just disconnect on me? Your machine using TikTok as your only source of educating yourself and making Trump your personality? What? We're talking about Botox, dude. MAGA. I mean, the irony of some MAGA coming in here trying to accuse other people of making Trump their whole personality. We're talking about cosmetic surgery and Botox. Like, okay.
But what are you eating there? What's good?
Just leftover pasta from last night.
I might order a Subway. Sort of healthy.
Carbohydrates. Let's go.
Carbohydrates. Carbohydrates. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Do you guys remember Baby Monkey? Baby Monkey. I don't want to hear about the baby monkey being abused or anything like that. Okay, I get it. Probably. Baby monkey. Baby monkey. Riding on a pig, baby monkey. Do you guys remember that?
That's a USA only thing, that.
You don't remember that? From like a gazillion years ago. It's a video of like a baby monkey in like some sanctuary or whatever. I don't know what situation he was in, whatever. But there was like a pig running around, and the baby monkey would basically like climbed onto the back of the pig as the pig was like running around. I believe he climbed onto the back of the pig like twice. And it was just like, the song was like, baby monkey, baby monkey, riding on a pig, baby monkey, baby monkey, baby monkey. Yeah, please do. Go search it up. I'll fucking find it. Let's find it. Baby monkey. Baby monkey. Baby monkey. Riding on. Oh, yeah. Going backwards on a pig. Baby monkey. Okay. Oh, God. I don't know if I want the whole video. This is going to get me like copyright striked. The musician's name. It's a musician name? Perry Grip? I don't know that it was actually a musician person. Okay, how do I show this to you guys? Running on a pig, baby monkey. Baby monkey. Baby monkey. Good morning. Stream is still going. We got into like a good debate. I'm like, I'm trying to soak in every minute I can of TikTok right now. I'd be so fucking sad if it goes away. When it goes away. Really? First time across your FYP today? Yay! Guys, don't forget to find me on the other apps. I'm on the other apps. Like YouTube and Red Note and Blue Sky and IG and
Are you going to try some of the decentralized socials?
Like what?
Let me open up the...
Like what? I don't hear. Feels like everything went mute all of a sudden.
So there's Mastodon and Fediverse.
Oh yeah, someone was talking about. So Blue Sky is a Fediverse thing, I guess. Is there like a TikTok version thing of Fediverse? Hi, baby. It's so catchy, right? I can't hear you if you're responding. You're like cutting in and out. Oh, I think you're swiping. If you're swiping out of the app, we can't hear you when you're swiped out of the app. Just so you know. Okay.
I think they're going to get the name of the other apps they were talking about because couldn't remember the names.
Okay, there's no one on YouTube, so that's fine. Let me put this up here. Baby monkey, riding on a pig, baby monkey. You're excited for Neptune to come out? I'm excited. I'm also wary of it. I saw one of the developers answering questions on a live, and when they talked about monetization, I was like, it was a little disappointing. It doesn't seem like they have plans to for anything like the creator app. They want to make it all subscription based, and personally I want the creator fund type thing. If you're going to make money from advertisers, you should be giving some of that money to the people who create content that make you able to sell to advertisers. Okay. I forgot this part. Damn. There we go. Yeah, right? That's another classic internet video for you. God. It was good. Is that our rooster? Your favorite rooster? Love it. He has an album with about 50 such songs. Nice. There's something so catchy about this. It's raining tacos. I don't think I've heard that one. This is so catchy. My friend and I started singing it about this guy named Jacob Silman. We started going, Jacob Silman, Jacob Silman, riding on a pig, Jacob Silman. I don't know why. And I feel like actually we came up with something. It wasn't riding on a pig. We started replacing the lyrics for that as well. I just don't remember what it was. We told him once, and Jacob was like, okay. Whatever. Baby monkey. Baby monkey. The gummy bear song? Was it I'm so happy 'cause I'm a gummy bear, gummy bear? Is it that one or what is it? Uh-oh. It's German. Oh, okay. Do you guys know? Wait. God, have you seen I'm so happy 'cause I'm a gummy bear? I'm so happy 'cause I'm a gummy... You have, okay. Yeah, I was obsessed with it too. That's the controversy? The baby monkey is not a baby monkey? Why did you tell me that? I guess we fact check here. You want a little bit of this? All right, fine, Riz. Fine. There you go. Good girl. The German one was like a techno one. Oh, that sounds a little familiar. I'm so happy because I'm a gummy bear, gummy bear. That video was my favorite for a while. Good. Anyway. I feel like we should wine dine. Yeah. You too. Thank you for coming up and for talking so long and for letting me yap at you for so long. Thank you. You too. Have a good one. El Sapo Pepe. This sounds a little familiar. Hagged, everyone? Hagged, everyone? El Sapo Pepe. What is that? $11 years ago. So do you know that? This looks like a children's video thing. Who is that? I think I am an obscure independent YouTuber now. Officially. Oh, look, 3.28K subscribers. Guys, find me on there, please. Oh my God. Yeah, I only started like posting my TikToks on up there like recently. My Jimmy Carter video literally only got 88 views on there. That's so depressing. 88 views, dude. I guess it only got like a few thousand here. That was not my most popular of the history one. How the fuck am I gonna make the switch to fucking YouTube from here? How is that gonna pay my bills? I have two surnames, but I don't use two surnames. Most people don't in practice like use both surnames. Yeah, but you can't live stream without a Chinese ID, Baka. Okay, Riz, wait. I tried live streaming today on there, but you need like a Chinese ID number. You always put your first name first. Honestly, the reason my surname is first, Perezbrenna, you know fucking why? Because when I made my Instagram, I don't know if it's when I made my Instagram, but eventually, like, I didn't want numbers and stuff in my Instagram, and I saw that Alexa Chung, her Instagram was Chung Alexa, and it looked nice and chic, and it had 0 numbers in it, and I think Brenna Perez was already taken, and I didn't want to put random ass fucking numbers, so I tried Perezbrenna, like Chung Alexa, and I was like, oh, cool. That's a name. And so that's why it's fucking Alexa Chung, who I don't even like, I'm not a particular fan of or anything like that. I was going through like a phase where I was like, oh, she's cool, like in terms of like this person who's like deal I don't really fully understand, but she's a person, you know. I was like, she is a brand. It was like early enough in that era where I was like, it's not entirely sure who this person is, but she's a brand. She's interesting. And that's the most I really ever fucking figured out about her, to tell you the truth. But so, yeah, I was like, Chung Alexa, it seems chic when she does it. So I did it. And now it's just what my thing is. They won't give you one in exchange for spying username? Well, this was on Instagram. And then I just chose it. I started using it for like TikTok and I used it on other apps so that it matched. But I don't think I could switch it to... Yeah, I just rather have it match across the board so it's not confusing for anyone. Oh, Chinese. I gotta call up my spy. He's, you know... But it's tough with the fucking hour difference, the time difference. Yeah. We were trying to figure out, earlier, I was looking up, I was trying to find what app will allow me to have like a multi-guest function like this. Do you know of any that'll allow me to like bring up multiple guests just like from the audience? Yeah. If anyone figures one out, I was looking for one earlier. I can't find one that's like, I don't know. God, what a fucking knucklehead. Senator, no. I'm Singaporean. And he has such a beautiful accent too when he says it. Senator, I'm Singaporean. Senator, no. I'm Singaporean. God, it's beautiful. Once again, Senator, I'm Singaporean. Clapper? Yeah, I'm also on there. I'm on all the apps. Guys, find me on all of them. It's the same username across the board. Every single one of them. Just not Nancy Drew. Not Minecraft. I've done game streams before. Sometimes they do, like, they're hit or miss, honestly. Sometimes they do well, but literally they only seem to do well when I go like literally like overnight doing them. DBD? What is DBD? Dead by Daylight. How scary is it? I'm really bad at the scary stuff. I did. Cool guy. Harrington. That's funny. Oh, actually, Nas got me something recently. He got me The Quarry. I gotta play that one. People love to meme in the game. It's like story based. I think that's a big one on here sometimes. La 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 la. It's also been a while since I played Hitman. Maybe I should play one of those. It's the game that got me into gaming. But no one ever fucking finds me on YouTube anyway. Like, that's the problem. Even when I game. I don't know. Brenna Cottage DVD stream would be huge. Alright. I guess maybe I have to figure out what the fuck DVD is. Look into it. Sorry, I'm watching a video of a 3D printed cake. Fucking. Yeah. And the comment is, we built a robot to do a really shitty job at something people perfected 1,000 years ago. It's funny. The video is like not very, it's a pretty pathetic like slice of cake. Oh boy. All right. I feel like I should like wind down and get some sleep and then start all over again in a couple of hours. What do we say, guys? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I'll see you guys in a few hours, maybe. Honestly, who knows? Probably go live again. Good morning and good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out overnight. I appreciate everyone except for MAGA. You guys can go yourselves. Thank you. Thanks for coming up and being chill. Thank you. Please find me, guys. Please find me on the other apps. On all of them, please. Please. I love you. Thank you. Good more night. Good more night. Thank you, God. Thanks for the rose. All right. Bye.